There you go. The May 2nd hearing of the Montecito Planning Commission is hereby called to order. Would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, would you please announce our TV coverage?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County and Santa Barbara Television CSB-TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Arcot areas. Rebroadcast of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB-TV Channel 20. Today's hearing may also be streamed live on their website and can be downloaded for review in a day or two. Now for the roll call, Commissioner Brown.
Present.
Commissioner Overall. Here. Commissioner Keller.
Here.
Commissioner Cole.
Here.
And Chair Phillips.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. The projection report, welcome, Dr. Russell. You're filling in for Director Black.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am. Well, the agenda status report is pretty straightforward today. We have one item on your agenda, which is Casa Dorinda. And very quickly, as far as the projection is concerned, moving forward to the May 18th hearing, we have an appeal of the denial of the Olive Mill Trust water well. And we'll also be bringing forward design residential zone modifications. That's a zoning ordinance amendment to make allow a little bit more flexibility in some of the higher density attached structures that we will be permitting. Moving forward to June 15th, we have the Schwartz-Cook lot line adjustment. And then moving out into July, on July 20th, we have a scheduled hearing, but we have no items yet. I'm sure that there will be some coming. So that's what I have as far as the projection report.
Dr. Russell, I'd like to explore whether we can consolidate the May and June dates. We have very little on both. It is summertime, and some of us would like to get out of town, I think. Is that something you could look into?
Yes, certainly. We'll find out whether. Do you have a preference?
Commissioners, any schedule, any plans? Whether we skip May or June? Brown, Mrs. Brown?
I would suggest June to consolidate. Again, I can come to both dates, but it just seems to come in for 45 minutes. Both months is a little, onerous.
Unfortunately, the moving things forward, we don't have enough time to get the Schwartz-Cook lot line adjustment ready for May.
So we'll move May can we move May forward to June? Or back to June, yeah.
Well, we have the design residential, and that, of course, your recommendation, we sort of have a time frame that takes us to the County Planning Commission and then to the board. So that would be a little bit unfortunate to move that a month into June. Kind of throws our timing off on that.
Let me interrupt a second. Do we have a quorum on both dates? Is anyone scheduled to be away? All right, so far we're good. If you can continue to work on that for us, I'd appreciate it. And
okay, we'll
see what you can do.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will perhaps have something that I can report on a little bit later today. Thank you.
Thank you. Projection report is done. Yes, sir. Public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to speak on a matter not on the agenda today. Should you have an issue, we'll need a speaker slip, and then I invite you forward. We'll need to register your name, sir, if there's... You can do it afterwards. Why don't you jump in? Just make sure we have it so we can blame you for what you said in person. Yeah. Go ahead.
My name is Ned Quackenbush. I am here trying to get some consensus on the need for a walkway on Channel Drive between Butterfly Beach and where the sidewalk picks up at Biltmore. And I know that I'm sort of out of step here, but I did talk to the need for a sidewalk is becoming more and more apparent for us that live in the neighborhood and walk on Channel Drive. There's cars parked on both sides of Channel Drive. There's cars coming and going. There's bicycles by the hundreds. There's runners. There's women pushing babies in carts. And it's just, I think we need some a sidewalk-like way of moving along that section without having to walk in the street with the running traffic. And the county had planned, had designed a walkway on the top of the riprap, the rocks that protect Channel Drive from the ocean. And then those have been covered over with asphalt, those rocks. And so they were planning on just smoothing the asphalt out. But at that time, about 8 years ago, the Montecito Association wasn't in favor of the project. I don't think they wanted any more sidewalks, but times have changed and the need has increased. So I talked to, and I'll leave a copy of my letter to Corey Heyman and his response. He's the head of the land division in Montecito Association, and he's interested in it because they're interested in the encroachments that the homeowners are making on the mountainside of Channel Drive. And then I talked to Peter Robleski and Gary Smart in Public Works, and they're aware of the situation. They would like to see some community backing for the plan. So I just wanted to bring you up to date and hope that you recognize the problem and that we can address it.
I thank you for your comment. I think you're heading in the right direction. Beginning with the Montecito Association is always a good way to go. I'm not aware of the report. And Dr. Russell, is it possible to get briefed on feasibility on this issue in the next hearing or two?
Certainly we can do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Quackenbush. Question for you, sir. Ms. Brown.
Not exactly a question, but just to clarify the statement, because I was certainly involved back in 2003 and 4 and 5 and 6 when this came forward. I think the Montecito Association lost some of their interest because the homeowners who actually own across the road to the beach were uninterested in doing it. And once we lost that right-of-way option, it became very difficult to make that go. So maybe there's new owners and new options. We'll study that, but I wanted to be clear that the association it wasn't that they didn't like sidewalks, it was that they had nowhere to put one.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other issues to bring to us that are not on the agenda today? Seeing none, I close public comment and turn to the minutes of March 23rd. Commissioners, if you've had an opportunity to review these, I'm looking for a motion to approve, amend, deny. Ms. Brown.
I would move the minutes as submitted.
We have a motion to approve with a second. All in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Dr. Russell, Director's Report, Board of Supervisors hearing summary, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, going back to the agenda issue, one possibility would be to cancel June 15th and move the Schwartz-Cook lot line adjustment to July.
Great. So we'll be dark in June.
Do we need a motion?
We need a motion.
Yes.
I'm looking for a motion to move to adopt Director Russell's last statement. And if you need it to hear it again, we can ask him to say it again.
The proposal is to cancel the June 15th hearing and move the Schwartz-Cook lot line adjustment to the July Montecito Planning Commission hearing, currently scheduled for July 20.
Thank you.
So moved.
So it's moved and second. All in favor?
Can we have some discussion, please?
We can.
I have served on several other commissions, and generally, they have specifically taken a summer month off, except usually it's been later in the summer. Usually it's been August. And although we don't know what our projection will be for that, I would prefer to go with the June meeting, since we are all available, and move it and then have either the July or August meeting be open. I don't know how my fellow commissioners feel about that.
Any comments as to that option?
My comment would just be this, having been on the commission a whopping 3 years, all this experience, that I found that the planning staff drives these meetings. They have projects that come in that they have to get on an agenda, and we're just pawns in the game. So I hate to, I mean, it's hard to say what August, we see what's in June and July. We don't know what August might
August may be
hail.
impossible. Yeah.
So maybe just play it month by month. If we don't need a meeting, we're not forced to have a meeting, are we?
No, and Mr. Chair, there is also another option, and that is that we look and see what's going on and report back to you in May, when you could make we might have a more informed decision to make.
Okay, we have,
I like that too, so I would withdraw my second.
I'll withdraw my motion.
and to make it clear, we'll discuss this next month. That will be in May, and we'll determine whether we can do what we just tried to do or not.
And Mr. Chair, I didn't know quite, I was going to put this on the projection report, but as long as we kind of slip by that without my saying it, last month I asked that the staff give us a briefing on the Biltmore Hotel water wells, just what that status was of that project, and I think Ms. Black is prepared to do that next month. So I just wanted to be sure that I hadn't forgotten that item, because people in the community had asked me to track that, please.
I did.
Commissioner Brown, we will be doing that, and I think a very good background document. There is a study that was commissioned by the Coastal Commission that looks specifically at that sub-basin in addition to other basins for the Montecito groundwater basin, and it contains a lot of very pertinent information about those wells.
Well, that might be even more than, I was just hoping, yeah, whatever. I mean, however you'd like to address the issue, that's very interesting. I'd be interested in that information. So however staff would like to address that. I just didn't want to, I expected Ms. Black to just give it as part of her, normal director's report, but I'll take whatever I can get, and if I get it expanded, that's even better.
Is that report going to be available, or is it around?
Yes, we will be, it will be coming to you with the other materials for that hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Russell.
So I still have...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So for the director's report, there have been a couple of hearings since your last one in March. On the 5th of April, the board amended Chapter 10, the building code, to allow hoop structures up to 20 feet tall to be exempt from a building permit. We considered potential amendments to the telecommunications ordinance related to Southern California Gas smart meter project, and the board moved to amend the telecommunications ordinance to exempt the smart meters from zoning permits. During the budget workshop, on the 11th through the 15th. It was a very good budget workshop. I think the board really is appreciating these workshops a lot, rather than having to do everything in June. They make, I think, much more informed decisions. And of interest was their approval of our work program for next year, which includes a continuation of a number of projects, but I'll mention which I can go into, but I'll mention the ones that are new, that you'll find some that are of interest. We have to study the airport compatibility with the new airport plan. We're going to take a wait and see on medical marijuana. We'll spend a little bit of time on that, but we're waiting until November to really find out what's going to happen in November. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, we begin ramping up on that. In the next year, we'll start some fairly significant work on the conservation element, but we'll be doing a little bit of work on that. Ag permit streamlining we'll be working on. The zoning amendment for hoop structures. So the building code's done, but the zoning code is not done. We'll work on that. Isla Vista strategy development, we're going to wait until November to see whether or not the CSD is funded out there, and if it is, or if it isn't, we'll come back to the board with more specific direction, because the CSD has some planning capability, and we may, depending upon whether they get funded, we'll be interacting with them to one extent or another. Scenic highway designation on Highway 101, Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan mapping of habitats. Montecito Design Guidelines Phase 2 was added, and that's going to be for the detached accessory structures, and the telecommunications ordinance to deal with the smart meters. And the one good thing about that is that Southern California Gas is funding the whole thing, so we're not spending county dollars on that. It's being funded 100% by Southern California Gas. And then on the 19th, we had just a couple of small items. We had Fish and Wildlife grants, and there were 3 of them that the Fish and Wildlife Commission gives out. 2 were approved. One, which involves a gun safety and a pheasant hunt, was not approved, and we were asked to come back and provide details in a D item about how those grants are considered and what the criteria are that are used to award those grants. And then the Pacific Coast Energy Company, they had another seep can that they had to install, and so we were reporting on that emergency permit. And that's what I have for the director's report.
Commissioner Overall.
Dr. Rustil, on the telecommunications exemption, this commission was opposed to that blanket action because we have not so fond memories of going through the process related to the distributed antenna system. Excuse me. And there was, I think, concern evidenced by the commission, this exempting them from the permit process. We've not seen the equipment, so we don't know how large it is. They could force putting up a pole to mount equipment on in an area where utilities have been undergrounded, where homeowners have paid to underground it. So I understand perhaps why the board took the action they did, but what I'm interested in is there any recourse for Montecito to revisit this issue in some way? Because I remember distinctly Supervisor Lavanino said with the distributed antenna system, bring it on, they'd love it in Santa Maria. Well, we didn't love it in Montecito, and we forced some revisions that made it more acceptable. So, I mean, it feels like maybe the door's been slammed on us, but I want to ask the question anyway.
Commissioner Overall, through the chair, no, there is absolutely recourse. We've been given direction to bring forward ordinance amendments. We don't know exactly what those are going to look like yet, and it will be entirely within your authority to address them as you see fit for the Montecito zoning. Make recommendations on the Montecito zoning ordinance. So I believe that you do have recourse.
Okay, thank you.
Doctor, it seems to me the future of communities, most communities, certainly Montecito, eventually will be to get rid of these poles. And I don't see an exit for us as this hardware continues to mount on these. Any thoughts on that? I mean, are we stuck with telephone poles forever and ever, or is there a way when these things are permitted? Is there language in the permit that says eventually a community can get rid of this, and you're going to have another way to go?
Mr. Chair, I don't really have, I understand completely the question, and I think that we should look into that and probably report back, because I don't really have a very informed answer to give you right now as to what the future of the polls may be, but I totally understand the issue and the significance of the question.
Is there a federal shot clock on the gas meter issue, the way it is on telecommunications, do you think?
Mr. Chair, we don't know. We'll have to look at that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Anything else? Question for Dr. Russell?
Yes, Dr. Russell, I actually watched the budget workshop. I have no life, apparently, but I wanted to congratulate P&D on their excellent presentation. And I also wanted to comment for the board who may have a life and not have watched that hearing that I was very appreciative of the Board of Supervisors' unanimous interest in our second part of our architectural guidelines. So I think that speaks well for Montecito, that obviously they understand how we use those and why those are important to us, and we're willing to fund that second part of that. So I also have to thank the Montecito Association, who showed up to fight that battle and did, there didn't seem to be much of a battle, but there may have been, we don't know. But it was nice of them to get that interest ignited. So thank you for your excellent work on that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anything else, Dr. Russell?
That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Planning Commission's informational report. Is there anything to share? No. I went to a county joint chair meeting since the last time we were here, and nothing was discussed that impacts us. So that is that. Let's see.
May I ask, joint chairs of what?
Joint chairs of commissions in the county, MBAR, HLAC, don't know who else was there. And the idea was to share concerns, try to resolve issues. At the hearing I went to, county BAR had a problem with time certainty as to when people are going to be heard, and so we spent time on that. But again, nothing that impacted us. Very good. We come to standard agenda number 1, and let me just say briefly, as we planning commissioners have a legal obligation to not sit and hear an issue with a conflict of interest or a bias. I have neither of those, but I have relationships that impact the applicant or are involved with the applicant where one could raise that there is an appearance of bias or conflict, and I think that could well hurt the applicant and the integrity of the commission, and therefore I will recuse myself from this hearing and invite the very capable Commissioner Overall to sit in this seat. So good hearing to you all.
Thank you, Michael. Talk to you later.
Yeah. You come over. I just need some water. I want to hit the leg.
Just for the record, I opposed Chair Phillips stepping down on this item, but I couldn't persuade him otherwise, so. Mr. Villalobos, you want to read this into the record for us, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Following the hearing on the request of Steve Wilton, agent for the applicant, consider case numbers 14 RVP, 14 CUP, and 15 GOV4 applications filed on January 14, 2014, and to adopt the negative declaration 15 NGD3 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. Before we get started, I wanted to just take a couple of minutes and indicate how I'd like the course of this hearing to go. This will be the fourth time that we have heard this application, and we've spent a good bit of time in hearings and even more time reading materials. So in order to try and focus this, both for the commission and for the staff and for the applicant, to maybe address those items that we still have on the agenda, I'm going to change the way we go about this a little bit. The very first thing, the very first thing I want to do is I want to hear from the commissioners as to any issue areas that they might have, questions that specific to those that they might have, so we get a feel for what the outline might be that we want to follow. I don't expect those questions to be answered immediately, but it puts staff and the applicant on notice what they're interested in. Then after we do that, I don't expect that'll take too long, but after we do that, we'll go to the staff report to Ms. Gerber. We'll go to the applicant for what I've been led to believe will be about a 20-minute presentation. I'll open it up to very brief public comment. The public's had 3 sessions to take a shot at this before. And we'll see how much new material there is, but so that will be next. Then we're going to come back to the commission for questions of staff, and actually we'll come back to the applicant if there's anything they want to add. Then we'll come to the commission, specific questions, clarifications that we might need. And then in a bit of a departure, I want to take time to focus on the conditions of approval and go through those. We typically hear hours of testimony, then we get tired, and then by the time we get to the conditions, they sometimes get short shrift in terms of being thoroughly vetted. So we'll go through the conditions, then I'll accept a motion, we'll have a deliberation, and hopefully a vote. And in a wildly optimistic basis, I am hoping that we will be able to conclude this hearing by the time we break for lunch. That may or may not happen. It'll be what it'll be, but I want everybody to know I'm going to try and run a focused, tight ship, and so let's get started with it. I think I'll take this one commissioner at a time.
May I suggest you start with ex parte?
Sure. Ex parte. Commissioner Cole?
Steve Welton, Marianne Shaw, X-Fire Strong, Chapin Nolan.
Ms. Keller?
I had a meeting on Monday with Suzanne Elledge, Steve Welton. Bob Short was present, I'm not sure in what capacity, and the CFO and acting director of Casa Dorinda was at the meeting.
I had exactly the same kind of meeting last Tuesday. We could go tomorrow. Ms. Brown?
I did not have a meeting with the applicant, so that's going to put me at quite a disadvantage as far as questions. I did submit questions to the applicant. I did not hear back, so I'm sorry for your plan, but I've already disrupted it. I think I have 43 questions. As to ex parte, I did meet with the Montecito Fire District on the 14th of April. And I have talked to some citizens regarding the project, and they were all in favor of moving it forward. And I think that takes, way back, a million years ago, back last year maybe, I did talk to Steve Americana right before he went to the Pearl Chase Society. So I think that wraps us up. It's hard to believe it's been 6 months since we've seen you all, but anyway, I do need some catch-up, so thank you for your consideration.
Okay. I'm going to take it one commissioner at a time. If you could just briefly say the areas that you have, an issue area that you have that you want to discuss, and any specific questions that you want to alert people to at this point. So I'll start on my far left with Commissioner Cole.
Well, I'll keep it very brief because we've had 3 hearings. Those 4 binders in the back are probably 120 documents that I've read, line by line. So, I'm sorry. I'll be very brief. We've had 3 hearings. I've read 120 documents. I have most of them here. Most of the questions I've had, I've already expressed here. There was one time, I think in the last hearing, where I went through the different sections of the map, A, B, C, D. Certainly the applicant's been great. I've had a chance to talk to Mr. Americano, Mr. Welton. Certainly the bridge was of interest, but also we really haven't got into the conditions yet, so I commend the commissioner on letting us go through the conditions and actually look at the project and open space. But certainly on the project itself, as we go through the conditions, I'll have the comments.
All right. Commissioner Keller?
Excuse me. I appreciate this chance to express my areas of interest and concern. I had a number of questions that I asked at the meeting on Monday and told the participants that I would be expressing them in the hearing, so it would be clear that these were questions that were asked and answered and should be answered in the open hearing. I also do need, however, to express my, I think it's surprise, disappointment, and frustration that there's been so much criticism of how thorough we have tried to be with this process. There were a number of letters, mostly from either residents or people hoping to be residents of Casa Dorinda, expressing impatience with the number of questions we have asked. And believe me, we don't do this because we want to engage in a fruitless procedure. We do this because we need the information, and it has not always been there that we felt we needed to make informed decisions. So the areas that I had questions about have to do with parking. I am concerned about the amount of parking, specifically because in the past, the overflow parking went onto the open space. And there are currently 377 spaces. There's a proposed 435 spaces and a requirement of 425. And I understand that 435 is 68 visitor, 110 employee, and 257 residents. So you are adding, I mean, the applicant is adding 58 spaces to the current amount. However, they are bringing in 31 residents and 17 employees for a total of 48 new persons. And so it means there's really only 10 spaces being added for guests. And additionally, I raised the issue of employee parking. There is an average of 110 employees per shift, but they don't all leave at exactly 2:59.
Ms. Keller, I think...
You wanted questions, or you wanted...
I think the details, because I'll make notes when we get there. The details of what you're breaking down are interesting, but let's do that when we get to that section with the applicant.
Okay, thank you for how, after they have made their presentation?
Yes, if they don't answer it.
Okay, so my concern is the overlap of employee shifts, the number of visitors that might increase because of the new grill and the new auditorium, and the potential for conflict with at this point, there's a shift change at 3 o'clock, which is 3 to 3:30. That's exactly when the heaviest traffic volume occurs in Montecito. So I also wonder about the potential for being able to change the timing of the shifts so it doesn't conflict with doesn't add to congestion. So those are issues, and I did raise these at the meeting, and I believe they have answers for us. I'm concerned about the density. It's been a big concern of mine because I was given at the meeting, and this was very helpful, a copy of the staff report in 1971, which approved 8% density, 302 residents, and 263 number of units. This new proposal increases the density by 59%, increases the number of residents by 18.2%, and increases the number of units by 12.7%. I'm concerned by this increase in density, and I want to make sure that there are appropriate caps to any future development, not only as it affects the open space, but as it affects the property as a whole. I am also concerned about the open space. The 5 acres of rehabilitation, I find for a 21-acre open space to be woefully inadequate. And I am specifically concerned about views from Olive Mill as you go through the property, where it is currently very impacted by the drought as well as by goats as well as by various other things that have made it open and very, very visible. So I believe that the new construction will be quite visible from Olive Mill. And then I think that we need to revisit the various scenarios that were presented by staff in terms of the bridge. They were directed by the Board of Supervisors to look at alternatives. They found of the 8 possibilities, 5 were unfeasible, but 3 remain feasible. And I think that the analysis is a bit incomplete. Specifically, for scenarios 3 and 4, there were very specific numbers of trees that were going to be impacted. There was no such specificity for scenario 1, and it was deemed to be only slightly less impactful to the open space, to the environmentally sensitive habitat, which to me just defies credulity, since it means only disturbing one area rather than building an entire new bridge in a completely different area. And I am very concerned about the amount of trees and species that will be impacted by the current plan, and hope we can find a compromise that will be less impactful to the amount of vegetation, trees, and disruptive. And the last thing I would like to know, we've talked about square footage for the building. I'm saying this is going back to density, but we have no clear indication of how much hardscaping will be added to the project, or if there is, I haven't been able to find it. How much hardscaping will be added, because we're talking about increasing the footprint of the structures by something like 59,000 square feet, but between the new road, the new plaza in front of the main building, and many of the other areas, I would like a real clarification on how much additional hardscaping there will be. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown?
I'm not quite sure how to approach this. I will give you my topic heads, but I certainly don't want to be limited to these as we move forward through the hearing. Perhaps council could advise me if I forget something. Am I limited?
No, you're not limited. You can ask anything you
Council,
want.
would you like to answer?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, no, you're not limited in asking questions later in the hearing.
All right. Well, then I would like to, I hope the first thing we do when we start the staff report is I'd like to be advised on what happened at the Board of Supervisors. I'd like to know exactly how that, I'd like to know if CEQA is now totally off the table for everything, or just the historic resource issue. If we have biology or open, whatever might address, how do we address that? Has the Board of Supervisors now circumvented? Are we now eliminated from any kind of vote on the negative, on adopting the negative declaration? Has that been taken over by the Board of Supervisors? So I need to get clear on that. I need to start where we left off so that I understand exactly what the ramifications of that action is, and whether that leaves us what we can address. Then as to this project as we go forward, so I can just give you the topic of the topics that I will have comments and concerns about, which I think we need a thorough discussion of the new alternatives that have been given to us. I'm concerned about the density.
Referring to the bridge?
Yes.
Okay.
The new alternatives, yes. I do, by the way, very much appreciate the Board of Supervisors and staff for giving us those options. I think that was very helpful. But I need to know exactly what we can actually do about that. I'm not, I need to know how that works. So so we've got the bridge. Once more, back to the bridge. Then the percent of the footprint, the memory care in the open space, the 11 new cottages, the visual compatibility, including the loss of the historic bridge, lights seen at night, the architecture, which I think I have some questions about that, the director house merge, the signs as they relate to recreation. I'd like to see the no trespassing signs removed and some public access signs put in. The height variance, I just mentioned this, the bridge removal and replication, the open space, easements, including the use of goats on the property. I think there's some interest in biology. I'm very interested in the phasing again. I'm interested in the funding for the open space easement. Bridge. I think we've got the pedestrian path tightened up, but I'll be looking at that condition. And then I understand Mr. Ron Shaver, who was the executive director of the Casa Drinda, has departed, and he made some statements on the record, and I need to get those clarified, that those statements, I need to know who's now standing behind those statements. So I need to know about the change of leadership at Casa Drinda, and if you want to share why, that'd be interesting too, because a lot of people ask me that. I am interested in the, then I have, would you like to go to my questions at this point?
I was looking for topic areas. So.
All right, so what, if you'd like me, I think my questions, I can ask you what they are. I could wait until after we have the presentations, and maybe they'll be answered at that point. I have asked Joyce to look at the trail. I'd like to see the trail map, again, mostly for signage as to the public access points. I want to see the fire access road all the way around. Someone asked me if it was actually 20 feet all the way around. I couldn't remember that answer. I would like to see the, there's a reference to a Montecito Water District easement being abandoned, and then it's added in, and I'd like to know how, I don't understand the, I'd like to get more information on that. And then what happened to the water hookup at the executive director house? The construction times, again, Mr. Schaefer said 3.5 years. The staff report says 7 to 10. I'd like to get that clarified. I talked about the phasing. I'd be very interested if the applicant has any interest in taking care of the triangle that's county property out in front on Hot Springs. That has always been a community. They've always participated with the community in taking care of that. I'm quite shocked how shabby it looks, and I'm understanding they're not taking care of that anymore, so I'm interested if they might want to participate on that. I'm interested on, did we get a term sheet on the open space? I was never really quite clear on that. We talked about the no trespassing signs. I have some interesting questions for Mr. Casasi when he gives his report. Unfortunately, is he here? Oh, okay. Well, good. Then he can turn a public relations person into an engineer. That'll be interesting. I would like to see, I need to go back over the conditions of the executive director house and what those, I think you explained to us last time what that was about. I believe, Ms. Gerber, you said it was about the neighbors not wanting traffic coming in from the campus of Casa Drinda. I did talk to the fire department, and they would be willing to put a gate in there. They have no problem with a gate, so I'm hoping that might be something. I think we asked this at the last hearing, but I'd like to be refreshed as to what happens to the residents during grill construction. I'd like to know why daycare was removed, because Senator Hannah Beth Jackson just recently reminded me that's such an asset for women, employed women, that we might want to look into that. There is no affordable housing component in this, which is very distressful to me, that we're putting in, multi-million-dollar rental units, and I'm sorry that we've taken away an employee housing unit, but we're not adding one back in. I'd like to know about the engineering of the maintenance facility, if they've done any feasibility on that, because when the Miramar came forward, they ran into problems in doing a subterranean garage.
Ms. Brown, let me interrupt you. I think the questions that you have when we get to the issue areas, I think it's appropriate then, because we can track that.
Right.
I think we've all got the sense that you have a number of questions you want answered, and you get an opportunity to
Yeah,
get
thank
that.
you. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize there was a new game plan here, but I did ask the applicant to answer some of these, and I think they probably will today. So,
Good.
Chair Overall, I just need to add that I did speak to Ms. Gerber and ask her to prepare a timeline about the gradual expansion of the CASA since 1971, and I think she's going to have that for us today as well.
Okay. briefly, all my concerns relate to the conditions. There's some conditions I think we might choose to add, it may not, but when we go through it, I think it'll come out in that part of it. So I think that gives us all hopefully some sense of the framework. It's broader than I thought it was going to be, but it is what it is. So with that, I'll turn to staff and Ms. Gerber.
Thank you. And good morning. Again, we're here this morning to consider the Casa Dorinda Master Plan Conditional Use Permit Revision. Just as a little background, this project was reviewed by your commission on October 21st, December 3rd, and December 16th, and that should be 2015, not 2016. And at the meeting of December 16th, your commission directed staff to prepare an EIR focused on issues associated with the proposed removal and reconstruction of the Southern Historic Bridge, and then to bring the project back to the Montecito Planning Commission for further consideration. The applicant appealed this action to the Board of Supervisors, and on February 16th, 2016, the board upheld the applicant's appeal and concluded that no EIR was required. The board directed staff to bring the project back to the commission for full consideration with an analysis using existing information of alternative scenarios for accessing the site. So this presentation summarizes the analysis of alternative access scenarios and also addresses the conditions of approval, which have been revised since they were presented to the Planning Commission on October 21st and December 3rd, 2015, and then we conclude with staff's recommendations to the Montecito Planning Commission. Our analysis of alternative access scenarios was informed by several specific constraints, and the most prominent of these included the Montecito Fire Protection District's condition letter for the project, which requires approval of a 20-foot wide minimum two-way access to the site prior to their approval of any new building permit at Casa Dorinda. And also the fact that both county and FEMA ordinances prohibit any construction within the floodway that would raise the 100-year return water surface elevation. And then for review, just briefly, the proposed project would construct a new bridge here. This is for background, this is the existing egress. Here's the existing bridge. This is where the new bridge would be constructed. After it was constructed, the old bridge would be removed. And as required by the Montecito Fire Protection District, the new bridge would support a 20-ton load, would provide for two-way access, and the bridge would be 25 feet wide with addition of a 5-foot pedestrian path. So while this current bridge here can accommodate a 10-year flood event, the new bridge would be able to accommodate a 50-year flood event as constructed, and then would also be able to accommodate later on, as is envisioned by flood control, when the channel is widened for fish passage and restoration of the creek, a 100-year flood event. Staff considered 8 alternative scenarios for access to and from the site. And the general location of these is shown here on this slide. Scenario 1 would be to demolish the South Bridge here and construct a Montecito Fire Protection District compliant new South Bridge in the same location, and then to leave the North Bridge for pedestrian and emergency access. Scenario 2, again in this location, would be to repair and widen the South Bridge in place and retain the North Bridge. Scenario 3 would be to demolish the North Bridge and build a new bridge in the same location and retain the South Bridge. Scenario 4 would be to retain the South Bridge and build a new bridge slightly to the north of the North Bridge and then demolish the North Bridge. Scenario 5 is to build a third bridge at the 4-way intersection here, slightly north of the existing bridge, and retain both the North and South Bridges. Scenario 6 would be to improve the existing access drive to the lot at 352 Hot Springs to Montecito Fire Protection District and Transportation Standards and retain the bridges, both of them. Scenario 7 would be to construct a new bridge off of San Isidro, or excuse me, not a bridge, a new access off of San Isidro. Here. Apparently that is not in the right place, so down here, and it would come in probably right here, and retain both bridges. And then scenario 8 would be to construct new access via Wyant through the open space and connecting into Casa Dorinda. So after very careful consideration, staff eliminated 5 of the 8 scenarios. Scenario 2, to repair and widen the South Bridge, and 5, to retain both bridges and build a new one at the intersection, cannot be approved by flood control because they would both result in an increase in the 100-year return period water surface elevation. Scenario 6, to retain both bridges and improve the access at 352 Hot Springs. And scenario 7, retain both bridges and add access from San Isidro, would both require Casa Dorinda to obtain access easements over private property, and the county cannot legally impose this kind of condition. Additionally, during a previous public hearing, a resident on the private drive off of San Isidro Road indicated they would not grant such access, and my understanding is that either yesterday or this morning we received another public comment letter indicating the same. Scenario 8, which is to retain both bridges and add access from Wyant, is not feasible because it would require an access easement over dedicated easements for open space and trails, and it is also strongly objected to by neighbors along Wyant Road. So after eliminating 5 of the 8 scenarios, the remaining 3 feasible alternative access scenarios, 1, 3, and 4, were analyzed more closely in comparison to the proposed project. And the specific issue areas we studied were biological and historic resources, flooding, traffic safety during and after construction, recreational resources, and easement requirements. So moving to scenario 1 again, this is demolition of the South Bridge, construction of a new bridge in the same location, and retention of the North Bridge for emergency and service access. So for this scenario, the water surface elevation would be improved because the current bridge, again, accommodates a 10-year event. We'd be replacing it with a bridge that would accommodate a 50-year event. This keeps ingress and egress at the controlled intersection, which is a 4-way stop. It has the same impact to historic resources and similar or perhaps slightly less impact to native and specimen trees and riparian habitat, although this is difficult to ascertain because the engineering for a new bridge at this location has not been done. Flood control, the engineering hasn't been done. Flood control hasn't been able to approve it. And flood control has a condition letter, if you recall, that any new bridge, before it is approved, the abutments are going to have to be verified by flood control so that any future widening of the creek would be accommodated by those abutments to a 100-year flood event level. So because the existing South Bridge is in a different location, the creek is configured differently there, we don't know how long that bridge would be, we don't know how tall that bridge would be, and we don't know where the abutments would be located. So for that reason, we didn't do an exact count of the trees and the vegetation that would have to be removed because we don't know exactly where the footprint of that bridge would be and what would be affected. We suspect that the effect would be slightly less, just because there's already a bridge there, and perhaps one of the abutments might be in the same place. So,
Ms. Gerber, may I ask you a question? You just said that flood control was going to put some constraint, or would want some constraints on here for a future project. At the last hearing, we were told a future project would be hypothetical and we couldn't count on that information. So why would we apply this but not apply it to removing historic fabric? In other words, there's a historic issue that takes this channel into play. So I'm confused why we would rely on flood control's future work in making our decisions today when we're looking at the flood area but not on the historic resource.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, what we're relying on is the existing flood control condition letter on this project, which requires that any new bridge that is constructed, that it is verified that the abutments of that bridge would accommodate channel widening to a 100-year flood level. So that's an existing condition on this project, and that's why we're considering it.
Commissioner Keller?
Excuse me, two things. If the same design bridge were put in that location, I mean, why wouldn't they design a bridge that would meet the specifications? I mean, there's no reason to believe that they wouldn't design a bridge to meet the engineering specifications, just as the current proposal is a bridge that supposedly meets the specifications.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, they would need to design a new bridge, a different bridge. It would be probably configured slightly differently. And this is partially because of this curve you see here in this slide. So actually that's a good question, because I was about to move to that issue. One of the issues with putting a new bridge here, replacing this bridge, one of the reasons it would not be as beneficial as the current project is that here you see you have this curve. During flood events, the water comes down the channel, accelerates, picks up debris, which is then backed up as it hits this curb. Then the water and the debris come around the corner and they hit the eastern side of this bridge, which is what damaged it in the first place. So any new bridge would have to be designed to withstand that, which we don't know if that could be done. It would experience that same flow of debris and water during flood events. And because of the position of the bridge down below the curb, it may have to be engineered differently to be wider. We don't yet know how that channel would be altered in the future for a 100-year event. We don't know what the engineering there would be like. But if there were a bridge to be there, it would certainly have to be engineered to accommodate that 100-year event, yes.
Well, but currently, the 98-year-old bridge that is there, that is lower and narrower, has withstood, even though with some damage. So presumably, I think it's safe to assume that a higher, wider bridge would withstand much better any accumulation of debris. I just think that's a logical assumption. Also, I just wanted to clarify, because I asked you about why there was no specific tree count, and I understood that that the engineer who went up to, or the person that the county hired to go up to do the tree count for the North Bridge, both reconstructing it in the same place and in the different place, was not asked to look at the South Bridge. And so, and you said that, you just now said that that you couldn't possibly look at the area because you didn't know where the bridge would be. But presuming that the road stayed in the same place and the bridge stayed in the same place, it would be possible to get a general idea of what might be needed to, what would need to be removed, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, if we knew where the bridge abutments were to be placed, then we could get an accurate count of trees, yes.
Okay, and just one last thing I wanted to clarify, that there are 3 historic resources involved in this scenario, at least doing the last reading I did. Not only the North Bridge and the South Bridge, but the channel itself is considered a historic resource. So anything that would have less impact on the channel itself would also be a preservation of a historic resource. I mean, question, wouldn't anything that had less impact on the channel itself be considered beneficial to a preservation of a historic resource?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, that may be so, but the situation is that only the abutments are outside of the channel, so replacement of either bridge would not affect the channel itself because the abutments may not be placed within the channel. They would be outside of the channel.
So that neither any sort of new bridge wouldn't affect the channel itself?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, any more questions? Okay. So, as we were saying, this situation is less beneficial than the proposed project. Again, because, as we mentioned, the situation that caused the prior damage to the bridge would not be completely corrected. Even a taller, wider longer bridge would still experience some floodwater flow and some debris. Also, the amount of proposed open space would be slightly reduced. With the currently proposed project, this area here would be added, and that would not be the case if the bridge were replaced in its current location. And then finally, during the period of construction, access to CASA would be reduced to the northern bridge, and that is not a controlled intersection. And also, there's an issue there with sight distance. This is not an optimal place to have access because there's currently not enough sight distance to the north to allow for safe turns, left-hand turns out of Casa Dorinda. You'd have to clear vegetation within the right-of-way and also potentially within the neighbors' properties, which they may or may not grant that opportunity in order to achieve the extra sight distance so that transportation would be all right with us turning left out of that driveway.
Commissioner Keller, you have a question?
Yes, Ms. Gerber. Until the last 10 years, I believe, that north entrance was the exit from Casa Dorinda. How many years was that the exit? And was there a restriction on left turns when it was the north, when that was the egress? I mean, the exit, I get it confused. And was there any kind of information about what kind of accident rate or casualty occurred as a result of using that for many, many years as the primary exit from the CASA?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, I don't have that information at this time.
Commissioner Brown?
Ms. Gerber, you mentioned the construction period, and I think what you're saying is there would be, because you're tearing down the bridge, there'd be no way to get onto the property. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. During the period of construction, before a new South Bridge is constructed at the location of the old South Bridge, before that's complete, access to CASA would be limited to that northern driveway. They'd have to take both ingress and egress from that driveway. So they'd be turning in from both directions and out in both directions as well.
So they would be required to have a flagman or something there to keep traffic flowing through there? How would that work?
We haven't worked that out at this time.
The other option that I wanted to throw out on the table is when we were doing the YMCA, at one point there's a creek channel over there, and the county had a temporary bridge that they have can put in place. So I don't know if that's suitable for Casa Dorinda to borrow a temporary bridge. It was huge. I mean, believe me, it was quite a massive piece of steel. So, but I think that might be, and even if they couldn't borrow the counties, I'm sure those kinds of things are available to put in something temporary for the construction period, or a flagman's probably cheaper. But I'm interested if the county, if you're aware of that. Do you want to answer that? Equipment, and if indeed it could be used here.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could just make a note, what Ms. Gerber was talking about as far as the use of that northern bridge, that would not only be for construction, which in that case a flagman might be appropriate for construction equipment and vehicles, but it's also just daily use by the residents and guests and staff people. So a flagman would have to be there 24/7 for it to be effective. I think in that scenario what would be more likely is just a prohibition on left turns out of the CASA, which then raises some issues that I think Ms. Gerber is going to go into. But as far as a temporary bridge, that would have the same impacts as a permanent bridge in terms of you'd have to clear the area out for the temporary bridge to be placed, and then there's the question of where within that channel the temporary bridge would be placed. If it be placed right next to or in the location of the proposed bridge, you'd have to remove the trees and clear the vegetation just as you would a permanent bridge. So I'm not sure that would really get you where you want to go with the project.
Ms. Gerber?
Yes, thank you. So we're moving now to scenarios 3 and 4, which involve replacement of the North Bridge. In scenario 3, we would be demolishing the North Bridge and constructing a new bridge in the same location, and then retaining the South Bridge for pedestrian, emergency, and service access. This scenario would have similar impacts to to historic resources, and it would have similar impacts to trees in the riparian area, except that there would be a need, as I mentioned, to clear the right-of-way and possibly the neighbor's property to the north to achieve adequate sight distance for left-hand turns, as shown on this slide. We need a minimum of 305 feet sight distance to the north to be able to safely turn left out of this area. And this is just an approximation. We're not actually sure what would have to be cleared to achieve that sight distance. There would also be no improvement to the water surface elevation. This is because, again, we would be replacing a bridge capable of accommodating a 50-year flood event with another bridge capable of accommodating a 50-year flood event, except the current bridge is 16 feet wide. The new bridge would be 25 feet wide, so it would be, by virtue of the added mass, adding to the mass within the creek corridor. So it would have to be raised or lengthened or steepened to accommodate that. It's already as steep as it can go in its arch to meet ADA requirements, so it would have to be raised overall to make it equal in terms of how much, what the flood event capability would be, and not to raise the water surface elevation. And so for that, there would have to be fill placed at both ends of the bridge. The road would have to be raised at the east and raised at the west, and to the east there's also a parking lot it would encroach on and have to be raised, and that extra fill then would also add mass into the floodway. So it would be, it could be done, but it would be a challenging engineering feat. The other thing is that this scenario, again, moves the main access away from a four-way intersection, which is a four-way controlled intersection, to an intersection that has no traffic controls. And as Mr. Robertson mentioned at, I think, our last hearing, or maybe the one before that, while either one could be accommodated by roads adequately, it's always best to have that kind of access at a controlled intersection. Oops. And then moving on to scenario 4, which would be demolition of the north bridge, construction of a new bridge slightly to the north, and retention of the south bridge. Again, same impact to historic resources, same requirement to clear the right-of-way and possibly neighbors' property to get adequate sight distance for left-hand turns. Similar impacts to trees and riparian without consideration of the sight distance requirements. And again, no improvement to the water surface elevation with the same height and grading issue as scenario 3. So given all of these factors and the various constraints associated with the different scenarios, staff does continue to recommend the project as proposed as representing the best option for providing the necessary access improvements to CASA. So moving on now to the conditions of approval.
Ms. Gerber, I want to interrupt you for just a second. I want to ask County Council a question. Since the resolution of this bridge issue we've defined before as being a threshold issue for the project, I mean, the fire department made it that one way when they issued their mandate that you have to have a bridge. I wonder if it would be appropriate for us at this point to interrupt Ms. Gerber's presentation, hear from the applicant any public comment, and then bring this back to the commission so we can deal with this issue. Because if we don't deal with this, excuse me, if we don't come to a resolution on this issue, there's no point in going forward with everything else. We can do everything else, but we'll at least have the context for knowing we're not going to approve the project. So I would like to get I'd like to hear the other commissioners' comments, but I'd kind of like to put this one to bed before we move on to other things and we develop a fog around it. Can we do that?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, as the chair, you have discretion to go ahead and hear from the applicant now. But I would caution you on the public comment. I mean, it could result in 2 sections of public comment, which would potentially make the hearing longer. So what you could do to accomplish your goal is go ahead and hear from the applicant. I'm not sure how much longer Ms. Gerber has in her presentation, but hear from the applicant on this issue if you'd like. I think the bridge is a big piece of the project, but it's certainly something that you could deal with in the beginning of your deliberations, and you might accomplish the same goal.
At the rate we're going, that could be quite a while away, and I don't want, I want the... But you're going into other conditions, correct? Other than the bridge. I want to stay focused on the bridge for a moment. So, okay. If the applicant is prepared and willing to address the bridge issue, first let me hear from my commissioners. Are you willing to do that?
I would like to resolve the bridge issue, but I just want to have clarification, because I would like to be able to approve the project with conditions. And however, I don't know the extent to which our embracing a different scenario would enable us to do that. It seems to me that staff, having followed the direction of the Board of Supervisors and raised these 8 different scenarios and presented 3 as being feasible, that if the commission determines that we find one of those scenarios more beneficial than the project proposes, it seems that we would have the discretion to approve the project and make the condition be that scenario 1, 3, or 4 be embraced. But I need to find out if that's a possibility before proceeding.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Keller, I think it would be useful to hear from the applicant on that piece. I think it's possible if the applicant is willing to look at a different scenario, but they may also express concerns about, different concerns than Ms. Gerber has raised related to moving the bridge. So I think that would be useful to see, because that'll help you determine whether or not you would be making an approval with a change to the project or unable to make the findings for approval with the current existing bridge.
Okay. Commissioner Brown?
Yes, I had a question, Ms. Gerber, on your spreadsheet, and I found it very useful, as I mentioned earlier. But I saw 2 items missing, I felt. One was safety. The safety assurances, and I imagine, I don't know if all of these are safe. I think you say there's some traffic issues on some of them, so a column with safety would have been helpful to see what the safety issue was. Certainly, and I just heard Commissioner Overall say, what did you say, that the fire department demanded a bridge?
Yes, that was a condition for going forward with the project.
I thought they demanded a 20-foot entrance.
Yes.
But it didn't have to be over a bridge.
No, it was my understanding it was the bridge, not access, but the 20-foot bridge. And we've expanded that into access, but the roadway itself, in many spaces, is not 20 feet, but they want the bridge to be 20 feet wide so that 2 vehicles could potentially
I'd like to
pass.
get that clarified.
And that needs clarification.
But let me just say my other column that I felt was deeply missing was community character. And that is in the community plan, and I think it's just as weighted as some of these other areas of the spreadsheet. So it would be interesting to, have those added to the spreadsheet. And I do agree with what Commissioner Keller just said. Obviously we're confused on the 20-foot requirements, restrictions, who needs what, from whom, when, and why.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the fire department's condition letter requires 2-way, 20-foot wide minimum access. It doesn't necessarily have to be over one of the bridges.
And just to add to that, Commissioners, that the condition letter was based on a premise that they were going to modify their existing access to meet fire department or fire district standards. Hence, the assumption at that point in time when they drafted their condition letter was that it would be by way of a bridge. We have since identified other options that would have essentially create new modes of access into the site by other roadways, avoiding the need to address the bridge issue. In which case you'd be falling back on the 20-foot wide access, 2-way access to the site. But presumably, if you're achieving access by way of one of the existing bridges, then that same condition would apply to the bridge and would meet the 20-ton load-bearing requirements as well.
Okay, Commissioner Cole?
Yes, if we go to the applicant, what would be the most helpful for me? And would be, I almost have to laugh when I look at, or I don't know if I'm going to laugh or cry when I look at Mr. Casasi, because he knows more about bridges than everybody else in this room put together, with probably the exception of our county experts and friends. I'd like to, he's a certified expert. I've read his materials very closely within the last 2 months. He's produced this that we've all looked at, probably. So when we get to the applicant, instead of non-engineers, I'd like to hear from engineers.
Okay, on that note, unless the staff has something to add, I want to, if the applicant is willing and prepared, let's see if we can't address this access issue, specifically the bridge, but go from there.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, I'm Bill Kimsey, Chairman of the Montecito Retirement Association. I have just a couple of opening comments, if I may, and I promise you we will be to the bridge issue in 2.5 minutes or less.
Just a warning, you can make your comments on other things later if you want. You'll have another shot at it. I really want to focus on the bridge, if you can arrange that.
Okay. Brian Cornell, our architect.
Joyce, my name is Brian Cornell. I'm the architect for the project. I'm going to start out. I'll try to get us to that point. So, Joyce, if you will open up our presentation. And why don't we just jump to, well, probably want to go in the last mode you were on, and we'll move to, I think, around slide 8 or 10, right? Next one up. No, up to the new bridge, the very top one. Yeah. Okay, so we'll start there. And I just want to make it very clear that we really, with the exception of the PCU-MCU addition, which was an absolute critical piece of this design, the point of access was really where we started. And I want to assure the Commission, as I have in previous hearings, that we looked at many different options to this, and we engaged 2 historians to help us do this. What I'm going to do is first turn it over to Scott Shell, because I think the traffic issues associated with these different scenarios are very important. You've heard that 5 of the 8 scenarios are legally infeasible. We cannot get that 20-foot access through those other points, so we have to create a bridge. So I hope we can settle on that fact, and then we'll go to those different scenarios, scenarios 1, scenarios 3, and scenarios 4, which have been deemed feasible, but we believe are essentially practically infeasible. And so I'm going to bring Scott up in a moment to help us with, but I just want to point out, relative to the new bridge and where we are proposing it, what it accomplishes. It provides the 20-foot fire access. It connects appropriately to the 4-way intersection. It allows for the use of the existing bridge during construction, which is critical to safety, and it protects the base flood elevation. It also preserves and reuses the historic sandstone veneer from that southern bridge. It increases the open space. It enables the 50-year storm event, and it accommodates the future widening of the creek. For all of those reasons, that is why we selected this location for that new bridge. So let me bring Scott up to talk about, Scott and Mike Casesi are going to come up and talk about the bridge alternatives, scenario 1, scenario 3, and scenario 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Scott Shell with Associated Transportation Engineers, and as Brian said, I'm going to talk about some of the traffic safety and operational issues related to scenarios 1, 3, and 4. So as we heard in the staff report, scenario 1 includes providing a new bridge at the same location as the existing South Bridge. You see the widened bridge. Now, during this construction period, the northern gate and bridge have to accommodate all of the 2-way traffic for Casa Dorinda. This is the existing northern gate. It's not wide enough for 2-way traffic. Hit the wrong button, sorry. And this is the existing northern bridge. It's not wide enough for 2-way traffic. So for the construction period, which is estimated to last between 12 and 9 months, we're going to have 2-way traffic over this section. And Commissioner Brown had mentioned flagmen. Well, in a situation like this where it's 24/7 operations for almost a year, we can't do that. We can't have a person out there that long. So what we're going to need to do is have a sophisticated traffic control device such as this temporary signal you see here, often used for bridge projects, would have to be out there. Now, what does this do to traffic at that location? It's essentially going to back traffic from the bridge or the gate onto Hot Springs Road. We feel that during that construction period, we'll have a real safety issue with that sort of traffic control approach. We also heard about the limited sight distance at the northern gate. We heard that there's 215 feet provided. The real standard that should be out there is closer to 445 foot. If you were to build a new county intersection at this location, that's what you would have to provide. We think that that is really the standard of care here, particularly given the age of the people that would be using it. So the minimum is 305, but the requirement that you really should be looking at is 445. And when you get into that, you're really dealing with property to the north along Hot Springs Road. We heard about the left turn restriction, and I want to tell you that our counts and looking at the traffic out there, we'll have 85% of the traffic is going to want to turn left when it leaves. So what are they going to do? They're going to go up the street and make U-turns wherever they can, maybe on Schoolhouse Road or at people's driveways. Again, we feel a very untenable situation. There's also an operational issue once the bridge is complete. Here we see the new bridge's location. Now, how does that connect to the intersection? Because of where it is and the alignment it has to connect at a skewed angle. You can see the new bridge and you can see the short stub of roadway that connects to Hot Springs Road and Olive Mill Road. This is not a standard angle that you would have in a four-way intersection, and it will promote very difficult. Oh. I forgot about our esteemed colleague, Mr. Cassesi. He was going to come up and touch upon the forceful flow and water debris issues with this scenario before I got into the alignment issues.
Which is the pointer?
It's the,
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I do want to note, I should have done this before, Mr. Robertson from Public Works Transportation is also present here today, if you have questions for him during this time.
Good morning. As indicated in the staff report, Scenario 1 does not change the forceful flow of water and debris caused by centrifugal force which damaged the eastern portion of the existing South Bridge. I think. As you can see at that, as the water comes through this curve, it's forced against this easterly abutment. And on the existing bridge, that's what caused the damage. The existing South Bridge is structurally and hydraulically deficient. Scenario 1 does not maintain that bridge for historic resources. It removes the bridge and replaces it. So Commissioner Keller had a question about you would just be taking the bridge that we've shown at this location and moving it to this location right here. So why is the flooding an issue? And why wouldn't that match up with any future flood control realignment of the channel? As you see, you've got a 75-foot radius curve coming into this bridge, and then as it exits this bridge, it gets about 15 feet away from Cold Springs Road. From Hot Springs Road. Where does it change to
Olive
Cold
Mill,
Springs?
exactly.
Oh, Olive Mill, excuse me, Olive Mill Road. From Olive Mill Road right here, the channel bank is 15 feet away from the edge of pavement of Olive Mill Road. There's no way that you're going to construct a channel capable of handling the 100-year flood without increasing the radius of this curve coming into here and moving this bank away from Olive Mill Road. That creates a longer bridge here because this channel bank is going to swoop out. Where we have our proposed bridge, you see is a straight shot. So you could widen on both sides, and that's what we have proposed.
May I ask a question? Can you explain the discrepancy in the angle that you're presenting up here with the angle that was in Ms. Gerber's slide number 7 that does not have that sharp bend that you're indicating, and that also that shows that the 75-degree curve actually hits the side of the channel above where the bridge would be? So would you just maybe, Ms. Gerber, could bring up the slide that you indicated, the
let me
existing
just say that
position of the bridge?
This slide was created from field topography. I'm not sure where Ms. Gerber's background came from.
I think it's from the plans that were submitted to us that show the existing roadway and the existing bridge.
Right.
Let me just go back a few slides. I apologize. I'm going the wrong way. Just to be clear about what happens with the replacement, that is the existing southern bridge. If we are to replace it, it replaces right over the top of it. So this is the correct angle. This is from the topography as Mike mentioned, so there's no discrepancy here. Again, you know, the existing southern bridge you can see here is highlighted.
Correct, but then there was a sharp turn in the road that was shown that is not on here and is not on Ms. Gerber's slide either.
Well, from this point, we need to connect to the intersection, and then we obviously need to connect back into the site in an appropriate fashion with the circulation and the
Right.
fire department.
As the existing road currently does. Yes.
Yes, as the existing road currently does. That's correct. You know, we haven't designed, as Ms. Gerber says, we haven't designed that entire thing, and I can assure you, we know even if we kept the existing, if we went right where the existing bridge is, we'd lose about 3 trees, but that doesn't account for the trees that we would remove by having to widen the road on both sides of the bridge. We have not done an exhaustive design of this because it's not our proposal. The point is to try to explain to all of you what these different scenarios mean, and what Mike was trying to explain is that this bridge is likely has a larger span when it is actually designed to meet flood control standards than what the existing proposed bridge or the proposed bridge would have. So I'm going to go back to where we left off.
Before you do, Mr. Cornell, in this scenario, though, you don't have to build right over exactly where the last bridge was, do you? I mean, if you come in with a new bridge, you're tearing down the old bridge. So why do you have any leeway there? It looks like in that gray area.
Well,
you could move the bridge a little further. I don't know. I mean, if you said you haven't
Sure.
designed it, so I mean, we're
in our first presentation, I went through how that was exactly what we did. We looked at the creek to the north of the southern bridge in deciding where to put the new bridge. And the alignment of what we are proposing is where we believed we would do the least damage in terms of that riparian habitat and removal of trees and create the best, most effective connection to the four-way intersection. That's how we came up with the bridge location we have. It was done with the arborist, with Mark de la Garza, our biologist, to determine what is that best path taken from the southern edge, the northern edge of the southern bridge on up the creek as far as we could go. Where's the best place? And that's what our proposal is.
Thank you.
May I speak again, please? The new bridge as proposed, according to your plans, will require removal of 8 trees and will seriously impact 3 more, so just as comparison. But also, when we had the site visit, the first thing I heard about was the Grande Allée that you wanted to create architecturally, and I appreciate that. It's very impressive. And the Grande Allée, which would have a direct access to the building. And my conclusion and my impression from that was that the new bridge lined up with your more direct access to the building and was consistent with your Grande Allée concept. And that was certainly the impression I had when we were at the site visit and talking with you.
Well, I'm not sure I've ever used the word grand, and that is not my intent. I apologize then. Yes, we wanted to connect. We needed to connect to the existing road that goes to the CASA. There, and that road is right here. So no matter what scenario I choose, I need to connect to that road because most visitors come to CASA. So however I do that, yes, I wanted that sense of entry. It was very important to me. As far as creating anything grand or ostentatious, that was not my intent. It was to create a sensible, direct path that still had a little bend to it that made sense. That's all.
Okay. Do you have anything further you want to add here?
That's it.
Commissioner Cole.
I'll listen to Mr. Cassesi's presentation or comments, but I do have a couple questions for him that I've been eager for a couple of months to ask you.
Okay.
Well, this is the curve that goes into the bridge. Stormwater and debris that's carried in this channel, when it goes through this curve, is forced against this easterly side of the channel. It's going to travel again along that easterly side until it straightens out, or until it gets to this bank, because now it's being forced against the westerly. So you don't come out of a curve and all of a sudden go back to center line. Your comment, Commissioner Keller, as I understood it, was this: you're going through. You're moving through this curve, and why does the water flowing through this curve, since it's already come through the curve, still impact this easterly bank and that easterly end? Was that not your question, or did I misunderstand your question?
Well, no, actually, and I think I should make myself clear, either a new bridge in the current location or a new bridge in the project's proposed location, if it's higher and wider, it would not go into the channel at all. Ms. Gerber and Mr. Tuttle just confirmed that, so that the bridge itself would be above and beyond the width of the channel. So a new bridge in that location would not be impacted by the debris that was hitting the side of the channel, since that previously with the old bridge was because the bridge was lower and narrower and came down into the channel. It makes no sense to me that if it's going to avoid the sides of the channel, that the impact would be any different with the bridge above or below it.
That is correct for the existing condition. But once flood control comes in and widens the channel, the easterly bank of Montecito Creek will be moved to the east. So that now creates a longer span. Our westerly abutment is set by the existing channel wall. We can't build right at the channel wall because we're going to have to drive piles. So our proposed bridge and the Scenario 1 bridge constructed at this location would still require the westerly abutment to be built outside of the existing channel wall. So if this side is dictated by existing conditions, and this abutment, our easterly abutment, is going to be dictated by the future conditions, it lengthens this bridge. And in lengthening the bridge, you have now created more mass in the floodway.
And when will these changes be made to the channel?
I would say I would talk to John Fry or flood control, because I have no idea. But
so it's speculative.
I don't believe it's speculative. I believe that you had John Fry at one of these hearings, and he said they have already been contacted by NOAA or some federal agency about the need to return this channel and this creek to a natural state. I may be wrong, but that's my memory.
So if they do that, if they do do this work in the future, they could work around any bridge that was there.
No, they couldn't.
Why is that, please?
Because if it doesn't pass the 100-year event, that bridge has got to be removed. They're not going to come in here and leave a bridge that is a constriction and that doesn't meet their floodplain management ordinance requirements.
So that basically all you're saying is that the South Bridge might potentially need to be a little longer than a bridge built in the proposed location in order to avoid any potential future speculative work on the channel that may affect the bridge.
I would disagree with your use of the word little, because I don't know what that increase in the span would be. It might be 5 feet, it might be 10 feet long, but any increase in the span also increases the mass in the existing floodway. Any increase in mass in the existing floodway is going to raise the base flood elevation, which increases neighborhood flooding. So basically, you're trying to chase after a moving target, because by extending this, now you've added mass, now you've got to raise it. In raising it, you've added dirt to both sides, which also increases mass within the floodplain. So you don't have, you cannot just go out and say, I can move this channel or I can widen this bridge 10 feet and not raise the base flood elevation, because you will.
May I just, I need clarification on the difference. You're talking about raising a base floodplain which does not affect the channel. The channel is something separate and apart from what you're now discussing?
The channel, the bridge, all of the existing conditions that are apparent in the floodway affect the floodway. So it's the channel, it's the bridges, it's any proposed bridges you're going to be putting in, it is the walls that are along the roadway, it's everything. So it's not, they're not independent, is what I'm trying to say. When I do an engineering analysis, as the one that Commissioner Cole held up, it takes into account the bridge span and the bridge width, how that bridge looks in elevation, so as the water comes down, and it does it not only for proposed structures, but also existing structures.
So the fact that the channel itself would not be affected by any new bridge, the fact that any new bridge would be outside the parameters of the channel, you're saying still doesn't solve the problem?
No, because what you're looking at is you're looking at a scenario in which you've left, and let's concentrate on scenario one, you've left the north bridge in place, you've removed the south bridge, and now you've constructed a new scenario one bridge that meets the requirement of flood controls widening Montecito Creek. That is not the analysis that was performed in the engineering study I did, because that's going to require a longer bridge. And in requiring a longer bridge, that puts more mass within the floodway. That's what I'm trying to say. The channel remains the same. You're correct. The channel remains the same, but the bridge changes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Cole?
I've looked back at the I've looked back at the tapes, and I've looked at the different letters that you've written and the report, and I've talked to Mr. Welton, who's been very helpful. I'm trying to figure out how we got here, and is there an engineering solution? You know, we've heard from a lot of people who don't have engineering degrees, and Mr. Fry, you know, I asked, and we've had a number of hearings, and I asked Mr. Fry of the county and Mr. Tuttle, what does the constriction look like, north versus south? They basically said both the same. You know, again, I'm going to rely on you as an engineer, and then them as engineers. There are a lot of pictures in both Mr. Russell's memorandum and everything I've seen about the 10-year flood event versus the 50-year flood event. And I'm taking a different tack, trying to oversimplify here. Obviously, despite all of the letters and rhetoric, we want a 20-foot fire bridge. We want to be safe. We don't want the water to rise. The basic rules are pretty simple, and I think the county has done a good job of putting together, the basic analysis. Where I looked at the report pretty carefully, and plus everything you've written. Certainly every year for the fire department, you're doing a one-year study. You testified here at the very end, the first day, that the bridge might be, the existing South Bridge might be good for 5 to 10 years, but maybe 10 to 20 years, you don't know. And plus, if it was out in the main street versus a retirement facility. But where I could not find in all of these documents where the 10-year flood event rating came from for the South Bridge versus the 50-year for the North Bridge. They're about the same. The county is telling me they're about the same, and you're saying one is 50 and one's 10, and the whole analysis relies on the 10 versus 50 because we don't want the water to rise.
Well, I disagree with John Fry with county's position. I don't believe that replacing the North Bridge is equivalent, or removing the North Bridge is equivalent to removing the South Bridge. They're not the same, in my opinion.
Well,
Only because you don't have the same ability to pass water if you removed if you remove the North Bridge and leave the South Bridge in place. And that was one of the reasons why I performed that newest engineering analysis.
Well, I was happy you did that, because the letters from the county talk about we need an engineering analysis. The REC has the software program, which you did in January. So going back to Fry's, and all I can do is rely on experts. I am not a bridge person. You certainly are. So Fry of County Flood said the construction's the same on north and south. I think Alex Tuttle agreed, basically. That's on the tape. So I looked at this, of course, and you have a couple of pages for those who haven't read it. It's a few pages of your conclusions, and then it's 100 pages of computer programs that are very carefully mapped. But I still don't see where it says 10-year versus 50-year. Can you show me that?
There is no, that particular analysis, the HEC-RAS analysis, looks at the 100-year return storm event. And that's the only, because that's what FEMA uses to establish floodway and floodplain boundaries. They don't look at a 10-year storm event. They don't look at a 50-year. They look at a 100-year.
Yeah, but we're looking at a 10-year versus 50-year. The memo that Mr. Russell signed and all of the documents I've seen, it's 10 versus 50. We want to get rid of the 10. We want as many 50s as possible. I think the 100-year was speculative. We can always look back at the tape. But so where would these documents show the 10-year flood?
They don't. Because the county's floodplain ordinance, which addresses the increase in base flood elevation, uses the 100-year event.
But our analysis here, whether we go alternative project versus 1 versus 3 versus 4, is based on 50 versus 100. So 10 versus 50. So how do we get to that, in your opinion?
I don't know how you can decide to use a 10-year when the ordinance says 100.
Yeah, so you recognize. Excuse me.
Are you asking? I'm sorry. I apologize. Maybe I misunderstood the question.
Okay.
Are you asking how we came up with the South Bridge being a 10-year event?
I'm asking, in these documents, we, the commissioners, we have to look at the evidence, and we have to look, we have engineering from the county, and we have you, and you're disagreeing, and we have to look at the evidence. And I'm asking, where in all of these documents, or you said it isn't in this report, where in any other documents is the 10-year floodplain for the south versus the 50-year for the north.
Okay, to the best of my
Because-
knowledge, there is no document that shows what the 10-year floodplain would be. Is that your question?
He's asking,
If you're asking me how I calculated the 10-year capacity of
Well,
the channel?
I'm asking you, when I get all these documents and I spend hours reading them, where does it show 10 years? Because we have to, the analysis, the way it's set up by the county is 10 years versus 50.
he wants to know why is the South Bridge 10-year and the North Bridge 50-year in your opinion?
How do you get to the index? Picture of the bridge. Yeah. How do you get to what we had? You got to get to your side and go all the way to the end.
You need the section of the bridge?
Yeah.
You want me to, the picture of the bridge?
That's what I want.
May I ask that we get to a particular graphic? Could you put us back into search mode, and let's go to the very end of the presentation where we have the bridge sections. Just keep going.
That's what I'm trying to show. You're going to go all the way down to the bottom.
I'm going to go where we have the bridge.
Yeah.
So, up, back up. Keep going. Keep going, but keep going.
No.
Mike, I'll let you scroll through these. I just want to, that one right there. Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's the existing bridge.
For the, yes, there
That's
is.
the existing.
Okay. I apologize for not understanding your question.
Well, I'm not very good
Well.
at asking questions. Go ahead.
This is a section of the existing South Bridge. You can see how, and I went. Okay. You can see how the soffit, which is the bottom of the bridge, encroaches into the existing channel.
Correct.
Okay? To determine the capacity of this, you take the opening and you take what's called the wetted perimeter against the area of that opening, and then the slope of the channel, and you can calculate how much water can go through this opening.
Right, I understand that. I guess what I'm asking is, where do we have that in these reports? I've spent hours looking at these reports. Maybe it's just something you can point to.
I'm not sure you have those. I have those at the office,
Okay,
and I can get those for you.
okay.
Okay.
I talked a little bit about a hydrology report. Was that an early report, or, because, again, the analysis is 50 versus 100, and we want to save lives. So you have those reports, and we just haven't seen them yet.
I have the calculation to show that opening is a 10-year opening,
Okay,
and likewise for the North Bridge being a 50-year.
okay. Well, that would be helpful. I think that was my main question, because, wouldn't you agree, if you look at this, I don't want to put words in your mouth, we have the county saying the constriction on north and south are about the same, but you need to do a study. You're a HEC RAS study, which you did last month, which is incomprehensible, of course, to me. And I didn't see the middle part. I looked at all the numbers. I looked at your conclusions, and the same conclusions you gave to the Board of Supervisors, whenever that was. But I didn't see the connection. But this idea of a 10-year flood versus a 50-year flood, wouldn't that answer the question that we're grappling with?
What is the question? I'm not sure what the question is.
Is it true that the north is 50-year floodplain and the south is 10? We have no evidence. We have evidence from the county that they're the same. We don't have evidence from him that they're not the same. That's the question.
The elevation?
Well, let me interrupt and ask a question of Commissioner Cole. I'm not sure what the relevance of that question is, given the fact that we have from the fire department a requirement for this access change?
Well, yeah, I think it's pretty simple. I think it's laid out here.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
Commissioners, sorry to interrupt, and you reviewed the tapes more recently than we have, so maybe you know the specific statement that Mr. Fry indicated, but our recollection is just that it was indicated that both the North Bridge and the South Bridge have current constrictions within the channel, and the evidence that Mr. Cassesi has provided has shown that there is, while both constrict, that there is the difference between the 10-year and the 50-year. We have discussed that information and have had a lot of back and forth discussions with Mr. Fry in the last several weeks about these issues, and there's consensus among staff, including flood control, that the information that Mr. Cassesi has provided is accurate in terms of the one bridge being a 10-year constriction versus the other bridge being a 50-year constriction.
Okay, so you have the studies that we don't have, but you have them that Mr. Cassesi has back in his office.
Well, we have the information that Mr. Cassesi and the statements that he's provided. I don't recall whether we've seen the modeling that supports that distinction.
I was just hoping engineering would solve the problem. The tape, Mr. Fry of County answered my question, how is the constriction different? So I went back and wrote it down, and he said the North Bridge could be a big problem because that's where the rocks first come down. You really don't know. It kind of depends on the storm. Mm-hmm. And you agreed could be north or south, not south exclusively. I mean, we don't have to argue about it. It's on the tape. But Mr. Cassesi, again, like I said at the outset, it's great to talk to you because you know more about bridges than everybody else, and maybe engineering can't answer it. Maybe I'm hoping too much from science, but.
Well, no, we did do an analysis. I did prepare an analysis that showed that the existing bridge, the existing South Bridge, had a capacity of a 10-year flood.
Well,
and that the existing North Bridge has a capacity for a 50-year event.
Yeah, well, we're trying to take into Commissioner Overall's question, and I'm really oversimplifying, but maybe I'm just trying to move on. I mentioned I don't get paid by the hour to do this. If it's a 10-year floodplain, if you have evidence of that, because we have to rely on substantial evidence from an engineer, not from any other profession, doesn't that narrow it down to the top three conditions? We're looking at the project, which you want, versus alternative one versus 3 and 4. And again, I was just looking because I'd read everything. Where does this say 10-year flood? And you have that. The relevance to me is we have to decide based on what we have. And with all due respect to you, sir, it keeps kind of trickling out. We got this engineering report in January. We have to decide what alternative. It may be the project alternative. We have to get past that so we can move on, and we've spent so much time on this. So I'm really just trying to nail you down, sir, to what we have that's scientific, that's substantial evidence to support the findings that we have to make as commissioners.
May I speak for a second?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Overall and Commissioner Cole, I did email, actually Joyce did ask me for it some time ago, months ago, and I provided a one-page calculation sheet that Mike had done, which calculated the capacity of the creek. So that was submitted. I don't know if it got into your staff report or materials, and maybe that wasn't anticipated that you'd need that, but that was submitted.
Well, yeah, thank you. Like I said, I have 110 documents. Some of them are hieroglyphics on paper. Algebraic. I don't know. Did anyone else get it? No. Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cole, thank you, Mr. Welton, for jogging my memory. I do have that document. I clearly recall it. I did not place the engineering calculations into any of my staff reports, but we do have it on file.
Yeah, one thing I had talked about with early on. It was mentioned briefly in one of the earlier hearings, was a hydrogeologic report that was done pretty early. And then no one, and I think Mr. Tuttle might have mentioned it, but couldn't track it down. It's probably my fault for not following up. I did talk to Mr. Welton a little bit about it, but it doesn't really matter because you've done this and you're here. And but this analysis that I see is based on the 10-year flood versus 50-year flood. We have a pretty simple set of rules. We want to save lives. We don't want the water to rise. It's we keep getting back into the same corner. The 75-degree angle is a new element, you know, but it's certainly something that we have to look at. So it's tough.
Would you just please confirm the validity, because we have here in our staff report is a figure 2 that shows the existing bridge, and you had that up to before. Could you flip back to that, please?
How do I do that?
So that's the existing bridge, and it does come down into the channel. And the portion that was damaged is, I understand, the portion on the right, which was the portion that was hit by the debris on the left, because it bounced again against the curve and then hit the left. So if you go from there to the one you just had up, if you can go back up, please. The other direction, I think.
Which way? Oh. Oh, well, when I went the other way, it went back to that.
One more. No, the next one.
So this is the proposed bridge. In our material, first of all, it's completely out of the channel, so the bridge itself would not be damaged as the old one was because it was in the channel. But it says here that the proposed bridge would be a 50-year flood capacity and then a 100-year flood capacity after channel widening. And it shows that the channel widening would occur like that.
Yeah.
And I guess I don't understand why still that wouldn't be equally as possible if the bridge were in the current location where the old bridge is, or if the bridge is in the proposed location where the project proposes.
Well, we talked about...
You talked about increase to floodplain, but both of them would have the same amount of impact in the floodplain.
You know what, at the risk of interjecting myself here, I think I want to bring this back to the commission for a minute. Do we accept that there is a problem with the southern bridge?
In terms of needing to be...
Are we playing deliberations?
What?
This isn't deliberations or anything.
No, I'm asking a question to try and frame this, because I think we've been asked what time it is, and I think we're trying to build a watch. And so the question is, do we accept that the southern bridge has a problem?
Well, let's talk about that. I think that's what I've been trying to define. The materials I have, including a lot of these pictures, it's a 10-year floodplain problem. I'm trying to find out where in all these documents that we have, and I have 4 binders up here, where it says that.
Well, Ms. Gerber, you have the report that says it's a problem?
I do.
But nobody's seen that.
Okay, let's take a break for 5 minutes. Can you find it in 5 minutes?
Yeah, I have a lot of equations from Mr. Cassesi that he could look at, and if he can...
Well, let's try it a different way. Can we accept the word of the expert that it has a 10-year flood problem?
Well, no, my question was, though, where does it say that? I mean, it's not in his report. He hasn't given it to us. Let's just take a break and see if Ms. Gerber has it, and we can move on.
Okay.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I believe that the applicant could clarify this, but I think what he's saying is this is his conclusion based on it. I don't know if we have a document that says 10-year versus 50-year. I think that he might be testifying that this is his conclusion based on based on his measurements and based on his analysis. So perhaps he could clarify that before we go and look for a document that says that. I think it might be just his testimony.
Okay. Would you care to comment?
I believe you have a document, and it is my testimony, that the South Bridge has a 10-year capacity and the existing North Bridge has a 50-year capacity.
What's the document? You're on this, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to beat it to death, but Mr. Cassesi, that's really kind of the basis of the county's analysis. It's 10 years versus 50 years. We have these nice pictures, it says it, and that's what I've been looking for. And, okay, I understand that's your conclusion. Is there something to support the conclusion? A math page that Ms. Gerber might have or something? Because we're required to look at evidence. And certainly your testimony is evidence, but there's a big gap between 200 pages of numbers and then 1 or 2 pages of a conclusion. And the conclusion, as you said, the report doesn't really talk about the 10-year floodplain. That's somewhere else.
Well, you keep talking about a 10-year floodplain. To the best of my knowledge, I've never ever seen a 10-year floodplain. Okay.
It's the water service elevation 10-year flood event that Ms. Gerber kept talking about in her presentation.
And I also, in the analysis prepared by Dr. Russell, all of the analysis is based on the notion that the North Bridge has a 50-year flood capacity and the South Bridge has a 10-year flood capacity, and we had no evidence to support that basis of their analysis. So that's why Mr. Cole is concerned, because we, as he said, we need the evidence, and it sounded like that there was a big leap between the information that we'd previously had and the conclusions upon which this analysis was based.
Maybe there's confusion about the information that is input into the HEC-RAS program to establish base flood elevations. You don't input into the HEC-RAS analysis that this bridge has a 10-year capacity or this bridge has a 50-year capacity. What you input into that document is, and if I can find, I'm just looking for one. Here we go. What you input into that analysis is you input cross sections at 25 foot, and in that analysis they're about at 25-foot sections, 25 foot between each cross section. When you come to a structure like this one, you cut a cross section right across the face of that, and you input the soffit of the bridge or the bottom of the bridge, what it looks like as it crosses the channel, and you input what the top of it looks like, because that's what the water sees as it's coming down. You input the elevation. You input it not only at the upstream edge, but also at the downstream edge. There's no place in those calculations where it says this is a 50-foot opening. It calculates how much water can go through the opening of this channel based upon the velocity, the slope, and what the channel looks like upstream and downstream. That's all that it looks at. And it looks at the same for this bridge. It doesn't care if it's a 10-year or an 11-year or a 50-year. It's going to tell you how much water is going to pass underneath the channel and how much is going to go outside of it. And the way it tells you if it's going outside of it is if it's going over the channel banks. And all this cross sections that you see in that analysis show you what the overbank extent of a 100-year event is. So So to look at this bridge and say that I'm concerned that it's a 10-year event and that this is a 50-year event is not germane to the engineering calculations, because those are taken into account as the program runs through its analysis.
Yeah, I looked at that, but so how did you come up with the 50 and the 10? Where did the county get that terminology, which is really the basis for their spreadsheets on which alternative we should choose?
Okay.
I'm trying to make that
Commissioner
leap.
Cole, just a second. Dr. Russell wanted to interject himself.
Commissioners, I think we're kind of talking past each other here. I'd like to try to put this in context and see where it is that you would like to go. It's our job to make sure that you have all the information necessary to make a very well-informed decision, and I want to make sure that that's the case here. What I have heard is that the calculation that resulted in the identification of one bridge being able to handle a 10-year flood event and the other bridge being able to handle a 50-year flood event, that calculation is in fact not part of the report and is in fact on a sheet which was provided to county staff, which has not been provided to you. We have an engineer standing before you testifying that he made those calculations and those are his conclusions. So given that that's the circumstance, where would you like to go? We can either say, okay, we need to look at that. I'm not sure I would know what I was looking at if I saw that. Or we can say, okay, that is the testimony of a licensed engineer, and we can go from that, or we can say we need something more. But I'd like to see if we can get some clarification of what more we might need on this issue, if anything, to satisfy the informational needs of the commissioners.
I think that point is well made. At the risk of muddying the water, I would also add, it seems to me the question is, what are we trying to accomplish here? We have the testimony this morning. We have an applicant who desires to have a project done in a particular way. We have a fire department which is making a requirement as having to do with access, and we've had a staff that has prepared an analysis of alternatives. I think in the way we normally do things, we have an applicant who has made a request. If we don't want to accept that request, we should have good, legitimate reasons why we don't. And it's not up to us to redesign the project. It's up to us to say it works or it doesn't work, and whatever the reasons are. And my understanding, going back to the last meeting, before it went to the Board of Supervisors, was that the objection that the majority of the commission had was the impact to a historic resource. And I think that issue has now been decided. So I just, as sitting here listening, I'm a little confused as to what it is we are trying to accomplish.
I'll be happy to clarify my position or my concerns. In addition, I think there are two issues here that I'm responding to, and one of them is the entrance on Hot Springs, and the other is the bridge. And I have accepted the fact that both the Board of Supervisors, their decision, and the requirement of the fire department requires a 20-foot wide bridge. However, I think a very workable compromise and an appropriate solution is to put that 20-foot wide bridge in the current location of the old bridge per scenario 1 for a number of reasons. Not only because, and I can tell you all the reasons I think that the bridge location is better, but also because it impacts the appearance of the entryway. And according to the community plan, we are charged with upholding the community plan, which specifically talks about the residential character of Montecito. And based on the drawings of the new entryway, having a bridge and a alley, grand or not, that is a straight shot from the intersection of the Hot Springs, opens up a view of the original building, gives it sense of an entrance, very much like a hotel entrance, does away with the winding roads that are very much a character of Montecito that and are specifically called out in the community plans. So my position, or my desire, is to find a workable solution in which we replace the bridge, but we retain as much as possible the residential character of the entryway, the winding roads that until now have been part of the charm of the CASA, and are not in any way objected to by the fire district. All they have asked is for a 20-foot wide access or entrance.
Okay.
So I was hoping to find a possibility for solving both of those problems with scenario 1.
That's clear. Anybody else on the commission want to chime in?
Yes. Jack, I think you deserve, or Commissioner Overall answered. Before we even get to the community plan, I was hoping that science would just provide a simple answer, which is probably too simplistic. I'm trying to decide whether the applicant's project is the best alternative. We were given 8 or 9, 4 we're looking at. Certainly they're making a strong case for theirs. I'm trying to decide, and we haven't heard a lot from Mr. Cassesi, although I've read everything, and we've been getting new information. I've been trying to sort out conflicting testimony between earlier sessions and this session, and now there's been additional discussions between the county and Mr. Cassesi, which is good to know. And I'm trying to see what we have that we haven't received, because Mr. Cassesi, the analysis is based on this 10-year versus 50-year. We want the most safety. I'm trying to determine what's out there. Now, if there's nothing out there other than your testimony, then that's what we have to work with as a commission, which is conclusory in my opinion. But that's what we're trying to do. We've been presenting these alternatives,
Okay.
and we're trying to sort through them.
Well, I think I think Dr. Russell, we've got the testimony this morning, so at the end of the day. Commissioner Brown, you want to say something?
Well, I would just concur that we've been given alternatives, and I am trying to determine if there's any leeway here on choosing a different alternative. Certainly staff is saying they prefer the one that you proposed. I'd like to try to get there. I'm not quite there. I mean, it goes to the community character, and it's a little disheartening to hear when that the holistic historic resource argument is going to be taken, is not it sounds like you don't think it's speculative, that it's all going to go away anyway, which is very hard to make a decision based on that. But that's not why you're here. I have a very simple question to ask him, and I don't know if you'd like to take a break or if you'd like to come.
Let's ask your question, and then I think we
All
will
right.
take a break.
So this is really easy. You're gonna like this. So in your preparation, if I can find it now, hold on. At the very last slide, which doesn't seem to be numbered, it says Hot Springs Road, and it shows a arc coming in, and it says BRM 147.53. Okay, let me hold it up here for you. So, Steve, you want to give him this? And might as well give him.
Is that mine? That's Scott's.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was in your report. It says Mac Design. Are you Mac Design?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I thought you were. Oh, I'm happy to. It's almost the last page. It's right before Appendix 1. Let me see. I'm sorry here. It's under
This looks like it's a bad...
floodway encroachment proposed entry wall, or I'm sorry, existing egress road walls. It has to do with the walls.
Right.
So what does that mean, that picture you've got there? Obviously,
It's a
you
wrong
don't
picture.
know either.
It's not what was meant to be in there. The drawing that was meant to be in there was showing the existing walls and the proposed walls.
That's my next
I apologize
question.
for that.
All right, thank you. I just didn't understand what the
That's-
relevance of that particular document was, and it seems like it's a mistake. So, you see, I am very thorough.
You are.
Then going to the very next slide, which shows the existing walls and the proposed walls. And my question here is, the existing walls are quite a ways away from the floodplain, and you're proposing putting the new walls closer to the floodplain and to the creek. So, in your expert opinion,
Yes.
what's the logic behind that? I mean, isn't that putting them closer to harm's way?
No.
Okay,
it's
good.
not.
Do you want to explain? You could flush that out a little bit.
No.
Just
If,
no.
if you'd like me to explain it, it doesn't, in this case, the amount of the distance that you're talking, the change in the distance is not significant to the impacts on them. And these walls are actually smaller in volume. Their volume displacement of the floodway as compared to the existing is less.
Excellent answer. And my final answer, I think a question to you, and I have a lot of other really technical BF. I forget them. I don't know what it means. You can explain it to me. I probably wouldn't know. But you and I have a beef to grind here, and that is on November 5th and October 12th and et cetera, you presented a letter to the Montecito Fire District saying that the bridge was not structurally deficient. Those are your words.
Yes.
Does that ring true to you?
In the short term, yes. It's not,
And yet,
No, no,
at
no.
the Board of Supervisors and at other hearings, you have said you have terrified most of the community out here that this bridge is very dangerous. Could you clarify? Could we just get to so that
right.
we're not scaring each other to death here?
Okay. Let me go back. The bridge, the South Bridge, and I will state this for the record, is structurally deficient. The repairs that have been made on the South Bridge allow it to be used by the fire department and will support a 20-ton load on a short-term basis. But the bridge is still structurally deficient. You may be confusing, what the ability of a structure to handle a load and its long-term viability. That bridge will come down, and that's what makes it structurally deficient.
And yet, it's done pretty good for almost 100 years, hasn't it? So it hasn't come down yet.
It didn't have the damage for the last maybe 80 years of its life.
So
that damage that occurred, which is fairly severe as we showed you in the photographs, has been relatively recent.
But I think at our
in the life
last
of the
hearing, you
bridge.
did testify that it probably could have up to a 20-year, you said, I remember your quote, it was very eloquent. I don't know if it will not fall down tomorrow. I don't know about next year, but certainly in 20 years it will.
I may have
yeah.
may have stated that, but I would have also wanted to probably put the caveat to it that that's very dependent on the kinds of storms and the kind of rainfall events we get, if we ever get some more rain, and any kind of earthquake that we might experience.
So I guess
all of those issues would affect the viability of that bridge.
I mean, again, I am still actually trying to save the historic resource because the community plan mandates that we protect stone bridges. So I'm looking for everything I can to understand. On the other hand, not only are 20-ton fire trucks going over that, but on a weekly basis, you have 80-ton garbage trucks, I think, going over it. So for now, how can we tell the public? For now, they can go home safely and go over the bridge, and maybe for the next 20 years.
I can tell you that for the next 6 months, that bridge is safe.
Good.
And at the end of that 6 months, I will make another visual inspection and see if that still holds the case.
I think that's a fair answer. Thank you very much.
So may I just ask, in your letter, you just specifically state, the existing bridge in its current condition has not been structurally compromised, and now you're saying it's structurally deficient. Those to me are contradictions.
The structurally deficient that I talk about is a long-term issue. When I say that in the letter, I mean on the short-term basis, it's not structurally compromised.
Thank you. But as Mr. Cole pointed out, we are obligated to rely on the evidence, and the evidence we had said not structurally compromised, and it doesn't say in the short term. It just simply says you're going to review it in 6 months. It doesn't say short term, so that you can appreciate why we came to different understandings of your analysis.
Fine.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Excuse me for interrupting. Before you take a break, we do have Will Robertson here, and I was wondering if you thought you might have additional questions relating to roads and transportation. If not, I was going to see if he might go back to his regular work, but if so, we'll ask him to stay.
I need a...
Mr. Chair.
Does anybody want Will to stay around?
Is Will not available this afternoon? Is that correct? He's going...
He's available, yeah.
If he's in the building somewhere, he doesn't have to sit here and listen to us try to crawl over this bridge. But I may have a question about the... I mean, if you'd like to, it's up to you, Mr. Chair. What would you like to do?
We need a break.
We'll,
I think we need a break.
We'll just have him stay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Welton?
I just wanted to add, we had not finished our response to the various scenarios, and this, Scott Schell has a lot more to say, so just keep that in mind when you proceed. Thank you.
It is now 11:23. We will be back at 11:30, and we will continue.
questions by email, they refuse to answer.
I'm not getting up.
Okay, we're back in session. If people can be seated, please. The first, I've had a request from County Council to address an issue, so the first thing we're going to do is hear from Ms. Van Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. There was a question at the beginning of the hearing from Commissioner Brown related to the board's decision and what decisions are before your commission. And before we go any further, I thought it might be helpful to go ahead and address that now. So at the last hearing of the Montecito Planning Commission in 2015, your commission considered a number of options related to the environmental review. So you evaluated whether no further environmental review is required, whether you wanted to require a full environmental impact report. You considered an environmental impact report on certain issue areas, including aesthetic, historic, biological. And ultimately, you decided a final decision on the CEQA, which was to require an environmental impact report focused on historic resources. The applicant appealed that final decision, and then the board held a hearing on that appeal. And they did have some new evidence to consider that was not before your commission. And considering all the evidence that was before your commission and the new evidence that was presented, the board made a final decision on the CEQA that the mitigated negative declaration was adequate. So now it's back to your commission for a decision on the project as a whole. So I wanted to make that clarification. The CEQA determination is not before your commission. It will be part of your final decision either way, whatever your decision is, you'll be making a CEQA finding. But the board has already decided that the environmental review for the proposed project is adequate. So I wanted to make that clarification. So what your commission is considering is the decision on the conditional use permit and the findings that go with that, as well as the conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add on that, because in reviewing Mr. Americano's letter of February 8th for the Board of Supervisors, throughout the letter he refers to an environmental impact report and not a focused EIR. And when we made that decision on the 16th of December, based on your advice, we did confine it to the focused area of the historic bridge, and the letter makes it sound as though a much broader decision was before the Board of Supervisors. So I guess I just want to be absolutely sure that the Board of Supervisors understood that we were only requiring a focused EIR on the issue of the historic resource and not on anything other, since the letter makes it a little confusing.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Keller, I do think it was clear before the board what your decision was and that it was a focused EIR on historic resources. But the decision before the board really was looking at the CEQA as a whole. And so they were looking at an appeal of that determination and ultimately determined that the environmental review that had been conducted was adequate.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'd like to make sure that we're clear here. So Exhibit G in EIR has about 12 different subjects. We just focused on one, which was the historic resource. And you're saying that all 12 are now off the table?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cole, yes, that's correct. Absent any new substantial evidence, the board made a determination on the record that's before you that the CEQA was adequate. And, you know, although your decision as a commission was an EIR focused on historic resources, the discussion of the commission included multiple resource areas. Including biological and aesthetics. There was a lot of discussion about whether environmental review should be required in additional areas or a full environmental review. That was an option considered by the commission at that time, but ultimately the decision was an EIR. All that was necessary was an EIR focused on historic.
Okay, so in our proposed findings, it has CEQA findings that we have to make, and those have already been made. We don't need to make those.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cole, no, I would recommend that you still make the findings. It's just that that decision has already gone up in appeal. And I know this is an unusual circumstance. It's only happened a few other times that I'm aware of in the last, I think, 5 years. So I know it's unusual to have it be before you, but when you make a final decision on the project, which is what's before your commission, I do recommend that you include all CEQA findings so that the final decision of your commission includes the CEQA.
So then I guess I don't understand why, if it was a focused EIR only on the historic bridge, that the discussion expanded to other areas. Were those raised by the applicant? Were they raised by the Board of Supervisors? Why did it extend to all these other issues?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Keller, the expansion that I was referring to was actually the discussion from your commission. So at the commission hearings, we had a discussion about additional resource areas besides just historic resources. But ultimately, the decision of the commission was just on historic resources, environmental review.
I think we file this as a learning experience.
Well, let me just comment on that. I think my understanding, Commissioner Keller, and I have looked into this a little bit, is that by going to a focused EIR to get over this, what we thought was a threshold issue. I think we wanted to move past a threshold issue, and by targeting that issue, we agreed with all the other points in the EIR, which I have to say is very unfortunate, and I wish it had been more clear, because I certainly wouldn't have gone that way. So that will leave me at the end of this, and I will be asking your advice at that point, because I'm not sure that I can make the findings, the CEQA findings. You know, it will all depend on where we go, but you know, anyway, it is. Well, you're right. Thank you, Commissioner Overall. I think it was a learning experience, and we hope that the public has really enjoyed this trip down Bridge Lane.
Okay. We're going to return to the applicant in a minute, but staff was very patiently listening to us, and I think may have some observations, and it'll help us a little bit. So I'm going to defer to Ms. Gerber and Dr. Russell if he chooses to chime in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we resume our analysis of the 3 remaining alternatives, I want to clarify how we conducted our analysis of particularly scenario 1. So in discussions with, well, to back up, the board was very clear in their instructions to us that we were to conduct this analysis of alternative scenarios using primarily existing information. I did go outside of that a little bit by asking the applicant to look at the vegetation at the north. I'm going out to the site with Mr. Robertson to physically measure site distance at both the entrance and exit. However, in my discussions with flood control, they were very clear that they do not look at alternatives. They only look at the proposed project. And moreover, the applicant has not conducted the engineering for scenario 1. So as we've discussed, we don't know how long the bridge would have to be, how high, where the abutments would land, how it would be angled, and how it would work engineering-wise to add all that fill that would be required to raise the bridge, because we know the bridge would have to be raised to the floodway. So we don't know the impacts of that, and we were somewhat, as a result, speculative in our analysis because we had to be. So what you have is a rather, was the best we could do with the information that we had, and I just wanted to make sure that was really clear.
Clear? Thank you. Okay, we're back to the applicant.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, before we go back to scenario 1, I thought it would be helpful just to go back to our proposal to be clear about how we came to this and what our intent is. The last thing I want is to create this clear shot into CASA that is not appropriate. As I said, the first thing, and I started from accepting the fact that the South Bridge needed to be replaced. So that's my starting point, and I went out there with Bill Spiewak and Mark De La Garza, and basically from the north edge of this bridge, we said, where's the best place to put it based on trees, knowing that it made complete sense to eventually have it connect to that four-way intersection at some point. And as I explained in my first presentation at our first meeting, that angle could have come across here at any point. But we found this location based on trees. I literally threaded the tree growth there to minimize impact on the oaks and to minimize tree removal. And one of the advantages of this particular line is that there's a whole lot of pittosporum and junk right here, invasives that are in that creek that would be removed along with it. So there was actually a benefit to that. And yes, I wanted there to be a beautiful entrance drive to Casa. I didn't want it to be straight, I wanted it to be curved. Now, that being said, I want to offer to you, if this is the issue, if I need to move this bridge down to the south a little bit and get more of an angle through here, we certainly could study that, but I will guarantee you, based on the studies that we have done, it will remove more significant existing oak trees. There is no question about that. So this alignment was not my predisposition to how I felt it ought to be. It was based on what was on the ground and what made the most sense. And so I want to next show you again what I showed you the last time. This is that existing gate that leads to the existing bridge, which, you know, is at an angle back in over here. And this is what our proposed entrance to Casa is. There's going to be a lot of tree growth in through here, and you're going to, by the time that road curves, you're not going to get a complete straight shot into Casa, but it will be the gateway, it will be the entrance. And I believe that you will see when we finish discussing all the scenarios that clearly our entrance needs to be off that four-way intersection. It's the only thing that makes traffic sense. So Joyce, let's go back to slide 17 and I'll let Scott continue his explanation of scenario 1, and then he's going to roll on into scenario 3 and 4. And then if it's the commission's desire, Chair Overall, we were going to have Mark De La Garza talk about the open space after that. Would this be an appropriate time to do that, or would you prefer to stay on the bridge after we discuss all those scenarios?
Let's see where we are when we finish the bridge
Okay,
discussion.
so I'll have Scott tell you where that segue is. So Scott, come on up. And
I was supposed to say thank you, Mike Cassesi, but he's gone. Thank you, Brian. So we're going to go back. We're looking at alternative scenario 1. And I was starting to talk about the long-term operational problems with the alignment. So here we can see the angled alignment that would occur as a two-way road into the intersection on the east leg of Hot Springs Road and Olive Mill Road. And the problem that presents are the turning movements complications that would occur. Fire department says this has to be a two-way road and it has to accommodate a fire truck. So to have a fire truck come up this road and make this turn and come down in a two-way fashion along that bridge is going to require significant widening of this approach. The existing configuration there is about 19 feet wide, which barely accommodates two-way flow in this little section right here. So to get a fire truck around the radius, you are looking at, I'm going to say, doubling of the size of the road. So
with all due respect, this would be in the coverage of Fire Station 2, which is at San Ysidro and East Valley Road, and no fire trucks would be coming from the south. They would be coming from the north, and this would actually be a more advantageous turn if they were coming from the north.
All right, we'll pick a 30-foot box truck or a 40-foot box truck or UPS truck. You can take whatever design vehicle you want. To have even a service truck come and make this turn is going to require,
Let's hold the question, Susan. Let him get through it.
To have a service truck make the northbound right turn is going to require significant widening of the approach. So you are not going to have a little 20-foot wide, two-lane approach at that corner with that angled alignment of the road. Just as a little bit of history, remembering how we got here, this was the original alignment of the bridge, and the road actually came up and went 90 degrees into Hot Springs Road. I think Brian has told some historical perspectives of how the road got moved over here, which really created that skewed alignment we inherited today. On to scenario 3. This is reconstruction of the North Bridge in its current location. Again, during construction, for this scenario, all of the two-way traffic has to move down to the southern bridge and the southern entrance. Here we see the southern bridge, 12 feet wide, clearly can't handle two-way flow. Also, the opening at the southern gate is not wide enough to accommodate two-way flow, particularly for that northbound right turn that I just discussed. This, again, are going to create a situation we're going to have 24/7 traffic control to maintain two-way access across that bridge. So for 9 months to a year, we're looking at a pretty sophisticated system. And just to let you know, that bridge sits about 55 feet from the road now, so it can maybe stack 1 or 2 cars. The gate is right on top of the road. So clearly, once we go to a system where we have to control the traffic, stop each car as they go in and out, we will have queuing back onto the road and through the intersection. Again, we'd already discussed about the situation up at the northern entrance under the scenario 3. This would become permanent, so we'd have to live with this intersection as two-way flow and having outbound traffic. We've heard about the sight distance at 215, the real safe requirement at 445 feet, requiring vegetation and other removal on adjacent properties to the north. We also heard about the left turn issues and creating the U-turns. And again, I think staff had hit upon this. It creates a new two-way intersection on Hot Springs Road, sort of introducing a new conflict point that's not there today. Scenario 4 is construction of a new North Bridge north of the existing location. So this scenario does solve the construction problems in that we're able to maintain both bridges during the construction phase, but then again, we're left with this sight distance dilemma once we have the permanent operation. How do we get people safely in and out of a situation where adequate sight distance can't be provided? So I was going to introduce Mr. De La Garza at this point, but I think it's up to the chair as to what direction you want to go in terms of getting into biology or talking more about the bridge.
You caught me in the middle of a power bar, so I think what we're going to do is I'm going to take a break from your presentation, and as far as the I've got lights on here too. I'm going to take a question or comment from Commissioner Brown, and then I'm going to open it up to limited public comment on just the bridge issue. Hopefully there won't be any public comments, but if there are, we're going to take them. So, Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Schell, you had a traffic light up there, and I've seen those, I think we've probably all seen those at different places. What's the approximate cost of doing something like that?
Oh, let me just see if I can pull that slide up real quick. There it is. So this is a temporary structure. These are typically used for a construction period that would be lasting 1 or 2 months. If you're familiar with maybe driving the backcountry here when we have a washout, what they'll do is actually put up a more permanent installation that's going to last a long time, which is like a telephone pole with a signal mounted on it. I would suspect that we may lean more towards that sort of approach here. I would guess anywhere from $50,000 to $75,000 for the installation.
And what's the daily traffic circulating in and out of Casa Dorinda?
We had done some peak hour counts. Based on those, I would say about 1,000 cars a day, and then of course that would ramp up with the construction traffic that would be added during the bridge construction period.
And I went out there and looked at the site different distances from as well as I could from not being on the property, but it looked like there was a tree out in the road right of way. But I didn't understand why that would take, it says in the staff report, and maybe this is actually for Joyce, but it says in the staff report that you can't go to private property and ask that, vegetation be removed, and this looked to me to be in the road right of way. So I wonder if you could explain to me what's blocking the site there.
This is the site distance that you're referring to, Commissioner Brown? There is a lot of vegetation all around the curve as it sweeps to the north. So there are bushes, there are oak tree limbs, there are poles.
But it looked like everything was pretty much on Casa Dorinda property.
Just to get to the 305-foot minimum that the staff talked about, that gets you onto the neighboring property. To get to the 400...
Is it the neighboring property or the road, public road right-of-way? When listen, there is a problem. There is a giant wall out there, which you may not know about, and I'm telling you. But I think what may be actually there is an oak tree that would certainly stand in the way, and then this little, scrubby brush. But I think the little scrubby brush is going away anyway.
So my perspective, to get to the 445-foot intersection requirement, you would be well into the neighboring property for clearance.
And you have an issue with a person coming out and turning right and going down Schoolhouse, for example?
I would not recommend that as either an interim or a long-term operational plan for the campus, given that 85% of the traffic wants to go the other way.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Commissioner Keller?
Can you tell me, just in addition to the fire trucks, what would all be coming from East Valley Road, delivery trucks would not be coming up Olive Mill because that would require them to get off the freeway, to go through the access road on the south side of the freeway, to go through the 5-way stop at where Montecito Inn is, et cetera. So delivery trucks would be coming either from the Hot Springs exit or from the San Ysidro exit and coming around. I'm just saying that knowing the area intimately, because I live right around the corner, no one with a large truck would be making that sharp right-angle turn that you point out.
I certainly could not guarantee that.
Okay.
That is absolutely, you could not condition a project to say you
No,
cannot
it's
have
not a
truck make
condition.
right
I'm
turn.
just saying practicality. Practicality is they wouldn't be getting off at Olive Mill. They'd be getting off at Hot Springs.
I would have to disagree with you. I mean, some trucks with a smartphone say, I'm going to get off at Olive Mill, make a right, and go right to the driveway.
Okay.
It could happen.
I mean, we certainly can have our
Potentially, I
opinions
guess, yeah.
on
Okay.
truck routing. Maybe at lunch I can talk to the people at CASA and talk to them about where their truck deliveries come from and get a little more information for you.
Commissioner Brown, you have another question?
A million, but I'm done.
Okay.
Does anybody have information about any kind of problem when that was the designated egress from Casa Dorinda? Were left turns allowed? Was there any kind of hazard, any record of increased accidents, et cetera? I know that it was changed about 10 years ago, but for many, many years before that, that was the egress.
I'm Robin Drew. I'm the current CFO, and I've worked there at Casa Dorinda for about 25 years. I don't remember exactly when we made the change, but I think it was in the 90s. And we did it, I'm finance, so I didn't get involved in operations too much. But I do know that we do not make changes just without giving it careful consideration, because we are dealing with seniors and employees, and so to switch the exit and the entrance without a good reason is not something we would have done. So, and I remember making that, and it was a little bit intimidating just as an employee to have the traffic, to make a left turn into oncoming traffic. So, and I was a young driver. So I know that we did make the change, and nobody has ever thought about going back, because there were cases when there was almost accidents. I don't know if an actual accident precipitated it, but I do know that it was very intimidating to make that left turn. So we made it purely for safety reasons for our residents and our employees.
So left turns were allowed from that north entrance?
They were allowed, yeah.
Okay, and thank you. That's what I was wondering about.
And then to your
Commissioner Brown?
To your knowledge, there were no accidents based on that left turn?
There might have been an accident that precipitated it, but I wasn't really involved in the decision at that time when they made the change.
Ms. Elledge, not to confound you, but I recall that you were in charge of that project at that time. Do you have any traffic evidence? Oh, you weren't? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was wandering around the grounds with you at that point.
I mean, it's just now that I do make it, it's just a lot easier to come out as an exit and go straight. And it's easier to make the right turn coming into the property than to make the left turn going out. It's just been a better thing safety-wise for everybody.
Okay, thank you. And I think we all know that the traffic...
No, we're just talking about a temporary situation while the new bridge is being constructed, so that was why I needed to get that information. Thank you.
I think we all know that traffic volumes have increased in Montecito, too. Let's see. I'd like to open this up to public comment. If there's any member of the public who would like to speak to the bridge issue alone and give us information that we haven't already received, please step forward and identify yourself. I don't see anyone, so I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to bring it back to the commission on this issue alone. We don't have to make a final, we're not going to make a final decision right now, but I'd like to get a sense of where the commission is on this. And it's, Rachel, do you have something?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, you actually just clarified what I was about to say. I just wanted to make sure the commission was aware that we do need to take public comment on the full project before you make a decision on the project. But, Mr. Chair, you just made that comment as well.
Since this is an issue that we have to resolve one way or the other, I just want to get a sense of where the commission is in your thinking. And it seems to me we have before us 4 alternatives. The plan designed by the applicant, requested by the applicant, and the 3 different scenarios. So where are you?
I can tell you where I am. I've listened very carefully to all the different arguments. I think the detailed information we received was great. Some was new. A lot of it we've had before. I'll listen to council and think about it over the and go over all the documents and think about it over the lunch hour. And at the end of at the appropriate time, I'll make a conclusion.
Okay. I guess the question, I should phrase the question in a different way, and you may not be able to answer it, but should we proceed with the rest of the hearing, or do we have an item that's going to break our back, I guess?
I think we should proceed with the rest of the hearing. I mean,
okay.
We've been doing this for 6 months. I think the conditions is a great idea.
Okay. Ms. Brown?
I would make a couple of comments. I'm certainly not ready to decide which alternative, or even if I have the opportunity. I'm still not really clear that I have the opportunity to decide on an alternative. However, I certainly heard Mr. Cornell say that he would take under consideration a bend. I will say, for the rest of the commission, the boulevard, which I called not the grand entrance, but the boulevard effect, is certainly not in keeping with what I was trying to find in my notes. A lady testified at one of the hearings and said she was a new resident, didn't even know what was behind that wall, didn't realize what was behind there. And that's exactly the way I'd like to keep the vision for the community. I was going to talk about this later, but I think there was a great PBS for my non-life about planning, and they started off with the Jeffersonian grid, and then they said around the late 1800s they decided that a more graceful pushing structures back off the road and having the landscaping in front was the preferred way to design at that point. And that was right around the time that part of Montecito was developed. So we were lucky on that, because the next part of the series went to Levittown. So we lucked out, and I think that's a lot of what makes Montecito Montecito. So I'm still going to listen to the testimony, but I am concerned, and I hope we can get answers to the, it's kind of water under the bridge, excuse the pun, but I would like to get some clarity on the widening, because I asked that question before and was told it was simply speculative, and now we're saying it's actually in a document that we had. So I need to understand, if we know that the channel is going to be widened and that then it's not part of that triumvirate, that holistic triumvirate, and that would change I can't do anything about it, but it would change my final opinion. So the answer is?
To be continued.
I know nothing.
Commissioner Keller, you care to comment?
Thank you. Yes, I've already declared myself. I would like to approve the project with the condition that we adopt scenario 1. In spite of the testimony, I think a lot of it is speculative. I think that there are a lot of benefits to keeping the new bridge in the position of the old bridge. Not only does it save trees because of what's going to need to be removed, but it also, I just think that it ties in with the community plan, and it, based on their own rendering of the entryway, the main building is quite visible when in the current and proposed plan. So I think retaining the curvature is essential to following our role of the community plan.
Okay, I think I got what I asked for. So let me check the time here. We have about a half an hour before we're going to break for lunch. I think we should continue with the applicant's presentation.
We haven't finished the staff.
You're right, we have not. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the end of my presentation is simply going over the changes to conditions from the previous 2 times. Is that what you'd like to hear now?
You know, I think let's, if this is acceptable to everybody, let's hear the rest of the presentation from the applicant, and we'll hear your presentation on the conditions before we come to that part of the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Joyce, if you can jump me back to the beginning, and I will I would actually like Mr. Kimsey to give his opening remarks, which he was unable to do, and then we'll go from there.
Some of them don't apply, but since I was going to introduce the members of the team, but I'll try to piece it together here. Back in 1975, Casa Dorinda started as a retirement community with 263 apartments, including 17 cottages, a skilled nursing facility with 47 licensed beds. Today, Casa Dorinda is the premier life care campus on the West Coast. Life care is, as it sounds, care for life. The difference between Casa and other retirement campuses is that once the entry fee is paid, monthly fees don't increase based on your level of health care. If you need more care and move from your independent living apartment in personal care or to the medical center, which is our skilled nursing facility, your monthly fees do not increase. It is also true that if residents outlive their resources, Casa Dorinda is obligated to continue to provide care and service, the same care and service. This has happened to a number of residents during the life of Casa Dorinda. It is an important aspect for residents and their families and for our campus planning that we have the right number and mix of independent living apartments to help cover the costs of the higher costs of health care. The master plan before you includes a combination of health care, housing, and added benefits for our residents and the larger community. We've worked hard to make this a campus that continually gives back to residents and the larger community. That is why so many people have come together to support this project, from our residents to our neighbors, to the Montecito Association, Boys and Girls Club, American Heart Association, Music Academy, the Symphony, and many more. We all believe this project is good for Casa and for Montecito. I'll skip the introductions. As you know, we have good support from our residents, many of whom wanted to come today and express their support to you directly. In respect of your time, we asked them not to do that, so they are not here today, but believe me, we have good support from them.
We are appreciative of both factors. Thank you.
Okay, good. Our hope is that with all the information that we have presented today and will at this point present to you, that you can see how beneficial this project is for Montecito, for the residents who reside at Casa, and the many Montecito residents who wish to move to Casa Dorinda. And just to say one word about Commissioner Brown's earlier question about the executive director, within a week's time, we will make a public announcement on a new executive director to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And could I ask you a question before you depart? I'm sorry. Did you say you were on the board of directors? Is that correct?
I'm chairman of the board of
Chairman of the board.
MRA Retirement.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So my question would be, you said that you'd like to give back to the community, and when I was over looking at the trees, I noticed the disarray at the triangle. Are you aware of the commitment that you had, the covenant with the Montecito Association, or not the covenant, but the agreement with the association to take care of that triangle? And could you tell me what's happened?
I remember, I am familiar. Generally, I have not actually seen any wording on the commitment, but Casa Dorinda does accept that responsibility, and the fact that it's not up to where it should be now is something that can and will be corrected.
I'm thrilled to hear that. Thank you very much. And then the other question I had, I understand part of the expansion that you're looking for here is because in 2009, I think we were told you were unable to fulfill the needs of your residential renters. Is that correct?
In the skilled nursing facility.
And can you explain that to me a little more deeply? I mean, did those people have to leave?
They did.
They'd given their money to Casa Dorinda and then they had to leave? Is that correct?
No, they didn't leave. We found accommodations for their medical needs at Cottage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, we took
see.
care of their needs, just like we always would and always have.
So you kept your commitment financially, it just they couldn't stay on the campus?
Absolutely. We just didn't have enough room in our skilled nursing facility.
Thank you. I had been asked by a number of people in the community, so I wanted to get clear on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I have a question, please.
Sure.
Sir?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. You referenced the number of people who would like to move into Casa Dorinda, and since this new expansion will accommodate 31 people, or essentially 16 couples, do you have any sense of how many people are on the waiting list currently?
Robin has that information. Robin, do you know I can't give you the exact number. It's quite a long list, though, I can tell you that.
So there are going to be a lot of disappointed people who won't be able to get in.
There always have been, and there will be with this new program. Absolutely. Yeah.
We currently have 43 couples in Montecito from the 93108 zip code just for our master plan apartments. If you have Santa Barbara and Montecito, it's 59. So we have 23 outside of the area. If you look at our broad wait list, we have 104 from the 93108 on our wait list, and that could be couples or singles. If you look at Santa Barbara, Montecito, it's 155 couples or singles that look to Casa Dorinda for their future, and 109 outside. So about 60% of our big wait list comes from Santa Barbara, Montecito.
Oh, no, that wasn't my question, actually. The first two figures you gave where you said what kind of wait list, the first two?
We have a separate wait list just for our master plan, and the people on the master plan wait list is 72% just Montecito.
Yeah, I mean, it makes no difference. They all pay the same amount of money. But so those are people that are on the wait list for these particular apartments. So, and I know you already have people that pay money and live off campus. Does that include those people that consider themselves, they have residential privileges at the Casa, that they
could be that they are already currently off-campus residents that make up this number.
So there
could be a couple of those.
Could be some of those in the 72, yes.
Yes.
in that first set of numbers.
Yes.
Yes.
And then,
But not in the second set of numbers. When I say 60%, 155 people from Santa Barbara, Montecito, those are people that are not currently residents.
Right. Would you mind repeating those numbers? So the first group of people who are on the wait list for the master plan are 48.
43 are just from the 93108 zip code.
Okay, and then how many are on the wait list?
43 people total are waiting. It could be a couple or a single, but they're all 2 bedrooms, so I would assume it'd be couples.
Okay, and so do they have priority over the general waiting list?
No, we do not say that a Montecito resident has priority over other.
No, I meant the 43 couples that you were, please let's disregard the Montecito versus Santa Barbara because that's irrelevant. I'm just talking about number of people who are on the wait list. And
we gave priority to our current residents, and then we gave priority to the people that had been on the outside wait list the longest. So when someone goes onto the wait list, we keep their date, and they have priority by date. At a certain point, I forget how much time we gave, we cut it off, and we said, anyone who wants to be on the master list, residents first, then by date, and then it was set. And that master plan is set. Now anybody else who wants to join that master plan can come on afterwards. So if we have a resident now that changed their mind, they didn't sign up, and they said, well, now we want to be on the master plan list, they would go down to the bottom, despite the fact that they are a resident.
Right, so that's confusing to me. The master plan list is like this, the current list for these current rooms, and not in general.
Well, we do have a separate list just because before we actually build the project, we want to make sure that we have at least 70% of them sold. So we are keeping track of who wants the master plan units.
Okay, so of your general list of 100 and total?
We have 264 total.
264 on your general list, and of those, 43 who are either singles or couples are on the master plan list, and so they would have priority for any units that are a result of this project.
Yes.
Okay.
The 43 would have there's 82 on the master plan list, and they would have the priority over anyone remaining on the 264.
Okay, so the 43 you mentioned are just the local residents.
They're just the 93108 residents.
And is there any prioritization among the 82?
No, it's all by when they sign. It was all by residents first, and then by their date of their wait list date, and then first come, first serve.
Okay, and of the residents, those are the people who are currently living off campus but paying for residential privileges.
They could live on campus. I understand the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking.
So, if I may clarify.
Please.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Ayers, and we've been working with the campus for some time. So basically what Robin's trying to tell you is that when Casa Dorinda started talking about a master plan, they always put their residents first, their existing residents. And so the residents were given the first opportunity to sign up for the master plan homes. After that, it was open to the broader community. And so if residents wanted to sign up for the master plan list, they were able to. Then it was opened up to the broader local community to see if they wanted to sign up for the list. But once you're signed up, you have your place by date. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Yes, and was there any greater financial commitment to be part of the master plan list versus the general plan list? It was just a matter of stating your desire to get on.
That's right.
So you have 82 in total for that master plan list.
Yes.
And you're going to be able to accommodate 19. I mean, I heard 16 down here. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Next up.
Okay, I'll try to move us through this. I appreciate the time. We talked obviously about the bridge, which is a part of our presentation, but I want to come back again to where this all started, which was the expansion of the personal care and the memory care based on that lag in service to the residents that occurred. And that really is the foundation. And so there is the existing PCU, MCU. We cannot add to the left or to the west. We cannot add to the east because of the grade and the access into the underground garage, and we can't go up because we're not allowed to build 3 stories, which this would be a 3rd story. So we realized very early on that we needed to go out towards the open space. So our plan did that very thoughtfully, and at this point I want to tell you that Vicki McGregor, who is the operations person at CASA, was going to speak to the planning, because Vicki and I spent a lot of time coming up with the plan for this addition to the the personal care and memory care. And there's been a lot of thought that's behind the scenes that you haven't seen about making this a very livable, appropriate place. And there was also a big effort because we knew we needed to reconfigure that open space, we knew we needed to add more, so we added 3 additional acres or more to it, but we maintained a number of the large trees, which you can see here, next to that. So even though that goes out of open space protection, technically speaking, the majority of the large trees in this area are being preserved, and in fact the building has been designed around them. As you can see, that curve in the building is specifically to avoid the critical root zone of one of the most beautiful oaks in that area. So we talked about the bridge, and I'm just going to skip through these. As I'm doing this, I do want to, Commissioner Keller, relative to these different scenarios that we've been looking at, I understand the desire about the alignment, but scenario 1 eliminates the existing bridge, and you end up with a new bridge. And as we've heard from the testimony, it's very likely when we design that bridge that it's going to be taller and longer and more grading. So I think your conclusion that there will be less impact to the trees is not correct. I think there is a high likelihood that it will have a much greater impact. In fact, I would almost guarantee it will have a greater impact on trees than were we to place that bridge somewhere to the north of where the existing southern bridge is. And I just want to emphasize, good planning would never have you create a new entrance to this significant project at that kind of an angle, and Scott Schell obviously talked about that. So let's move on to the open space, because I think Mark De La Garza has a lot of responses that we need to hear relative to how that is being managed. And we talked about scenario 3 and 4, the construction of the new North Bridge. Besides all of its operational problems, it's important to remember that it increases grading and it increases the biological impacts. And because Mark is the person to talk about those, I'm going to turn it over to him. That's forward. That's back. Forward. Okay. That's your. All right. Thanks. Okay.
All right. My name is Mark De La Garza. I'm the project biologist. I'm with Watershed Environmental. And I did want to make one comment about the alternative 1 scenario. So I did do some analysis of tree impacts when I found out about these alternatives and read the staff report. So what we basically did in my office was take the existing proposed bridge plans and overlay it on the south bridge, assuming that the south bridge gets demolished and we just put the new bridge there. And it would result in the direct removal of three trees, 2 oak trees and 1 sycamore tree. However, when you add in having to widen the roadway and include a 5-foot sidewalk, there's 6 additional oak trees that would potentially be impacted by just widening it. That doesn't take into account having to widen the road to accommodate truck traffic or anything else. This is just widening the road.
Could you point to those? Where? That's not what our staff report said, so I need to get a little more clarity on.
Which one would that be?
Well, I don't know if it's going to be completely clear.
You have some tree critical root zones on one of those slides, yeah. Right. Yeah, this one gives you a pretty good idea of where the trees are located. So if you look to the, is this red button? Yeah. Yeah, so we have these trees here that are right along the side of the existing roadway. This road now gets widened from what it is now at about, 14 feet to close to 25 feet. The grade gets raised, you have to put in fill, and this corner over here gets widened. You also have more trees over here. So there are 9 trees that potentially would be impacted by this scenario. The project itself results in an impact of 10 trees. So we're talking about potentially saving 1 tree. We haven't even done the engineering. I think you're going to see that it probably goes up from 9.
Since you raised the issue, it was my understanding that the fire department was not requiring 20-foot access all around the property, and in fact, there's areas in the back where it's much less than that.
That's outside of my purview, sorry.
Okay. I hope you don't mind us jumping up and down
No, thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm going to have to go back here to an overall site plan just to be able to explain. The fire department, we've spent a lot of time, Steve Welton and I have spent a lot of time with Al McGregor. I'm not Al Gregson, thank you. I was thinking about Vicky. About the fire lane, and we do have a fire access plan. If you want me to put that up, I can ask Joyce to try to find that slide. But essentially, there is a short section right through here, and there is another section right through here that does not get to 20 feet. And to widen that to 20 feet, again, impacts Oaks. It's an existing condition, and what Al Gregson asked us to do is to create enough of a turnaround in this area right here, and to also provide some additional slight widening right in here, which would not impact trees, in order to mitigate to the greatest extent feasible that existing condition, so that they were comfortable with the master plan, recognizing that in this area this would remain as one-way circulation, and they would accept that as one-way circulation. So it's a small portion of the campus. We have basically made sure that everywhere else we have that full 20-foot capacity. So that's been the arrangement that we made with the fire department.
Did you discuss with them keeping the roadway in its current place? Because that's a pre-existing condition, and they may be quite willing to accept that.
No, they wouldn't, because that is the primary access to the campus, and they would not. The only reason, and believe me, it was very challenging for them because it is tight. The only reason they accepted this is because it is a very remotely traveled section of the campus. It is already designated as one way. They need it for emergency circulation. That's a very different scenario than the main entrance coming in and out of the campus and all 1,000+ trips per day. That they need to be 20 feet.
But you did not ask them that.
Well, we did.
I mean, you're anticipating their response.
Well, from the very beginning, we knew they wouldn't accept the bridge. And so it would make no sense to go from a 20-foot wide bridge and then narrow back down to a 14-foot wide road. I mean, again, we're looking at this as a 50-year master plan. This is a long-range plan. We can't be irresponsible to the people that will be using this campus.
Sure, but we just wanted to know what scenarios you considered.
Okay. So
Mr. Cornell, to go out of line just a little bit, when you're back on that, and I can get a question off the table, so you'll be happy. Can you show me where the cinder block wall is back there that you're proposing, the 8-foot? I can't find it on my plans.
Oh, sure. That is right. We're talking about on the driveway, right? Yeah. So that is a wall that would parallel this new driveway here.
Excellent.
To mitigate sound.
All I need to know, I was afraid it was up by that narrow passage area, so thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm going to...
Let me ask a quick question here.
Sure.
Since we're talking about the fire, when Marshal Gregson and Assistant Chief Taylor were here from Montecito Fire, I asked them whether there was any possibility of an emergency-only exit for the hospital or for everybody out Wyatt. It would be strictly emergency. It's based on the issues we've had with the bridges. Has there been any new discussion about that?
Well, as you know, they have accepted that we have an emergency situation at this easement with the understanding that that cannot be increased to their 20 feet. So they have a way in at the 352 Hot Springs parcel.
We talked about that. That goes right along the creek. Anything new on Wyatt?
No, there's nothing. There is no access. If we were to provide that emergency access here, obviously we'd be removing a number of trees in that oak woodland, and they did not ask for that as an emergency access. They did ask us to create a hammerhead at the end of this East Valley extension, but that would only be a hammerhead that would dead end at that point. It wouldn't connect in. It could in the future. If that was ever, I mean, we've designed it so that it could be a possible link, but at this point, we've only designed that as a hammerhead condition because they currently don't have a safe way to turn around at the end of that road.
You did mean to say the San Ysidro extension.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes, on your, near your executive director house, that route out at this point, when I actually met with the fire department, I asked them if that would be gated to keep, circular traffic, and they said that they didn't think there was a plan for that. Is there? And if not, is that something your interest would consider?
Well, I think there should be a gate here that is essentially either a lockbox or some secure situation so that nobody's using that. And that's been our understanding with those residents is we're not going to use that driveway. It would only be in an emergency situation where there was a need to get access into the campus or there was a need to get people out of the campus.
Well, it's very tight. I drove up there, and so you can see why they wouldn't want residents in the new cottages to be sort of using that as an easy way out, because they couldn't do the left turn down it.
Yeah, I think it's the master plan is an advantage to those residents in that we've eliminated that driveway access.
And so you'll have it gated, and the fire department will have a lock
Yes.
key to it. Thank you very much.
And we will fix that in the review of the conditions.
Yes, we will.
Okay, I'm going to try to jump through these again for you, unless you want me to go through any of these again. I'm guessing not, and we'll get Mark back up here. Sorry, we don't have an easier way of doing this. Yes.
To make it clear, it is now 12:30. How much longer have we got?
I would say at this point we can be done in 12 minutes.
Great.
Okay.
Everybody willing to? Okay.
I'm hungry too. Okay, so let me start out here. I'm here to talk about changes to the project permit conditions that we made since our last hearing, specifically open space management, condition number 14, native tree replacement, condition number 9, and riparian habitat restoration, condition number 13. We have modified these conditions to improve management of the open space, increase open space management oversight, guarantee allocation of funds, and provide success criteria to evaluate restoration and management progress. I want to take this opportunity to show you an example of a riparian restoration project at Westmont that my company recently completed. The work that Casa Dorinda and I will be performing in Casa Dorinda's open space area will be very similar to the work we performed at Westmont. Let me start by saying that just because it's green does not mean it's good. Invasive plants like English ivy, shown in the photograph on the left, displace native vegetation and native wildlife species and lower native plant and wildlife species diversity. Similar conditions existed in portions of the Casa Dorinda open space in 2009 when I started working for Casa. 4 years of drought and the management actions implemented by Casa Dorinda have removed most of the invasive vines, non-native shrubs, non-native ornamental trees that were growing in Casa Dorinda's open space area. The after photo taken at Westmont, shown on the right, depicts what a restored riparian oak woodland looks like. There is a mix of native shrubs, vines, herbs, and grasses that provide habitat for a variety of native birds and small mammals. At Westmont, we successfully replaced the non-native English ivy, Cape ivy, and periwinkle that existed beneath the oak tree canopy with over 20 native plant species. The results are remarkable, and hopefully I will be given the opportunity to similarly improve Casa Dorinda's open space. Open space areas in urban settings must be managed or they will become fire hazards, be taken over by non-native plant species, and undesirable pests like rats. The short-term, 5-year time span goal of the 2009 Open Space Management Plan at Casa Dorinda was to monitor and maintain the viability of the riparian and coast live oak woodlands. This was achieved by reducing the presence of non-native exotic vegetation and improving wildlife habitat value by physically removing non-native vegetation. The long-term management objective of the 2009 management plan was to encourage and foster the growth of native understory vegetation within the oak and riparian woodlands. Preparation and implementation of the new and revised plans that are part of Casa Dorinda's master plan project will go a long ways toward achieving the 2009 long-term management objective. New plans include a riparian habitat restoration plan, a native tree replacement plan, a revised open space management plan with at least 5 acres of riparian/oak woodland restoration, a wildlife management plan, and a tree management plan. The revised open space management plan will actively manage the open space area and includes the following: restoration and enhancement of native plants and animals within at least a 5-acre area where we'll be installing new plants, wildlife surveys to identify changes in wildlife utilization, population size, and breeding activity, removal of non-native vegetation, fuel management as required by the Montecito Fire Protection District, quarterly monitoring for 2 years, and semi-annual monitoring by a county-approved biologist for 5 years. The new open space management plan will be accountable and verifiable. Your commission has requested that we provide copies of the revised open space management plan and copies of the annual status report to you for your review. We have agreed to do so, and county staff had modified condition number 14 to include you. The revised open space management plan will be independently reviewed by 4 parties: county staff, an independent biologist representing the neighborhood group, the Montecito Fire Protection District, and the Montecito Planning Commission. To ensure that management actions, biological monitoring, and agency reporting are 100% funded and implemented, Casa Dorinda will post security bonds for short-term site preparation and installation and long-term management, monitoring, and reporting. Lastly, your commission has asked how you will know if and when open space management actions and activities and habitat restoration efforts are meeting their goals and objectives. The applicant and I have added specific success criteria and performance standards that are quantitative and can be measured in the field by a biologist. The success criteria that we have added are ones that I have successfully used on other projects in Santa Barbara County and ones that have also been required by other agencies with jurisdiction on other projects. These criteria will be used to objectively evaluate how the restoration and management efforts are progressing and when these efforts have achieved their desired goals and objectives. Success criteria to be achieved after 5 years include 80% native vegetation cover within the areas that are restored, 60% species diversity of the species planted as part of the original restoration effort, and 85% tree survival with at least 85% of the trees 6 feet tall after 5 years. Tree replacement for this project includes planting 224 coast live oak and sycamore trees in order to satisfy condition number 13. That concludes my part of the presentation. I'm ready to pass it back to Brian.
Oh, may I ask 2 questions, please?
Commissioner Keller.
Mr. Garza?
Yes.
On this plan, are the green clusters, does that represent where you plan to do the restoration?
No, that does not. Those are existing trees.
Well, then can you tell us where you plan to do the restoration?
That will be in the restoration plan. I haven't worked out the details yet. I need to work that out with the fire department and with the neighbors.
I see, because the second question was that I understood the origin of this was with the memorandum of understanding with the neighbors. Excuse me, and I can appreciate that their concern is to be screened from the project on the east side, but our concern is screening of the project on the west side. And to do 5 acres, which is less than 25% of the entire area, doesn't take into account the visibility of all the buildings from the Olive Mill Road approach. So it seems to me that your focus would be primarily on screening the neighbors to the east side. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't make that assumption. That might be the priority of the neighbors. Some of the neighbors, as a biologist, my priority is really trying to create habitat for wildlife.
Okay, but I understood that the memorandum of understanding with the neighbors was the origin of this restoration or this plan, and that the 5 acres was something specifically called out in their memorandum.
The 5 acres was driven by the neighbors, and they expressed a desire to improve the wildlife habitat quality within the open space. That's what drove this.
And just one last question. The 5 acres, is it a specific portion, or would it be spread out across the entire 21 acres?
I can't answer that question yet. I haven't had a chance to meet with the neighbors to discuss that, or with the fire department. There are certain things that I would like to be able to do in there. There are some drainage channels that would be great to turn into bioswales to help filter off some of the parking lot runoff. It would be nice to create some areas for wildlife to migrate through the open space area, provide shelter for them in an east-west direction. And there are certainly opportunities to screen some of the structures where they might be visible.
No, I mean, I think that what you planned is wonderful, but to limit it to 5 acres, and if so, how are we going to measure that 5 acres, seems a little difficult to me.
It's not that difficult to measure 5 acres. I mean, we use a computerized program that based off of AutoCAD systems, so we can generate polygons and determine the size of the areas and what makes the most sense to come up with the acreage areas.
I see. So you maybe have 200 square feet in this portion and another certain amount of square feet in another portion, and you would combine all of that?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions for you. In the conditions, condition number 9, it refers to restoration of 0.43 acres. Is that a part of the 5-acre allocation, or is this in addition to that?
That's in addition to it.
Okay.
That is triggered by the bridge.
Okay. The next question relates to the funding issue. Who determines the amount of funding that's required?
That's a good question. So typically in an open space management plan or a habitat restoration plan, I would include in that plan cost estimates to both do the site preparation and install the materials, and then a cost estimate to do the long-term maintenance. That's something that we normally do for all of our restoration projects, and county staff is very familiar with our work.
And how does, I mean, at one level, you could be asking Casa de Renda to give you an open checkbook, or on the other hand, they might have the capacity to say, we're going to limit how much we're going to spend. How does that issue get resolved? And either staff or you can answer that, or Casa de Renda can.
I'll defer to staff.
Mr. Chair, when we receive, the way we structure our bond process is that we have the ability to review the cost estimates for installation and maintenance for all the different elements of the project that are submitted by the biologists. We have a pretty good idea of what is reasonable based on our experience with similar projects. We can also, if we have any questions, have those estimates peer-reviewed. And then we do require the entire amount for both of those, both installation and maintenance, to be provided to us in the form of a surety, which is only released upon adequate performance of the work.
So the answer is...
For 5 years, excuse me.
At the end of the day, the county will monitor whether the funds are adequate or not.
That's correct for the 5-year period of maintenance, yes.
Okay. Then one additional question related to the 5-acre, because I thought Commissioner Keller's question was very good. We're trying to achieve an effect in the restoration effort. I assume, County Council can tell me or staff can tell me, that we could amend the condition of approval based on the review by the commission or by the biologist from the county or whomever, that 5 acres is at a minimum, and it could be expanded to achieve a particular result. As an example, enough trees to screen from a particular area. Is there a problem with that view?
If you're asking me, we are going to include in our presentation a little discussion about the view of the buildings from the trails within the open space area. The other way to go about that would be to require screening of some of the buildings as part of the landscaping around the buildings, the new structures that are going in. And you certainly could modify the condition language to be specific to providing some kind of a screening from public trails as part of the open space management within that 5-acre area. Those are all options that are open to you.
Okay, to be continued. Commissioner Brown?
I think a lot of this will be redundant, but it's been a while, so forgive me. In your report, which I can't find the exact citation, but you mentioned the hoof disease that can be carried by goats. that, but it doesn't happen from the goats you get in Paso Robles. Can you refresh me on that?
I believe we were talking about the fungus that's called sudden oak tree death fungus.
That's the one.
Right.
So, and I think that your mitigation to that was that it wasn't really much of an impact because you'd be using goats from out of the area that south of Paso Robles, they don't have that disease.
They also got purged.
And they got purged, but I remember that part too. But so was that correct? That's the mitigation? But because what worries me about that is we don't know what will happen in the future. And so the covenant, the deed for the open space says that there shall be no livestock grazing. And I'm going to be looking for a condition that really specifically calls out goats. So I just wondered if you had any calls out eliminating goats on the property to graze.
I'm not completely opposed to eliminating goats. We would have to use mowers to accomplish what they're doing. I'm open to that as well.
Thank you.
I just have a quick comment.
Commissioner Cole?
Just a quick comment. I've walked out on the public trails there for decades and read all your reports pretty carefully. So I'd like to thank you for, I guess, the progress that's been made on this set of conditions, which we will talk about in more detail. And these are good questions by the commissioners. And I'd like to thank Mr. Welton. It makes a big difference to me because this is a huge, kind of a hidden resource for Montecito, this open space, if you look at the maps. So I appreciate your work on this. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Going to be a little more than 12 minutes now. Okay, let me keep going. So the view from the trails, this is a great segue because that has been brought up, and I think, yes.
Brian, I do have one question. I have a commissioner with low blood sugar, so how much longer you think?
I will go very quickly. I hope 5 minutes.
Right.
So Montecito Trails, of course, we are creating new trails. We're recording and documenting where the trails exist today. All of that is part of our plan. I thought it would be good to just take you through a few shots. And this first shot actually shows some of the work. Just after you cross that pedestrian bridge on that trail, you can look up to the north and you can actually see a lot of the work that Mark has already done and see oak trees. You can see the stakes for them that are currently have been planted in this area. Continuing down the path, you really get a sense of what this oak woodland is in terms of the number of trees and their relationship to the trails. As you look to the north, you can just see, if you were to look closely at this photo, you might be able to see a hubcap or a bit of a car or a bit of a window. You can see a little bit through it, but the tree canopy is fairly dense relative to the viewing of the campus. As we get a little closer, you can actually see there the skilled nursing facility, the health center, and that is visible through those trees. This is an example of an area where it might be decided that some additional planting would be appropriate. I think it's important to point out here, you can see the important issue relative to views from trails is whether they block mountain views. And the skilled nursing facility is a much taller building than what we are proposing with the personal care, memory care. It starts at a higher elevation and it has a higher plate height. So you can see just barely the mountains beyond, but this building in no way obscures that mountain view. Then if we get closer to the personal care, memory care proposed location, we can see in this photo, it's very difficult to see, so I'll highlight it, but there is the story pole that we put up right in that location, and the top of that story pole is right here. And then that is a reminder of that story pole that we install. That's 23 feet to the eave of the memory care, personal care building. That's Steve Welton standing underneath it. So we got the, yeah. Okay, well, are the lights on? No, I think they're off. It's just hard. Yeah, okay. And then finally, view number 6, which is really the straight through shot at the personal care, memory care. This is actually a really good example where we want to plant more oaks in this area to fill up that existing kind of meadow. Again, you're going to have to trust me on this, but the story pole is right in that location and the top of that story pole is here. And the important takeaway there is the height of this building is going to be well below any mountain view blockage that could possibly occur from these trails. We also just took some quick shots looking back to the south, southeast, and you can see that obviously there are buildings buildings now that are visible through that open space, and there's no way to avoid that. So in terms of what we have done, I think I would just like to conclude quickly by going through all the things that we've done over this 4-year period of working on this project so that we can see that this has not been a yes.
Can I take you back to the trail map before you do your conclusion? Because I know you'd like to keep it seamless. Can you tell me there, without the pictures, I like the one without the pictures.
Okay,
I'd like to know where the public access comes in onto your property and where appropriate signage might be put.
Well, you know, as far as signage, there really isn't any now, but you're aware of where there is the old stone gate currently. And of course, through this area is where that large flood control swath is, that very wide area. And so there could be signage certainly at that gate. That's where most people enter now. They park north of that old stone gate and they walk in through that stone gate.
But I'm actually more interested in up north as it goes. The trail goes through your property to the north.
Well, we are adding, this is the example of the trail that, again, we have actually had a surveyor out there to document and record, but this is the new trail that we are introducing, which we're going to call that has a name. You forgot? Okay.
And then
that is going to connect up to the bridge and then allow a connection across that bridge to the bus stop. So that will be an actual public easement to be able to use that bridge crossing and connect to that new trail.
So there's no trail, there's no trail between the
bridge and there's no trail between the
going north toward the executive drive. I thought there was there's no trail in that area.
No, there isn't. We have agreed, and you'll see in the conditions, we've agreed to that improving the pedestrian way.
I understand that, but I thought at one point that the trail went through the northwest corner up to the second bridge.
No. It does not. It will stop at the sidewalk here and cross the bridge to get out to the street.
All right, so then a sign on your bridge would probably be a good idea, public access.
Or at the bus stop or something, and then another sign at this point where there really is the current connection. And then obviously, one of the nice things about the open space expansion is that we permanently create that connection back to the east at this point here. So. There is the Wyant Road connection right here. That's right. So this basically describes, there are other trails that exist. In fact, these photos that I just went through were actually taken from a trail that's a little bit to the east of that, but I didn't show that on this, or to the south, I'm sorry, but I didn't show that on the map. So I want to assure you that over the 4 years here, I have had the joy of working.
Could you just show me what trails are coming out? In '92, there was an easement where there are a lot of public trails.
Well,
this tags on to Commissioner Brown's question. So
there is no trail that is. I mean, there was an easement that cut through this portion right here.
Right.
That is basically realigned to be congruent with the existing trail that is on the ground today.
Okay, and there's no existing north trails that are being eliminated.
It's just that one easement that runs through here is being realigned to be congruent with that existing trail. So in other words, before it used to cut like that, and in reality it went on the ground like that, and that's what we're recording.
Well, this is the one where the gravel parking lot was put over the trail.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And that is, again, approximately right through this area like that easement. So it's been a very long time, in other words, since it was any kind of a trail. Okay, I'll try to wrap this up quickly. So I have had the pleasure to work with this team for 4 years, I will tell you, and we've done a lot. And I'm just going to go through these quickly. We've moved cottages further away from the open space, which the neighbors asked us to do, and we've enlarged the proposed open space, which the neighbors requested to be basically all along our southern and eastern boundary. We've revised that open space management plan with enhancement, as Mark talked about, the new wildlife management, the tree management. We specified a minimum of 5 acres, and that's important, I think, for Mark. That was a manageable piece. It doesn't mean that it can't be more. Studied the impact of water wells on the oak woodland, which the neighbors asked, the possibility of wildlife corridors. We agreed to report to the Planning Commission regarding the open space management and set a time frame of 5 years on that. We've specified that non-natives will be removed adjacent to the open space. In other words, that northern border contiguous to the open space will refrain from reducing the size of the open space for at least 20 years, and we will have the added performance criteria that Mark mentioned. We've eliminated one of the cottages for the neighbors. We had the analysis of the alternative bridge locations done by Mike Cassesi, which was requested by you. Early on in the project, we took 4 units from the podium and moved it up to 352 at the request of the MBAR and the neighbors. We relocated the grill about 300 times to satisfy the residents as to the best location for that, and in the process removed a couple of cottages to do it. We've added vegetative screening, which we will do for the neighbors. We've agreed to dark sky standards in terms of lighting. We relocated the trash enclosure a number of times, and we actually studied a number of locations with the neighbors to determine what was the best location. We reoriented the cottages at 352 Hot Springs for the neighbors to the north and created an 8-foot noise barrier. We studied alternative locations, as I mentioned, with the neighbors for the trash. We've conducted the cultural resources study. We've provided an addendum to the historic report. We've studied alternatives for the retaining of the stone bridge and spent a lot of time on that. We revised to retain the trail segments as we just talked about. We've added new trail segments as we just talked about, and we've added that walking path along Olive Mill and Hot Springs. We modified the evacuation plan. We added a parking management plan. We've agreed to valet parking for events. We agreed to prepare a transportation management plan. We added a condition regarding limiting the use of the facilities, and finally, we have agreed to confirm that we have adequate funding for the project. So that concludes our presentation. I don't know if Chair Kimsey would like to just close with a few brief words, and then we'll go to lunch.
30 seconds. And thank you for your patience and your attention to all these slides this morning. In closing, I would like to just highlight one more important factor, and that is the importance of time. As you can see, and as you know, we serve an older population at CASA. We strive to serve them well. Time is always a factor on our campus, and that's true for these plans as well. Since we started coming before this commission, we've had a number of residents needing more care and services, and some have already passed on. Delays for this project mean that some members of our campus won't see the improvements that are needed and that would better serve them and thus their families. All of us, our current residents, those on the wait list for the master plan, those on the wait list generally, the MRA board, and all of us here will greatly appreciate your help in helping us move forward without further delays by moving forward today. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
I just have a question of anybody on the team. Do you have the presentation, that last few slides in print? Do we have a copy of that presentation? I would like to have that for lunch if I could. Not to eat. I know I'm hungry, but I don't really. I would like to just be able to review it.
I have a question for the commission. Can we break for lunch and be back in 45 minutes?
Somebody can get me something to eat.
Okay. It is now, it is 12:56. Let's be back at 1:45. Okay. I'm going to call us back into session. We're reconvening the May 2nd Montecito Planning Commission hearing. Everybody got their water and ready to go here? Let's see, we left off with the applicant's presentation. I think we should probably go to public comment. I think I have 2 speaker slips.
I think Ed Quackenbush was for the first item.
Well, okay.
Yeah, that's just.
Yeah, okay. I have 1 speaker slip from Ted Stern. So Ted, why don't you come up, and if you can confine your comments to about a minute, and then if we've got questions, we'll ask. David?
If I talk that fast, I may not be understood, but I'll give it a go.
Okay.
Okay, as many of you know, I'm a off-campus resident of Casa Dorinda. I live on Schoolhouse Road, have for 18 years. Walk back and forth, know the area well. Want to address a couple of matters that you've talked about in the past, hasn't been really raised today. And that is how engaged Casa is in Montecito as a community. What's its engagement there? And residents are actively engaged in the community through the Montecito Association, supporting the library, and now currently working with the Montecito Historical Committee with regard to that treasure trove of David Merrick's works that have now been provided for cataloging and for the history of Montecito. CASA also provides emergency services in support of Mirage with the trauma center and the emergency care center beneath the medical center. Many people aren't aware of that, but that's an important contribution that CASA makes with respect to the community. And you touched on it briefly today. The Oak Grove itself, the expanded Oak Grove, is a major community amenity that we all appreciate. My family, dogs, whatever, we walk it regularly several times each week. But personally, the most important benefit, I think, is that it provides a place for people who live in Montecito, in the immediate area, to stay, to live when they need the support that a life care community does provide. And CASA does just that. You heard the majority of people living there and on the waiting list are Montecitans. And we need to continue to provide the expanded facilities within Casa Dorinda for them. There's no alternative to that kind of facility in Montecito, nor is there ever likely to be, because of as you gather, the tremendous infrastructure support that has to be created to provide for the level of care that's appropriate. I won't touch on the access from San Ysidro. You've already heard enough reasons why that just simply doesn't work. And lastly, I would say that CASA has demonstrated what you want it to do, which is to reach out to its neighbors, resolve issues, and that's why there's no opposition to this project. From within the CASA, from its neighbors, from the community at large. I urge you, please, to bring this process to a close today and vote for this project to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? I see no indication of that, so I am going to close public comment, and I'm going to bring it back to see if the applicant has anything they wish to add, or if staff wants to add anything since the morning session. So, Ms. Gerber?
Mr. Chair, since the morning session, and after he had the opportunity to take a close look at the plans for the different alternatives, Mr. Robertson has some additional comments I think he'd like to give with respect to the alternative bridge locations.
Alternatives for the bridge, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Robertson?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Hello. I'm probably going to take some lashes for this, so I'm going to preface my statement with the fact that, just like it was mentioned earlier about flood control, not looking at alternatives when a project moves forward, Public Works is very similar in that manner as well. Alternatives generally are not looked at by the department. We simply look at the project that was presented before us, and we move forward. So with that said, sitting here in the audience and watching the hearing earlier, there was some discussion about the alignment with Alternative 1, the skewed private road coming into the public intersection, and discussion about vehicle turning movements. And what I came to the realization of after the whole discussion was over was that Alternative 1 would not meet Public Works standards for accessing the public road. We have certain standards, one of those being that we require a 100-foot tangent or a straight section when you come into a roadway. Alternative 1 would not meet that, as well as the maximum angle that you can have for a roadway coming into a public intersection is no less than 80 degrees, so it has to be between 80 and 90 degrees. So that's second strike against Alternative 1 that would not meet those standards. Now, in all fairness, if there were no other alternative viable for the project, then Public Works would look at the project and try to work out some kind of agreement that would make the intersection function. But what it boils down to is that the proposed project is superior as far as alignment and what Public Works can support.
How does that square with your prohibitions? How does that square with the fact that you have an existing condition?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the simple fact is that they're coming in and asking for discretionary approval, and by doing so, we would require them to meet our current standards. So in the absence of a discretionary approval, we would not make the comment to have any changes made. But in this case, if we can have a project that meets our current standards, then of course we're going to ask for it.
Okay.
No, only looking at that diagram, if the access were instead of the sharp turn to the left, if it was straightened out more to go just at an easy angle, would that satisfy your needs? There isn't the turn and it's straighter.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, the criteria would be that the applicant would have to provide a 100-foot straight section coming into the roadway, and then
coming into the
intersection of Hot Springs, correct.
But straight and square with the intersection?
It could be no more than 80 degrees, or no less than 80 degrees, however you want to look at it.
Okay, and just because I need the help, that if that straight section there, instead of curving sharply to the left, if it were straightened out all the way to the roadway, what kind of a turn, how much is that angle?
Just by looking there, we're almost at a 45-degree angle to the roadway, so that's why the existing roadway would not be acceptable. Which obviously, to meet Public Works standards, then even if you had a turn in the roadway, it would probably change the location of the bridge once again.
And you're also saying that just because, since this is pre-existing, the reason you might go back and make a subsequent requirement is because of the project itself. I mean, are there any situations where you accept pre-existing non-conforming situations?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, if there were no other alternative, then yes, we would look at accepting some form. I'm sure there would still be some work to make the roadway function better, and we would work with the project engineer in order to do that. But in this case, yes, the trigger is the discretionary action, and that discretionary action would trigger us requiring our current standards.
So the fact that the community plan emphasizes winding roadways, et cetera, would the community plan trump Public Works, or does Public Works trump the community plan?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, Public Works standards are Public Works standards, and the department, although we can accept design exceptions, the community plan does not necessarily trump public safety and what we believe is proper design of a public roadway.
And this is not a public roadway. This is a private driveway to a private nonprofit facility.
You are correct, but it is accessing a public facility.
Public
roadway
a-
would be Hot Springs Road intersection.
Oh, so you're talking about the Hot Springs roadway.
I'm talking about everything in its entirety, correct?
But isn't the portion to the east of the roadway private property? Private roadway?
Yes.
So,
Because they are accessing a public road, Public Works standards apply.
thank you.
Well, Mr. Robertson, I'm always happy to know sooner than later. So staff, April 11th, they get this big memo from Dr. Russell. I know Joyce put a lot of work into it. It has the project versus 8 alternatives. 5 are infeasible. Are you saying alternative 1 is now infeasible? We shouldn't have spent all this time looking at that one?
What Public Works is saying is that it would require changes to the alignment in order to meet standards to access the road. Otherwise, Public Works may not grant the encroachment permit necessary to access the roadway.
No, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, why did we spend the last 3 weeks looking at alternative 1? Did you see this memo ahead of time?
Once again, Public Works does not review alternatives. We only look at the project as proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Roberts, I just wanted to go back to your prior testimony and other hearings, and I'm not sure it makes much difference at this point. But you testified, I believe, that Public Works liked the intersection aligning, even though I thought there were a lot of conflicting points there, including elderly people in buses and bicycles and cars, and you agreed, but you still, in spite of the conflicting points, you still felt that was preferable to you, but you felt that there were you would also be all right with other egress and ingress opportunities. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, yes, that is correct. And also keep in mind that, as Ms. Gerber pointed out earlier, with additional access points or changes to existing access points, in this case the Northern Bridge, there are consequences to actions. So obviously, we could look at an access point on the at the Northern Bridge location, but checking site distance, it clearly does not meet site distance, either the minimum required or, as Mr. Schell was stating earlier, the preferred site distance, which would be the larger number. So with that, we would have to entertain options like turn restrictions, or just not even using the intersection at all. So
option 1 is clearly off the table. 2, 3, and 4 are difficult. Did you see enough about them? They're the ones with the tree and so you'd have to have no left turn at this point.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, yes, that would be the case. If an egress movement was allowed at the Northern Bridge location, then left turn restrictions would be required.
And then how do you feel about left turn restrictions coming out of private driveways? Is that an issue?
It would be a mandate by the conditions of approval, because if we allow a left turn, we're creating an unsafe situation on the roadway due to the fact that there's improper sight distance.
Yeah, I think Mr. Schell said he thought it was not a very good idea. He wouldn't support that kind of an idea. So I was just wondering if Public Works could support.
We would deny the encroachment permit.
You would?
Yes.
So option 1, 2, and 3 are all off option 1, 3, and 4 are infeasible? I agree with Commissioner Cole.
Commissioner Brown, through the chair, and Commissioner Cole, I would characterize the analysis in a slightly different way. The ones that were identified as being infeasible were infeasible on the surface, on the face of them, because of easement language, private property issues. I mean, you didn't really have to analyze much. Now we're looking at options 1, 3, and 4. And and as staff concluded from their analysis, they were not as good as the proposed project. So, as we do more analysis, perhaps we will come to the conclusion that they are infeasible, but it was only through this analysis that we got to question their feasibility. So it's something that was not apparent on the face of the options when first analyzed, and so I think it's playing out. So I think we needed to analyze them thoroughly to come to the conclusions, whatever they're going to be, that you come to regarding the various options. I think that they're not infeasible in the way that the others were, but you will come to whatever conclusions you come to based upon this analysis, which had to play out to get where we are now.
One last thing, please. Does Public Works have any discretion? I mean, there were a number of other reasons why I thought the scenario 1 was a better solution. And taking those into account, things like environmentally sensitive habitat, things like better access to the memory care and personal care units, are those, for the emergency vehicles, are those the sorts of things that would be taken into account in a decision? I mean, you're talking as though it's a hard and fast, and yet since this is a private driveway going onto a public road, it seems to me you've made a lot of exceptions in the past.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, as far as discretion goes, yes, Public Works does control the access rights to the public roads, and it's Public Works' responsibility to maintain the safe well-being of the motorists on the roadway. So the discretion would be to simply deny the encroachment permits in order to maintain the safety of the existing users. The only other option would be to leave things status quo and not have a project. Is there a balance? Yes, there is. But in this case, we would not accept a substandard situation at the expense of the existing roadway users.
Just out of curiosity, have there been any accidents or any safety issues with the current driveway as it exists?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, that's not really a fair question to state because the turning movements are different from what's being proposed as the alternative. So no, there are no current problems with the driveway, but because the site would be changing.
But excuse me, no, that scenario 1 does not anticipate any changes with the roadway.
What aspect of scenario 1? So exactly, scenario 1 is replacement of the bridge over the creek in the existing location, correct? Mm-hmm. And maintaining operations at bridge number 2 in the same fashion that it's currently being used. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay,
bridge
so in
number
that
2
case,
would be an emergency or an alternative.
There's 2 pieces of that puzzle. Piece number 1 is the southern bridge does not meet current roadway standards in the alignment. So that's one part of the puzzle. The second part of the puzzle is the northern bridge and how it operates. Well, if it's going to be operating the same and we're not providing an egress maneuver out of the site, then no, there would really not be an issue with the northern bridge at that point. It's when you change it to an egress movement at the northern bridge that creates the problem.
That isn't going to be that wasn't the permanent suggestion. That was just temporary during construction.
That's right.
So, I'm sorry.
Oh, just a point of information. I think the North Bridge was just going to be used for emergency and maybe pedestrian, and it wasn't going to be used the same.
Right. Again, there's, out of all the alternatives, the problem with the northern bridge is when we provide an egress movement out. The problem with the southern bridge, replacing it at the location, well, even that at the location that diagram right there, the angle and the tangent do not meet Public Works standards. Can it be cured through engineering? Of course it can. But as pictured on the screen right now, that does not meet Public Works standards.
Could you explain the tangent again?
The tangent would be the straight section of roadway coming into the intersection needs to be a minimum of 100 feet. So the center line would be it would need to be a straight section at no greater than or no less than 80 degrees. So it would have to be either straight or slightly bent for 100 feet. What happens beyond that 100 feet is up to the applicant. But
So you would really prefer roughly a 90-degree angle. I mean, that's what you're saying. 80 degrees is pretty darn
Public Works standards always prefer 90 degree.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify for reference, it's 100 feet from the property line to the bridge. so that you can get a sense of distance, okay? So it's 100 feet from the proposed bridge to the property line. So I just wanted to give you a sense of what 100 feet is. That's all.
Okay.
No, I mean, and it's also more than 100 feet from the old bridge to the property line. And so what you're objecting to is the pink portion that turns sharply to the left.
That is correct.
Commissioner Brown, you have a question? Or? Okay. I'll bring it back. Does the applicant have any response to limited public comment or anything they wish to add at this time? Doesn't look like you do, so I'm going to bring it to the commission. Let's get our questions answered and
yeah, I do have a number of questions that I actually would like to ask the applicant or staff, whoever's best poised to address that. Thank you, Mr. Robertson, for that information. Let's see here. I wanted to know, I think, Mr. Cannell, we ended up on the easement trail map, and then I asked staff to bring up the easement trail map. There is a trail that had been on the property that went from the current entry. I think I've got them, if you want to use, I got them to bring the map up. There's a trail. I don't know if it's a dedicated trail. I'm not quite sure what that story is, but it's now been eliminated. So I'd like to know how that happens.
There is not a trail now, but there is an old easement that runs in that. So it would be similar to that easement that we talked about running to the east through the parking lot. So it's an actual recorded easement, but there's no trail in that location. So in meeting with Claude at Parks and working this out, basically we're creating that connection at the street now as the commission has requested. So we've made it a safe condition to where you are able to come up from this trail and connect to the bridge and cross and then go on up. So in other words, what I was describing is that easement roughly is running through this area here, but there is no trail there.
Well, just to interrupt you, I think I've walked on something, not particularly recently, but that goes up through that corner and then goes around on the side and then catches into a creek back there.
Well, I can assure you, I've walked it many times. There is no trail from this corner of the property down to the southern bridge. This is all heavy riparian habitat area. There is some parking in this area, but there's no trail. But there was an easement. It is correct that there is an easement, and so that would be, and again, working with Parks, we've agreed that that actual recorded easement would be eliminated, and we would instead then create that walk or trail along the right-of-way for the length of the property to that northern corner.
So the community plan says designated trail corridors should be kept clear from encroachments by new or development or uses. And then it says recreational trail corridors shall be protected by future use by conditions passed on all developments which may affect the designated trail corridors. So it sounds like the intention of the community plan is to not eliminate, not let development eliminate these historic trails.
Well, it's not that's what I understand. There is an easement there. There is no trail on the ground.
All right.
If the commission felt that they wanted to maintain that trail, that obviously could be done. My only concern is that there be a safe passage across the creek. In other words, you wouldn't want to have the trail come and dead into the property and have nowhere to go. So what we're providing for is this new trail that will connect to the bridge, safely allow crossage at the pedestrian portion of that bridge to the roadway, and then continue a pedestrian access way along the roadway to that northern corner, at which point then whatever would happen could happen. But we don't want a trail that goes to nowhere and would force people to have to, make their way across the creek on their own.
Yes, I think what I was what I was told by staff at the time is it was going to go to the north where the easement is now and then go out on the North Bridge. That was what I was told originally, and that's not as...
Well, it is possible. I mean, again, it makes sense to...
Here's my reasoning is, these trails were for horses and people, and this sort of connection between the community, and to sort of eliminate it, from the oak woodlands off to the sidewalk or off to the paved road is not quite. Again, it loses some of that community character. We as we all know, we can walk right by Oprah's house, and we enjoy these trails because of their the lack of their, solid
I understand.
planned sense.
I understand, and if it's the commission's desire, we were doing it for safety reasons. If it's the commission's desire to utilize that trail, we can certainly keep that easement and recreate that trail. I just want to be sure it's a safe trail that doesn't go through. Yeah, it's going through a parking lot now, apparently. So.
One of my favorite non-structured places to be. All right, thank you for that. I have a couple of more questions for you, if you don't mind. Let's see, references to, there was I think I'll save that one for staff, and the water hookup I'll save for staff. The construction time. Mr. Schaefer said 3.5 years. The staff report says 7 to 10. What is the construction phase?
We actually have a schedule. I hate to ask you to do this, Joyce, but if you could go to towards the end of our presentation, we've got a chart that shows the construction. I think what we've got right now is about 33 months on the schedule. We've broken it into a couple of phases. So Joyce, it's down below Anna Dorinda Bliss and.
7 to 10 has to do with the existing buildings.
Okay. So Edward Steinfeld was just clarifying for me. Keep going. It's a chart, so you'll be able to see it. The 7 to 10 really has to do with all the facade work and remodel of the overall existing buildings on the campus. So the new construction, we absolutely intend to do that in as timely a way as possible, because there it is.
Okay.
So there you can see the anticipated time frame that we're looking at, and so we're hoping we would be finished, as you see here. Sorry, I did that. In 2019, so the starting point has us perhaps optimistically here at August of 2016, and then you can kind of get a sense just by reading through this list when these various components would occur. So phase 1 has really the majority of the project in it, and then phase 2 is the conclusion of the project into 2019. So that's for all the new construction, but the overall time frame is just critical to be able to allow Casa Dorinda to do those aesthetic improvements to all the existing buildings, the facade work, et cetera, that we've talked about over a longer period of time.
And then this was probably attended to earlier, but when do they start the maintenance of the oak woodland? I mean, are you going to do that during the same construction period at all?
That would, again, as Mark has mentioned, there will be a whole plan and a time frame associated with that, but I assume that would start right away, and there are conditions that I believe require it to commence immediately. There'd be no reason to delay that effort, and it could, yes, proceed while the new construction is going on. There would be no conflict between the two.
Okay, thank you for that. Is your light on?
I'm going to piggyback on a question that Commissioner Brown raised. There is no condition currently restricting the time frame for new construction. So I think that's a condition we, at least personally, I think needs to be added so everybody's expectations are clear. There was also, I can find it if I need to, but there is a phrase in here about the funding, that the project would be funded, but it is worded in a way that it says for each permit that is issued. And I don't think this commission is interested in tying it to a permit. I think we're interested in tying it, I shouldn't speak for other people. I'm interested in tying it to the entire project, to the entire master plan, so that when Casa de Renda comes to us and says, money is not a problem, we're not going to drag this out because we need assurances that, yes, the money is in hand, and you're going to do all of the two-part phase there in one shot.
Sure.
So,
and the problem here, and maybe we can try to work through this, but the problem, from my experience is you need a construction estimate from a contractor for a specific set of drawings that is being permitted. So we're breaking this into multiple permits. I will have a building permit for the PCU, MCU, for example. I'll have one for the grill. We'll have one for the cottages. We'll have one for the independent living. I think the point of this is that for us to get that financing, the financing will be based on a contractor's certified estimate of that construction cost based on those working drawings. So it may be hard to compile all of that into one thing, but I have to believe there's a way to get to what you want to get to, because I really believe this is one where we're in mutual agreement. We want to be sure once we start construction that it does not drag on. It's not in the interest of Casa de Renda, and particularly not the residents, to have this construction not proceed in a timely manner.
Well, just so it's clear, I don't know what the wording is. I'll leave that to people that do it for a living. But what I'd hate to see happen is you get the memory care, the personal care unit going, and then suddenly the estimate comes in on the 352 property much higher than you anticipated. And suddenly you're not doing that. So this 7 to 10 year window suddenly really becomes a 7 to 10 year window. I think that's what we want to avoid. So
I understand.
Let's see what we can come up with in terms of language that avoids that.
Yeah, because it's difficult to read.
Yeah, it is.
Can
I
you
agree.
tell us what the priorities are in terms of which phase you wanted to attach first, and what is the last?
The priority is, number one is clearly the bridge. And then after that really is going to be getting the personal care, memory care commenced. So, I mean, as you know, we've asked for some relief on the kitchen addition, so that's a piece that wants to occur immediately because that's a very important component of the master plan. But the idea is to be able to get that personal care, memory care going, and then we would proceed into the independent living component. It's likely that the area where the independent living goes, where that underground parking is going, will be a critical staging area and parking area while the personal care, memory care is proceeding. And it's going to have to be very carefully managed by the contractor, again, to make sure there's not disruption to the residents and that that we're able to make that sensible flow of work.
So if I can
back to Commissioner Brown.
Continue with my questions. So what you actually, or maybe Mr. Shaver gave us, was the phasing. Just Commissioner Keller was bridge, personal care, memory unit, garage, apartment, independent living units, cottages, and restaurant. Kitchen now being done, and then the grill at the tail end. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But my question, really based on that long lead, was on the garage. I mentioned earlier that the Miramar had come in and thought they were going to do underground garage, and then they did a feasibility on it, and the engineering was out of their price range. So have you done any preliminary? Okay, thank you.
Yes, we've had a contractor look at it. We know roughly what the costs are. It's a very expensive garage because part of it goes underneath the roadway. It's going to be, a challenge to build, but the contractor has taken that into consideration, and we do know what that number is.
And if for some reason that didn't pan out because of water or whatever, would you come back? Do you come back to the Planning Commission, or what happens?
No, I mean, look, we know that, Commissioner Keller mentioned before, there's some concern about that we don't maybe have enough parking spaces. We can't reduce the number of spaces. There's no question about that. We need that parking, and And what we would always do in a situation like this is carry contingencies. So should we find, for instance, water or more rock than we had anticipated in the estimate, there'll always be a contingency there to cover for those unforeseen situations to be able to keep the construction going. So once the construction starts, it will continue, and we'll have to have the contingency to cover for those unknowns.
Well, certainly one of the appeals to me is that underground garage, because I think it gets a lot of the many things out of the way. But I would hate to, find out down the road, well, that never quite got built. So, all right. So moving on, affordable housing. I mentioned earlier the executive director house is. I understand you're not compelled to do this. You do not have to put an affordable housing unit in, but I think it would. I'm just wondering if there's any. I asked this question of your team, so I'm just wondering if you have any inclination to go that way, because it certainly would be, as your chair said, a community service. This is some person who wouldn't have to be driving on our roads every day. It would be someone who's on your property 24/7. It's you're taking off an employee with your employee housing, and you're asking for a lot merge, and you're taking along with that the tax roll. So I'm just wondering if you've given any thought to some kind of employee housing on your large campus here.
My answer to that is, as I've testified previously, I have made it clear to the team that I don't believe there's any more room to put anything on the site and do what we're doing with the open space. I think the practical reality is there's no room. There's hardly the room to do what we are asking for at this point. So no, there is no room for that employee housing to occur on the site. That is not the function of Casa Dorinda. Its function is to house seniors, and that's where the priority has to be.
Mm-hmm. And then I would assume then that's the same for the daycare center for your employees.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm the one to answer the daycare question.
Well, it was on one of your original plans, and then it was struck.
Well, I think it was something that was many years ago. I don't think it was part of our. Let me let Edward Steinfeld answer that.
I'm Edward Steinfeld. I'm project managing this team, and I'm a former administrator of Casa Dorinda. Started there in 1980. So I've been very involved with Casa Dorinda for a number of years. And in 1991, it was my idea actually to have a child daycare center that was going to reuse the existing skilled nursing facility when we built the new medical center. And subsequent to that, it was never intended to use, the community decided not to use it that way. And they intended and have now have an activity center there for all of the residents. And then it happened to show up on a staff report by mistake. And so that's why you saw it again.
Well, it was a good mistake. I like the idea.
I like the idea too, but it didn't go.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, if you've been there that long, do you know anything about left turns coming out of Casa Dorinda and accident rates?
I talked to Robin. I left in 1992, and then I came back about 10 years ago or so in terms of developing this master plan. And I think it was because I had gone from 92 to sometime in the 2000s. Robin really had the correct information as to when the left turn ceased in terms of safety.
Mr. Steinfeld?
Sure.
Excuse me, Chair. Tell me about the master plan. Are you thinking of, it's been said here today that it's 50 years, it's 30 years. We've seen historic documents started in the 70s, the 90s. I kind of think of this as master plan 2. There's been concern that what would happen in the future? When would master plan 3? There's some language, 20-year language about the open space easement. I don't think we've heard from you yet. What are you thinking about the master plan?
Well, I can't speak entirely for Casa Dorinda. I'm a consultant to them in terms of how the future is going to present itself. There will be changes in the medical community, I'm sure, over time. Transportation, the issue that Chairman overall wanted us to address in terms of reducing the amount of transport from the campus, that could have an effect on a future master plan. But it was our intention to develop this as a build-out in terms of what's needed. The precipitation precipitating issue, which we've told you about, had to do with the fact that residents had to leave the campus. And so that's how it started, and frankly, independent living is also desirable because there's a great community out there that wants those units, and that's how it's paid for.
Well, in the very first session, I think Commissioner Overall asked a good question, and that is, how do we make sure that this is a master plan that works for a while and that 10 or 15 years we're not back here talking about, building the 7 cottages, even more into the open space?
I think it's a very reasonable thing to say, and it's something that we should address in terms of all of us, in terms of what the commitment would be in terms of this master plan and when we might have the opportunity to come back for something. But we all do know that the future will change in some ways. That so I think it's incumbent upon your commission and subsequent commissions to evaluate that as the time goes. But
well, Mr. Mayor Connor had a good answer and legal answer, and that was any given Tuesday the Board of Supervisors could change it. But I think something that I will be wrestling with is how long is this master plan going to last? And I understand that the future will change, but I don't want to have one change after another. I moved to Montecito in '76, and I've already seen it change dramatically.
Sure. Thank you all.
Do you have any more questions?
No.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. This was for staff. I'm sorry, this is for staff, and it was about the Montecito water meter, Montecito water easement. Are there it says on the map they're abandoning it, and then are they adding it back, or what is that all about? I'm sorry, maybe back to... I think it's over on the north, probably where the executive director house is. There's a whole... It says MWD easement removed, MWD easement put...
Yeah, there are, if you can go back to that.
Joyce, if you go back to your slides of the easement.
Yes. Okay. Well, this is pretty good. There is an existing 12-inch Montecito Water District water main that runs up here and then runs in the site and basically circles the site and comes out along where that northerly bridge is and runs all the way around. Where we change the alignment, for example, right here, the water line today would run underneath this building, which is unacceptable to the water district. So they would like to see that water line and easement abandoned and the water line placed in this location. And then here again, there is an existing 12-inch water main that runs right here. The parking garage actually extends underneath that road. So here again, the Montecito Water District doesn't want that water line over the parking or within the parking structure, so they want us to take it and carry it up here. And then again, we have the same issue with our entrance. This portion of the water main needs to be relocated, and then the water main runs in that section. So it's just a matter of placing the new water main where the Montecito Water District wants to see it.
Can get it, at their request. All right, and then while you're there, what happened to the water hookup at the executive director house? What happens to that meter?
That meter goes back to the district, and the new hookup will be, there is a master meter approximately in this location that will be used to serve these 4 units.
Great. Thank you very much. You can tell that was a citizen question who asked me to address those questions, so thank you.
Okay. Any questions at this point from the commission, or are we ready to move on to reviewing the conditions? Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I just wanted to address an issue that came up at the break. I had a member of the public raise a Brown Act question, and the concern that was raised was that there was an observation of 2 commissioners speaking, and it wasn't clear what the topic was, but there was a concern that perhaps that was in violation of the Brown Act. And so I did clarify at the time that is not a violation, but I did want to make it clear for the record that since the Montecito Planning Commission has 5 members, that it is 3 members that are prohibited from speaking outside of a public hearing. And that rule of 3 is true even when not all commissioners are present and participating in the hearing.
Okay, thank you. So what I'd like to do now is turn to a discussion of the conditions. Ms. Gerber, be on your toes. And I think we ought to go through it. So I'll raise the condition number and then...
May I ask a question, please?
Certainly.
I had asked Ms. Gerber to prepare, and I believe you did, a clarification about the various levels of expansion, and starting with 1971 and is that something, I'm not sure the conditions will directly address that. I'd like to get a sense of the previous build-up, and now I'm interested in hearing that although this is a master plan, this is just the master plan for now. It sounds like there will definitely be a future master plan, and I think we need to get a sense of historically how this development has occurred.
Okay, let's hear that review, and then we'll move to the conditions.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, that slide is up now. And it basically just summarizes what we know from previous permits about the previous development on site. So as you can see here, before the 1971 application, it was the Montecito School for Girls, and we don't have much information on that. In 1971, there was an application, as you see, for a, quote, home for aged persons. It included 37 beds and 10 rooms for long-term care. That was a permit that was for 1 year, and they had 263 dwelling units, 302 residents, and it had an 8% coverage at the time, and the cap was 10% of structural coverage over the entire, at that time, 37 acres. And so if you work out maximum people per acre, at that time it was 6.
Ms. Gerber, may I just ask you, I have the staff report from 1971, and it does mention 8%. But it doesn't say anything. The coverage of existing and proposed buildings equal 8%. At which point was it increased to a cap of 10%?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, I believe it was at that time that there was a 10% cap imposed on that 1971 permit. I'm not remembering off the top of my head if it was in the staff report or the conditions of approval, but I think maybe the conditions of approval, which is why you're not seeing it in the staff report itself.
Okay, because that was the staff recommendation, was 8%. Thank you.
And so then in 1972, that permit was renewed. And then in 1973, we have a land use rider, which would be equivalent to today's land use permit or zoning clearance, which simply specifies the number of apartments, 231, 19 cottages, 13 residential units in the main house, total of 263 units, and a 47-bed long-term care facility. The number of dwelling units was 263, and in that land use rider, it doesn't specify how many residents or the percent of coverage. Then in 1975, 75 CP 94 authorized additional parking. In 1980, a conditional use permit authorized the 20-room personal care unit and parking. And at that time, the number of dwelling units was 262, and they were proposing in that permit 284. The number of residents at that time was 323. There was a cap of 360 imposed with that permit. And with that, it brought the estimated maximum people per acre to 8. And again, that's with the 37.35 acre facility. In 1990, the new conditional use permit authorized the 50,500 square foot skilled nursing facility. It increased the assisted living units to 27. There were 264 existing dwelling units and 270 proposed dwelling units, 302 existing residents, 308 proposed with that permit, with a cap of 360, which has remained since that time, since the 1980 permit. And again, 8 estimated maximum people per acre, figuring the 37 acre property and the cap of 360, so that would be the maximum persons per acre. That permit was revised several years later. 90 CP 91 Revision 1 added the property at 352 Hot Springs to be incorporated, even though it was a separate legal parcel, as part of the facility. And it added covered resident parking and employee parking. At that time, there were 292 existing dwelling units, 296 proposed, 309 residents. The cap still, again, is 360. The cap of percent coverage, structural coverage, which had been raised to 10%, which was still 10% previously, was raised to 12. And then with the addition of that extra acre, the maximum number of people per acre went down to 7, where it has remained. In 2007, the conditional use permit was amended to increase the allowed number of units in the personal care unit to 31, and that was in exchange for 2 of the independent living units. Cap is 286 dwelling units. Again, it kept the cap of 360 residents. The percent of coverage was 11.2 at that time, still with a cap of 12%. And then you see at the bottom line our currently proposed project, 266 dwelling units. We keep the cap of 360 residents. The percent of coverage would be 13.6, and the estimated maximum number of people per acre would be 7.
Turning to the conditions, what I would propose we do is go through each condition. If you have a question, you have a comment, whatever, let's raise it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, if you'd like, I still have a few slides that summarize the changes in the conditions since you saw them last.
You're right, I'm getting tired. Please.
I need just a minute to re-find my PowerPoint. Okay, so we presented proposed conditions to your commission at the October 21st hearing of 2015. And then we presented revised proposed conditions at the December 3rd hearing, and those were responding to both your questions and comments and things the applicant requested to be changed, and staff was fine with all of those. They included corrections to the project description, changes requested by the applicant and supported by staff, and also changes requested by your commission. Then since that time, we've also added revisions and additions. Both applicant and staff has added them in response to your commission's comments at the December 16th, 2015 hearing. So, to go through these one at a time, there are several proposed new conditions since you saw them last. Condition 67 limits the use of the facility to residents and guests, with the exception of the open space and trails. 68 prohibits for 20 years CUP amendments that would reduce the size of the open space. Condition 69 requires CASA to submit a transportation management plan with the overall objective of reducing the number of motor vehicles and parking areas at the facility. Condition 70 requires CASA to provide valet parking on paved areas for on-site events of more than 50. Condition 72 requires the applicant to provide an unpaved walking path along Olive Mill. And Condition 73 would prohibit left-hand turns out of CASA from the north driveway unless the Transportation Division confirms that there is adequate site distance. And you may remember that we also added that condition 71 for construction funding, but then, as you mentioned previously, we did propose to change it, so we'll discuss that under proposed condition modifications. So as Mr. De La Garza commented on, conditions 9, 13, and 14 were augmented with additional information about the specific requirements of the habitat restoration, tree replacement, and open space management plans. Condition 44 clarifies the actions that must be taken with respect to the open space easement before the permit can be effectuated. And specifically, that it clarifies that the permit can't be effectuated until the board takes action to accept those altered easements, and they're rededicated. Condition 62 clarifies the required conditions for the kitchen expansion, and 71 requires verification of adequate funding prior to issuance of each zoning clearance. And staff has reviewed these various new and modified conditions, and we do support their inclusion into the conditions recommended with project approval. So my last slides are about your recommendation, and we can either take them now or later at your discretion.
Why don't you get those out of the way?
All right. So in conclusion, staff does recommend that your commission make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings, adopt the negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions, approve the project 14 RVP 5 and 14 CUP 2 subject to the conditions of approval, determine that the land exchange and offer to dedicate open space conforms with the comprehensive plan and the Montecito Community Plan, determine that the quitclaim of existing trail easements and rededication of new trail easements conforms with the comprehensive plan and the Montecito Community Plan, and finally, direct staff to transmit the conformity report to the County of Santa Barbara General Services Department and the Board of Supervisors. I do have a number of additional slides, including the table that we just looked at, if you'd like clarification on any of those issues.
Let's go back to the staff recommendation. I just want to make sure that I heard you, heard council correctly. We need to adopt those two. If we're to approve this, we need to adopt those two. But in essence, that's all, those have already been approved by the Board of Supervisors. Is that a correct statement?
Mr. Chair, as to the CEQA piece,
Yeah.
that's the issue that went up on appeal and has already been determined.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Now, can we move to my conditions? No, let's go to the condition review. And since the condition 1 is the project description and it's fairly lengthy, maybe we ought to take that page by page, just to make sure. Anybody have comments on the first page?
Yes.
Commissioner Keller.
I would just, the bottom paragraph addresses the gates, and I think that's the only place that the entry gates are mentioned. And as I indicated earlier, the entry is a concern for me. I agree that the sort of mustard-colored 70s walls really have to come down, but I want to be reassured that the community plan, which specifies residential character, is respected. And one of the things that concerns me about the current gates is that, as indicated here in your plans, from the intersection at Hot Springs and Olive Mill, there is a very direct view and straight shot from the entrance to the main residence. This is on page A104 of the plans, the entry gate and bridge area. There's a very straight view of the main facility, and this is just not what I believe the Montecito Community Plan contemplated. It looks like Palm Springs. It does not look like Montecito. It would be helped enormously since scenario 1 seems to be off the table. I did hear Mr. Cornell say that he might be willing to consider some windiness. And I'm wondering if we could specify that after the bridge, there might be some slight turn to orient the road more toward where the southern road expansion is, just so it isn't that straight shot toward the main building as visible from the intersection. It just looks commercial, and it looks like a hotel. Does anybody else want to comment on that?
I just might
Commissioner Rowe?
might add to that I was thinking perhaps we could condition the project to go back to MBAR to devise a more appropriate entry. Would that work?
It has to go back to MA.
I understand it's going back, but I have a whole bunch of things for MBAR to go if we approve the project. I don't know if we're approving the project. So
May I ask Commissioner Brown what you mean by appropriate? You mean more low-key, more residential looking?
more low-key, more residential, more in keeping with Montecito, less, I think this picture is probably a little more understated.
Let's hear from Mr.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, can I, before? Go ahead. As you know, this project has only gone through conceptual level and bar review, so it will have to, assuming it's approved, it would have to go back for a preliminary final. And certainly it's not uncommon for your commission or other commissions to sort of give comments that they want the BAR to take into consideration when they're looking at for the project for prelim final. So you have that ability.
Well, I certainly, my intention was to choose one of the alternatives, but it sounds like we have no alternatives to choose from. So if, I think, I was just wondering what Commissioner Keller, thank you very much. So, Commissioner?
Ms. Gerber, let's make a note of that, and we'll try and come back with some appropriate language. And Brian, did you want to respond?
Well, I just want to assure the commission that we are in complete agreement. I do not want an ostentatious gate. I would welcome you to make clear what your intent is to the Montecito Board of Architectural Review relative to that. I think we want to create a beautiful entrance. We all agree the gates there now are not in keeping with Montecito. My intent was to create an appropriate sandstone entrance gate. As I pointed out in one of the previous hearings, it is well back of where the gate is today, so it will be set back from the street much more than what it is today. It will be sandstone, and I don't want you to underestimate the ability for the grades and the trees and the curve that exists there to eliminate any straight shots coming in. We also don't want that. I don't think any. I think people do generally like that Casa Dorinda is hidden away, that it's private, and there's no desire to change that at all. So I think a lot of work can be done with trees, but there is not a straight shot to the original Casa from that gateway. You do see the tower beyond, and that's the only element, which I think is kind of to me, an attractive component. But I am absolutely confident that with the trees that are there and we will be planting along that roadway are going to prevent a straight shot view as if you're just looking straight down a driveway into the project. So.
And I guess the illustration that's on this page is a little misleading because
it's an elevation. What's on that page is the elevation of the gate. So it's not it's not a perfect rendition.
But may I just ask you to confirm that you would be open to possibly winding the roadway a little bit more rather than having it go quite as straight as it does after the bridge? Well, I would. I mean,
as I pointed out, we're tying into at some point I have to tie into that existing road because there are a lot of trees along the road today. But I, again, want the same thing. I would love that road to curve and not be a straight shot. So to the extent we can do that without damaging any large trees, we will absolutely try to do that. And again, that alignment of that bridge is we thread the needle between some trees, and if we're able and willing to perhaps lose an additional oak or something, it could be that Public Works was talking about that 80%. It could be that we could adjust that angle slightly and lose another tree in order to accomplish what you're talking about.
Well, in looking at the schematic of the trees, it does appear you have some room to move the roadway slightly south after the bridge bridge without disturbing any more trees. So I would like to be sure that that is something that goes to the
Okay,
NBAR as our request.
Let's move on. We're not going to
So,
design this. We've got
deal for us.
We've got notes for the MBAR, right, Joyce?
Chairman, I'd like to make a
Just a second. Joyce, we are going to have multiple notes for MBAR if we happen to approve this project. So if you'll keep a separate list of the kinds of comments that we just had, okay? We may not change the condition, but we have a submittal letter. Commissioner Cole?
So really, it just as a gloss, it goes over many of the thoughts that we're going to have as commissioners in the next hour or so. I think Montecito is a city of hidden estates. Yeah, we talked about Oprah and just $2 million houses, and by Knollwood it mixes in. For 20 or 30 years, I've driven by Casa Dorenda. It's kind of a strange gate. I agree that the elevation is needs work, and Olive Mill is even more rural than some of the other places, East Valley. So to the extent that we can work with the applicant, Mr. Cornell, and make these conditions and make Casa Dorenda be part of Montecito and not look like Palm Springs or some other place, I agree with that completely.
Good. Okay. Commissioner Brown.
I was just wondering if we wanted to stay on sort of this gate and entry thing, and as far as signage, and then talk about.
No, I want to stick on the conditions. On the first page, the description says 7 to 10 years. I think that description needs to be changed to say 36 months or 33 months, whatever the time period is, for the major construction. The facade changes to the property to continue at some other time frame. And I don't have the exact wording for it, but I'm trying to restrict the major construction to what has been represented to us. The rest of the commission agree with that change?
I agree.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Anything?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I just want to clarify, so that this is their anticipated time frame, but they need to start construction within a specific period of time to effectuate their permit, but they will have some discretion over if something comes up to not meet that timeline. So I just want to make sure the commission's clear about that.
I think we're clear.
It's not an absolute.
But we're also clear that this is the intent. So don't come back.
They have represented that is their intent.
Don't come back 36 months and say, whoops, we didn't raise the money we expected to raise, and therefore it's going to be another 5 years. That's what we want to avoid. Okay? Anything on page 2? How about page 3?
Page 2?
Yep.
Sorry. As I've said before, I'm looking at the bullet points, which are a description of the project description. I agree with about 90% of them. I think the issue that I've talked to Mr. Welton and others about, that I don't have a conclusion yet, but I want to tell you I'm thinking about it, is building a two-story, a 23,000 square foot two-story building in a perpetual easement. I understand the demographics. I understand the extended care. I understand the healthcare part of it, but it's a problem. It's also on page 3.
Okay.
And it ties in with the, are we going to have a 20 or 30-year master plan? It ties in with the whole project.
Is there a modification to the condition that you'd like to see? No. Okay. Page 4.
Sorry. On page 3, are we going to be coming back to the auditorium? We've just talked about parking for the auditorium. I would like to avoid a scenario whereby Casa Dorenda residents who are supportive of, for example, the Music Academy, can have Music Academy, a fundraiser, a performance there, and then they say, well, it's just for guests. But it involves a lot of outside people coming in, and I don't know where best to approach that.
I think it's later on.
Okay.
Make a note, Joyce. If we don't get to that, we'll come back to the auditorium issue. How about page 4? Page 5.
Wait. I can't turn my pages.
I can't either. Oops, sorry.
Is this the point at which we should discuss parking?
No, it comes up later.
Okay.
So a question for Commissioner Brown. Have we given up on employee housing? We've lost where the supervisor lives. It's been taken off the tax rolls. Mr. Cornell, and I believe him, says there's not enough room.
I think it's something they have to agree to, and they didn't seem to be inclined to do that. We really have no, we have some guidance from the community plan, but we don't have any statute that can, we just put that down on their good neighbor policy.
Okay, nothing else?
Okay. Page 5.
That's what I meant by parking.
Yeah. Actually, it comes up again later. Let's see if we can defer that for just a minute. On
So I'm sorry, what page are we on?
page 6.
All right, well, this is where it says demolish existing one-way and two-way bridge across Montecito Creek. I think we need, is this where we discuss that?
Okay, I have a couple. Yeah, you're talking about bridge?
I'm talking about site improvements to the main campus.
Okay.
Demolish existing one-way and construct two-way bridge across Montecito Creek and pedestrian access.
Right.
So do we need to bite that bullet, or can we keep pushing that down the road?
Well, I think whatever you want. If you've got a modification to the conditions you want to make, this is the time to talk about it.
May I just ask if we should be relying upon the current testimony of Public Works, or if we should ask for a more formal decision about it?
County Council?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, I'm not sure what more formal we would have. Mr. Robertson is the representative from Public Works, so he does speak for the department here at the hearing. So I'm not exactly sure what would be more formal than that.
Well, I think that's a good point. I think the concern is this bridge could last for 100 years. I just spent the last 3 weeks going through Dr. Russell's memo pretty carefully. Sat down with Mr. Welton, and we tried to figure out whether Mr. Cassesi could just resolve the problem as a matter of science. And then Mr. Robertson comes in and says, instead of looking at the project and the 8 alternatives that the staff had worked on, that there's really just the one, that the other 8, and I heard what you said, Dr. Russell, but I think the question is that good enough? And that's the question for the commissioners. Seems a little thin to me, but
I think we're making a very important decision based on the immediate conclusion of one representative from Public Works. And if there are ever exceptions or ever, he did say, Mr. Robinson did say some engineering, that if there's an engineering solution to the problem in terms of re-angling the entranceway, I would like to see that done.
well, I feel I should have spent the last 3 months with Mr. Robertson, or at least 1 hour with him instead of the engineer. But that's where I ended up.
Commissioner Brown?
I have nothing to add at this particular second.
Okay. Then, with the commission's permission, I'd like to continue with the conditions. I think we need to come back to this. I would say, as it relates to the decision on the bridge, I mean, I think we've had really definitive testimony today. Are there some tweaks that could be made? Perhaps, I don't know. But at the end of the day, the applicant has the opportunity to appeal a decision related to this bridge. We have no substantial evidence on which to deny this project related to this bridge. And the Board of Supervisors has already signaled absolutely clearly that we'll get overturned if we deny this project based on the bridge. So I think that's something that we as a commission need to take into account. So,
But the Board of Supervisors was CEQA only, right?
Yes, I think I would just add to that, Commissioner, that, this is a different look at the bridge. This is looking at the bridge now from the community character and the community plan aspect, no longer from the historic resource aspect. So I think that the Board of Supervisors, hopefully we're not going to the Board of Supervisors, but, I don't think we should base our decision on that anyway.
Well, I'd say let's come back to it. Mr. Robertson spoke after lunch. I remember walking around lunch thinking about the bridge a lot. So I'd like to process it, maybe come back to the bridge and keep on going.
all right. Under the bridge category, on the second paragraph on page 6, it says that the northern bridge would remain, I think, be used primarily for service. Don't we want that to read only for service or emergency?
I think so. I think that was my comment that the use of the North Bridge is going to change with the new 20-foot fire road.
So my proposal would be that the language on that description be the used only or for emergency.
Mr. Chair, we had also envisioned using that North Bridge for pedestrian access as well as emergency. Do you want to retain that?
Yes.
How about if we just take out the word primarily?
Well, I think what I'm trying to get at is eliminating the idea that residents would use that as a shortcut if they happen to live on the north side of the property and turn left across Hot Springs, which is a dangerous move. That was what I was trying to eliminate. So if the rest of the commission agrees.
Well, if it's pedestrian, I think that's
pedestrian is fine, emergency is fine,
right.
Service is fine. I just don't want it used by residents unless it's an emergency.
And that it would be used, if it were used by residents, it would be ingress and egress. And is this the point at which we should say, and no left turn will be allowed?
It has no left turn attached to it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, we do have an added condition at the end of the conditions that prohibits left turns out of the north driveway.
Make sure they're linked. Thank you.
We could possibly phrase it such that we would say something like, the existing northern bridge would not be used for residential access or ingress or egress?
That's fine.
So let me ask the commission, we have garbage trucks, fire trucks, delivery trucks. Garbage trucks? 80,000-pound garbage trucks? Is this what you envision using this North Bridge?
No. Any of those.
Emergency.
It says service.
No, it does say service vehicles.
Oh, well.
Service is a garbage truck.
Exactly, and the trash cans are now down on the south side of the property. So I think we should.
Southern entrance.
I think they're going to use the main entrance.
Yep.
And I think that what we've spent a lot of the day discussing is we don't want people coming out there making a no left turn, and now you've got a garbage truck. So have we really thought this through?
I think we need to get rid of the service vehicles. It's used for, should be used for emergency and pedestrian use only.
May I just add that it's never been our intent to change the direction of the use of that northern bridge. In other words, we've always envisioned that it's only for ingress purposes, but for service vehicles if it was necessary, but never imagined that that bridge would be turned to ingress and egress. So if you want to add that it's ingress only, that's fine, because our plan, our assumption is that the main drive and that coming to that four-way intersection is where all traffic leaves the site, that it doesn't leave at that north bridge. So I think that gets to the problem. Now, it's fine to have a condition that if somebody were to go out at that point, there's no left turn, but our intent always has been that it's emergency but ingress only for service vehicles.
Okay, since it doesn't say that, we need to add that.
Yeah.
And this might be a good point to talk about. We talked earlier about the trail easement that used to go across that bridge.
Let's see if Joyce has got it first.
Oh, okay.
So would you be all right with the condition saying that in an emergency, it could be used for egress?
Yes.
And then otherwise, ingress only for service vehicles
And pedestrians.
and pedestrians.
Who's going to define if it's an emergency? How's that going to work?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, I think we're talking about something like a fire or a flood or something where there would be the imminent need to evacuate residents. I think we would probably all agree on that.
May I just ask, currently, with ingress only, has there been an emergency such that people would have used it for egress?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, I'm not aware of one, but perhaps the applicant might have information on that.
Not aware of any.
So then we should, because the fact is, if there's a real emergency, people will get out however they can get out. So I think we should just say ingress only, as it is.
So I was going to, is this the place where we might want to say that the applicant offered to reconsider that trail easement that we can't find, that I was told originally was going to attach to this north bridge. Is this something we would like to reinstate, or are we, they say it goes across some parking lot, so that's not very interesting.
I think the rededicated trail easement will go across the North Bridge.
Before we are done with this paragraph, I have about 4 different alternative wordings, and perhaps you folks could just clarify exactly how you'd like that to read.
I have a suggestion, which is the existing northern bridge would not be used for residential access, but would remain available for service vehicle ingress, and would also provide an additional exit route in the event of emergency.
That sounds fine to me.
Very good.
And then the last sentence in that paragraph, it talks about the 352 entrance. What I heard represented earlier today, and it reads important emergency egress, but I think we need to add to the description. What I heard was that was going to be closed. So,
Mr. Chair, I spoke with the fire department with Mr. Gregson last week, who indicated that he would be fine with a fire department approved gate across the property line where that driveway enters that parcel, so that it could be used for emergency purposes, but it would not be available for everyday travel.
okay. Can we amend this paragraph to indicate that?
Sure.
Okay. Moving on to whatever it is, page 7. We have the issue of the gates here, the visual impact of the walls at 11.6. Anybody have any thoughts or comments they want to make?
I would just, for comparison, the size of the current, the height and width of the current gates. Can you please tell us what that is?
Gate or?
The walls, pilasters, et cetera, please, just for comparison.
The current walls are close to 15 feet tall, but of course they're narrower. They're only 15 feet. It's a 15-foot wide opening. So we have a wider opening and are proposing that the gates be shorter than what is existing. So by comparison, again.
When the sidewalls are taken into account, the width of the entire stone structure compared to the current stone, current stucco?
I believe that it's similar. Let me look real quick and make sure that. Yeah, the overall width from end to end actually is equivalent to the existing condition.
But they are lower.
But they are lower.
Good. And I very much appreciated your expression of wanting to retain the residential character or look. Is there something we can say in this paragraph that memorializes
my
that?
feeling is that I think if you expressed what you're looking for in those kind of words to the MBAR, I think they're really the ones that can then ensure that they are giving us proper guidance to achieve that feeling.
Okay.
That would be
If
my
Ms. Gerber
suggestion.
feels that that's the best way to record it, thank you.
Ms. Gerber, I think in relationship to this paragraph for the 11 feet 9 inches or whatever it says, make a note, Mr. Cornell brought up the idea of finishing it in sandstone rather than the plaster, and so I think that, and they're shorter, I think that embodies the sentiment of at least some of the commission as to how we'd like that changed. Rather than writing it into the description and the conditions, make it as a note when it goes back to the MBAR. Is that clear?
And that it should be more in the community character of Montecito with, less ostentatiousness or whatever the word. I think they need to know what it is we were grappling with.
More like the face of the old bridge.
The picture on 104A is not what we want. It would be probably a good way to say it. So the other item that I wanted to bring up on this particular, I did go back and look at the tape, and I thought that you made a compelling argument for the size and the gates, and, I can, if that's what it is. But you did talk about the gates being non-operational, and I think that's a good point. So I would like to hear the commission's thoughts on making the gates non-operational. Number one, they won't show as much, and I think that will give it maybe a less.
I agree, because once again, the illustration and the plan shows the gates closed, which it would be much better if they were permanently open. And so if this in the first paragraph, the second sentence, the last sentence, the gates would be removed and relocated to the proposed new two-way main entry and placed in a fixed position.
Okay.
And then also there is a pedestrian entrance there, and it was suggested to have a gate or a door on it, and I think I recommended that we not have a door on that so that public access could get through there.
Great.
And then I'm a little worried we passed bridges, and I wonder if I need to say here, if we're making notes to MBAR, that again, I think this bridge needs to go back to MBAR, which it will, but particularly for, I am not fond, and I'll be interested what the commission has to say. I think trying to mimic a bridge that we've demolished is maybe not the best idea in the world. But I don't want to make that determination. I would certainly be willing to leave that to MBAR and HLAC in some kind of sequence on that. So I know the applicant said they were willing to go back to HLAC. I think Mr. Cornell said he didn't have a final drawing yet, but I think when you get there, and then I also thought it might be worth, Mr. Welton suggested bringing on, I want to get the right word here, a historic architect, historical preservation architect to sign sign off on what this final design is, so that there was conflicting testimony from Mr. Hazeltine, who said on one thing, in 10 years you'll never know it wasn't an original bridge, and then later on he said you always want it to be significantly different. So I don't want to make that design call, but I don't want it to look like this is a new bridge. We might as well just face that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, just as a brief reminder, the mitigation measures recommended by the historians, the architectural historians, do state that part of that mitigation is reconstruction of that bridge with like materials in a similar proportions and a similar look. And that's one of the measures that they recommended in order to satisfy the Secretary of the Interior standards and guidelines for mitigation of historic structures. So
it's kind of a silly mitigation, because they also have a mitigate that's a holistic trio there, and we now talked today endlessly about tearing out 2 out of 3 of the holistic trio. So I'm not, I think that I don't mind a sandstone bridge, but I just don't think it should be mimicking. I don't know. If that's the deal breaker and it has to go to the Board of Supervisors, I don't think it should be. But I don't want to make that determination. I would certainly be willing to leave that to MBAR and HLAC in some kind of sequence on that. So I know the applicant said they were willing to go back to HLAC. I think when you get there, and then I also thought it might be worth, Mr. Welton suggested bringing on, I want to get the right word here, a historic architect to sign off on what this final design is, so that public access could get through there.
Mr.
I just think for people coming in and saying, oh, look at that beautiful historic bridge, when it's not, that's not what you're supposed to do with historic resources. So that's just my comment, but I've got 3 partners here who will help me out.
I've read those letters from the historians just keep coming and coming, and I've read them all, and I've watched the tapes, and I'm content to leave to the historians. It actually goes on longer. They're using sandstone from the site. There's quite a bit of work there, so I'm not an architect. I'm willing to leave. I'd like to understand the MBAR and HLAC comment a little bit more, but I'm willing to leave to design professionals how that bridge turns out. I would like to see that we don't have a pipeline across it. I'm still very sorry that we may lose that bridge.
And so are you willing, though, to send it back to HLAC and also have a historic architect, preservationist architect on board?
I'm happy with where we are now as far as the historians.
Okay.
Not that I agree with what they wrote, but tell me about HLAC. Why would it go back to them?
Again, I think it's really it's going to be one of the most important things you see when you come up Olive Mill Road as part of our community character, and I just don't want to get it wrong. I mean, I've heard things like, well, we could put in wrought iron, we could put in wood. You know, I just think it needs to be really thought out with a good historian so that it really hits the mark. If we end up tearing out this historic bridge that is a big part of the community character of the entrance of Montecito, then I think what goes back in needs a lot of scrutiny.
Well, I tell you what, I'll defer to you on that, mainly because I think that the bridge, this could be a precedent. There's a lot of bridges around Montecito. And in 2 or 3 years from now, we're going to be hearing, well, you took that one down on Olive Mill, why don't you take this one down? So I'd like to hear more about that.
I think it was Mr. Welton who said they had done that at the Biltmore with a historic preservation architect who then signed off on the plans, and that certainly, I'm with you. I think that using an expert is the idea.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Commissioner Brown, thank you. With regards to the Biltmore, what we did in that case was, I believe, Alexander Cole, Preservation Planning Associates, was the the historian for that project. And one of the conditions, I think, was that prior to drawings being submitted to the building department, that we would have her review the drawings, sign that they met her conditions of approval, her mitigation measures before they went to the building department. So she would just initial them. So it wasn't a architectural historian. It was just the project historian. At the Coral Casino, there was something different like that.
Yeah, I think at the Coral Casino they did have an historical preservation architect, and this is just a different type of review.
That was an historic landmark. In this case, we wouldn't be building an historic landmark; it'd just be a structure. So it seems like the historian would be the appropriate person to use.
Just to be clear, because I've studied this a lot, what we've got is a specific stone pattern that is on the existing bridge, and so that establishes a certain scale and patterning that is going to be necessary to put onto the new bridge. But we're obviously going to be short some stones. We're going to lose some stones when we try to take them off that bridge, they're currently veneer, and so we'll have to find additional stones from the site. But remember, we also have the very specific constraints relative to the design of this bridge and flood control. So that's the needle that we've tried to thread with the drawing of the bridge that's on your plan now. But it's going to take a lot more work and inventory of the stones that are on the bridge and all of that. So I think it's going to be a long process. And if you felt comfortable going to HLAC with that design as well as MBAR, that would be fine. I mean, that's some additional eyes and ears.
I think it's 2 more levels of review so that it's not
that
here.
They're comfortable with it, and likewise have the historians continue to be involved to advise us. But it is the combination of the engineering and the aesthetic that will come into play.
I think what jolted me was that I think I was sort of willing to get along with it until we started talking about the railing that was being driven by the pedestrian use. And so I think that needs to be done with great finesse.
I completely agree with you. I know I've had countless discussions with Alex Cole about the ways to do that, and we've even talked about, working with the building department to have some flexibility from their standpoint to make sure that that is as fine a line and as invisible an element as possible, but still provide the safety necessary.
Is there any reason that you're opposed to working with a historical preservation architect on that component as a consultant? You certainly have tons of consultants.
I'm not, I think, again, the kind of architect that you're talking about is one that is versed in historic preservation, of taking a resource that you're actually going to be going through a preservation process. That is not what this is. This is creating a new element using those components from the old bridge. I believe that we are more than capable of doing that with Alex, working with Mike in terms of the design. So I'm not sure that there's a person that is, more skilled than we are in doing that. But if you feel that that's important, I'm not going to object.
I would be willing to live with HLAC, MBAR, and Alex Cole.
Mr. Chair.
I agree.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I got some language to throw at you to see if this would work. It would be a standalone new condition that we'd add to the end, but the final design of the bridge shall be presented to the HLAC for review and comment prior to final MBAR approval.
And sign off by the historian. Yeah, project historian.
Who is? Hazeltine or Cole or? I think you just don't say a county authorized, whatever
All
you
right.
want.
Okay, moving along, we're on, what are we? No, we're,
And did we get the gate part, Ms. Gerber, did we get the gate with no door, fixed, gate with no door? The pedestrian gate with no door?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, I was going to put that in as a list of things for the MBAR.
Yes.
If you'd like it to be.
I don't, design-wise, I don't care, but I don't want a door. I want to be sure that there's public access through that pedestrian entrance without a gate. There's a gate there now, or a little door.
So we could add a sentence to that first paragraph on page B1-7 that simply states, after the addition that we said, new two-way main entry and placed in a fixed position, we could also say the entrance to the pedestrian path shall not be gated.
Yeah.
Perfect.
okay. Okay, moving on in the hopes of finishing today. Anything on page 8? Okay.
Is this where when we talked about the driveway to main casa, allowing for a tree-lined alley and improved circulation, I would like the language inserted there to request curvature of the road to the extent possible.
Okay.
Yeah, let me ask, how does that work? I mean, you're asking Mr. Cornell to come up with a different kind of design. Is HLAC, MBAR going to, we know MBAR is going to look at it. How's that going to work, Mr. Cornell?
Could we have the site plan up real quick, Joyce, just to explain what I'm thinking about based on what I have heard you say? So that's fine. Actually, maybe that blow-up that you had just next to this might be better. No, this isn't going to show it. Never mind. We'll need the main road. We actually did slightly reduce the angle. Right now, the road has more of a curve right here than what we're showing on the drawings. If you look closely, you would be able to see that. So right off the bat, my notion would be to leave that existing condition completely in place, to not try to straighten it up. And then that would suggest that the road might swing a little wider in this direction, so that the curve, in other words, I'm going to exaggerate here, would go up and down, and you'd get more of that kind of motion. That is what it naturally wants to do. In other words, if I angled it in this direction, going this way, then it's going to be harder to connect with that curve that's running in this direction. So I'm not sure if that was your intent, but, you know, that does have consequence to trees, and I just want to make sure that...
Well, I got the impression from Public Works that you could do nothing to change the 100-foot straight shot to the bridge at the
not,
entrance.
Oops, I'm sorry, I did that. It's not a straight shot. What they described is they want it to be 90 degrees. Well, you can see that right off the bat, we don't have an exact 90-degree intersection here anyway. So they're looking for the angle to be just either slightly this way or slightly this way, both of which you could theoretically do. But we have to be sensitive, obviously, to the trees that would be lost. It's a very fine line. Moving that bridge a little bit affects trees that otherwise we're trying to save. So I do think, though, that making this, just leaving that road in place rather than straightening it up and trying to get a little bit more bend right here, keeping to within that 80% degree that Public Works is talking about would be the way to accomplish the goal.
I was looking more at the section after the bridge because I didn't think you had that leeway. With the section after the bridge, you've got a fairly right-angled turn. The portion that goes around the southern perimeter of the property requires a pretty sharp right turn, correct?
Well, what we've done is essentially we've created another four-way intersection right here with the necessary turning movements. So that's a very important thing to realize we also have to accomplish here. In other words, service vehicles, particularly trash vehicles that are coming from here, are going to need to make that turn right there to exit out of the property.
Well, my thinking was that possibly you could make that a Y post-bridge, so that the portion that goes onto the southern perimeter, which would be the service vehicles, they wouldn't have to make a right-angled turn. They could go in the Y that takes them down toward the trash town, toward the maintenance area, and that the people going toward the main entrance go to the left Y. Is that something feasible?
Well, I mean, the difficulty of that is that you've got people, then you're going to create a potential queuing problem because you'll be coming off the four-way stop and immediately stopping again at this point. So we wanted the flow to be able to continue through to the main casa and then have, again, the ability to turn to the right or turn to the left as you're coming in. That was the way we saw the circulation working. What you sort of described, I think, would be coming in and ending up at a dead end right here, so you just have a couple of 100 feet, and then you'd have to go right or left, depending on the direction. I don't think that would be as good a circulation system as we have proposed now, where this is a through way and there is basically stops in the 90 degree.
But so you're saying you stop at the stop sign at the main public intersection.
Correct.
You then cross the bridge and have another stop sign there.
No, I'm trying to avoid that. What I'm saying is if I swung this bridge down and I came into a Y, then I'd have to stop here again, and that's what I don't want to do. I want to be able to allow the traffic to just flow to this main entrance point, or go ahead and take a left turn into the visitor parking, or take a right turn to go down to this portion of the campus, the southern portion of the campus.
So you misunderstood me. I wasn't
sorry.
talking about changing the angle of the bridge. I was saying after the bridge, if rather than a stop with a right turn or a left turn, you could incorporate some curvature there, that would solve the problem of having. I mean, we're not supposed to be designing this. So you had said you could incorporate some curvature. I thought that's where the opportunity was.
I just wanted to make sure of the language. So if we have language saying more curves, I want to understand the process. So it's going to go to MBAR. They're going to have our notes that we don't want it to look like Palm Springs. And I'm wondering how that really works in practice.
Well, again, I would say that you want to be clear about your intent. Your intent is that there not be a clear visual shot
Correct.
into the property, that there be screening, and to the greatest extent feasible, that there be undulation in the road to achieve that goal.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well said.
Yes.
Did you get that down, Ms. Gerber?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Have we finished with page 7 now?
Actually, not. I wanted to ask Mr. Cornell, in that, what you were just showing, as I remember when we went on the site visit, there was a view from the driveway, and when you hit a carport, you could see the carport pretty much when you first came into the driveway. So it's further, it's a little closer, so I just want to be sure that's screened. I think we talked about it at the time.
The carport is right here, and we have large canopy oak tree planting in both of these islands to screen that view. So that carport, again, is right in that location, just past this. So
I would add more because, again, I think from the trail, and that's a pretty, you know, it's sort of a, it's not a great introduction to Casa Dorinda from the public viewpoint. So anything that can be screened to keep that carport, I think we talked about that some hearing 9 or 10 years ago.
I think the ability to plant large screen planting here in that island and that island, as well as forward of that here, as well as in this location, is going to do a lot to create that screening.
Excellent.
Okay. Any comments on page 8?
Does that need to be added as a screening as part of this condition?
Joyce has got his notes for MBAR.
Okay. I'm sorry, where are we?
Page 8. Any comments on page 8?
Yes, under lot coverage. This is where we get into the density issue that's been a concern of mine. And as I said in my introduction, which probably no one remembers since it was this morning at 9:30, the current proposal represents an increase in density of 59% from what was proposed in 1971, compared to the current proposed resident population, which is an 18.2% increase, and the proposed unit increase, which would be 12.7%, all of which was originated in 1971 when the first master plan and the first set of approvals were agreed upon. And the applicant has stated numerous times that they are, quote, entitled to 286 units. And it is my belief that they are going to come back at a time and require, say they are entitled to an additional 20 units, which would then increase the resident population or not, definitely increase the density. And so this is completely separate and apart from the 20-year prohibition of going into open space, because their building footprint could be expanded on the existing area. And I would like to have some kind of longer-term limit on any potential for increasing the building footprint above that 13.6% that this project contemplates.
Ms. Keller, I agree with you. I did hear the applicant and their representative say this morning that this is a build-out, is considered the build-out of the existing master plan that they have. So I think they haven't indicated any intention to go beyond where they are, although...
Except their consultant just referenced future master plans.
Well, there may be future master plans, but I think the way around that is that any future expansion of this property, of the facility, be done within the footprint of what if we approve this, what we're approving today. So let's just, if you skip over to page 9, because that's where I can see the numbers, under the staffing and resident population, it talks, I think, my eyes are not working at this point. It talks about there are 286 units, and they're requesting 266 units.
Yes.
My personal view is I would be in favor of restricting the number of units to 266, which is what they're asking for. So there's no entitlement that goes beyond that. But with the additional condition that should the applicant come back and want to change that number from 266 to some other number, whatever that change is, it has to be done within the existing footprint.
I couldn't agree with you more.
The 13.6%.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So if we...
I just didn't know how to attack it. I just think that we need to set limits so we don't in continually have this growth and greater density on this one piece of property.
We're agreed.
Yeah.
So how do we address that?
I would suggest we address it in the, I actually think there's another condition in here somewhere, but I can't, I'll have to look for it. We can do it in the staffing personnel, that section, or if I can find the condition, we can do it either as a separate condition or another condition that's in there. So,
Why not do it under the lot?
because I think we're, well, we could.
Let's ask our staff, what's the best way to approach
It has to do
this?
with the number of units, so.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we could certainly add in language that reflects your intention, but you have to know that we're never in a position to be able to tie the hands of future decision makers. So even if we say right now in this CUP that any future expansion has to be limited to the 13.6%, that would not prevent Casa Dorinda or a future decision maker from approving a higher limit.
We understand
Exactly,
that.
but it would force them to really look at the factors that made us set that limit and make that recommendation. I think it would highlight our desire to limit the density, and I think it would send the message to future decision makers that this was something we felt was important, and if there's a compelling need to increase it, of course they will reconsider, but at this point we would like it to be compelling.
Commissioner Cole, did you have a comment?
Well, philosophically, I'm wondering, I've heard so many different numbers. Are we talking, is this a 20-year, 25-year, 30-year master plan? I understand the legality of it. Things are going to change. That's why I asked Mr. Steinfeld those questions. It's certainly future decision makers may or may not look back at what we're thinking, but it's.
I think
I like your conditions. I'm just asking a philosophical question.
In my mind, we've heard representations that this is the build-out. So if it's built out, this is what you get. And we write the condition to reflect that assumption. Now, 30 years from now, there are no cars parked on the site. There are no carports, and they need to expand the facility. Somebody's going to look at it at that point in time, and they may have a different conclusion. But based on what we know right now, this is the way I'd like to approach it. Okay.
So we're looking at the second full paragraph on page B.1-8 that starts the total building footprint. So we would add a final sentence in that paragraph that reads, any future expansion of residential units or number of residents shall be accomplished within the approved building coverage limit of 13.6%.
That's fine. We'll cover it in the next one.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So let's move on to page 9. Anybody else have comments on that? Because I've got a couple.
Yes, sorry.
Go ahead. I think you're talking about,
The open space, the restoration of not less than 5 acres of oak woodland habitat. I just think that, I believe that a entity that shows the kind of profit that Casa Dorinda has it in the budget to do more than 5 acres, which represents less than a quarter of the 21.5 acre easement, or 21.73 acre easement. And I would like to see that amount increased.
Susan, what are you looking at? I'm sorry.
You said B9, this first top of the paragraph.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll add to that. Somewhere along the line, I think after the second or third hearing, we received a copy of the agreement with the neighbors. And that's fine. They represent the neighbors. They don't represent the Montecito Community Plan. I asked the question several hearings ago, why don't we do 100%? I mean, there's no magic to me about 5 acres. Mr. De La Garza certainly said it's much more complex than that. But this is a resource, and to me, the open space should be like Westmont's.
I have a suggestion, because I did ask the question related to this morning. that says a minimum of 5 acres. Now, I don't know how to word this, and Mr. De La Garza made it very clear that he has not developed the restoration plan yet.
Well, he doesn't get to develop it. I mean, Casa de Arenda's going to come to him and say, this is what we're hiring you to do.
No, I didn't hear it. Anybody here can tell me, but I didn't hear it that way. I heard him say, I thought very clearly, that he was going to develop the restoration plan. And the neighbors are concerned about habitat. We may have different concerns, and I guess what I would like to have happen is let him do his work, come up with the restoration plan, and we have as a condition that it come back to the Montecito Planning Commission for review as to its adequacy to protect the community, with the ability to say, no, that's not good enough. You didn't screen the view of the memory care unit or whatever it is.
I think that it would be easier if we started out with a higher number, because since this was driven by the neighbors, I feel that they will propose 5 acres, and that will be all that will be done, and that the priority will be given to the neighbors with whom they have the memorandum of understanding, because those are the ones that are most concerned about screening and privacy. And I think that there's a large area along the western edge of Olive Mill that right now looks very, very barren and impacted, and I think that equal consideration should be given to the west side of the property.
Well, I agree with both of you. I would say, it's a little bit of a placeholder, but you could say 50%, which let's say is 10 acres, I don't know. But I do like the idea of it coming back to the Planning Commission on the restoration. One of my issues has always been, I talked to Mr. Mayor Connor about this, it's kind of a player to be named later. There's lots of plans. I think they've made a lot of progress adding objective standards. But Commissioner, overall, I like your idea of coming back.
So tell me the timing of that coming back. Would that be before they get there?
I'm going to defer to staff to help us through this.
Mr. Chair, I was actually just going to point you to condition 14, which is where that 5 acres minimum is specified. So if you wanted to revise that language, that would be the condition where you would do it.
Okay, great.
I would like to, let's do that in 14. I would like to revise it.
Okay.
Page 21.
You want to do that right now?
Yes, please.
I think any revision we make, the problem I'm having with a number, we could say 10 acres, but maybe 10 acres is not enough. Maybe it's 13 and a half. I think it should be driven more by the outcomes that we want than by a specific number. That's why I have problems with the 5 acres.
Well, then possibly we name a percentage as at least a limit, I mean, as the bottom limit, and then that in combination with requiring them to come back to the commission would solve the problem. I would like a percentage rather than acreage.
Well, if we had no percentage, no acreage, we just say it has to come back. Yeah.
Well, the problem is, if we're not the people sitting here, then I don't think it's defined enough.
I think, let me try and collect my thoughts. What I would like to see is I would like to see the restoration plan. And I'd like to see the areas that it addresses, and equally important, the areas that it doesn't address, with the commission having the authority to add or request or demand, whatever the right words are, additional mitigations, additional restoration. It does say a minimum of 5, but if it turns out that it needs to be 8 in order to do it, I'd like, and maybe it doesn't have to be the Montecito Planning Commission, but it needs to be somebody that reviews it in light of our objectives. And it's part of the objectives are screening. One of the objectives certainly is habitat. Another objective is the visual impact off of the public access areas. What else would other people add?
Well, I'm just saying, because it does specify here, maintenance of vegetation to achieve screening and buffering for surrounding residences. So I think we need to add the language, plus roadway screening of...
for the public.
For the public. I think that language needs to be added in there so they know that's one of our goals.
I'll direct a question to staff. Are we communicating here?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, as it is right now, the management plan would be prepared and provided to P&D for review and approval. So we can certainly add in another review body, whether that's, if you're intent on seeing it before it.
Yeah, I've talked about this before, Mr. Tuttle. This is big to me because I've been out there a lot, and we have the 1991 easement. We have Mr. De La Garza's report that we received 2 or 3 sessions into this. The property really hasn't been taken care of very well. Really, I'm not going to point fingers at anybody, but I would like it to come back to the Montecito Planning Commission, as Commissioner Overall suggested. I think we could get hung up on this number, whether it's 5 acres, which came out of the,
The neighbors.
the neighbors, or some other thing. But we really have to me, the county's had a shot at all of these plans over the last 20 years. And with all due respect, I think there should be another level of oversight if possible.
Commissioner Cole, through the chair, what I'm hearing from you is, and what I'm hearing from a variety of commissioners here is that, 5 acres, is that going to be enough? Well, I think really what the goal here, and you talked about the area, I think the goal here is the words are already sort of here in maybe not in exactly the right way. For example, I see these words, restore and maintain the long-term sustainable ecological function of the entire open space area. And I think that's what you're shooting for.
Yep.
And so rather than get hung up on and that's only one goal, I think there's a screening goal as well. But if you craft the condition, make it clear that a significant primary goal is to restore and maintain the long-term and sustainable ecological function of the entire open space, I think that may get you where you want to go.
However, since it does specifically say achieve screening and buffering for surrounding residences, which is clearly something the neighbors added, I just think that we should correspondingly say screening for views from public roads.
We can take it out.
Commissioner Keller, that is another goal that needs to be. There's two goals.
I'm just saying to add that in. I think that is the second goal that's as important as the one for the neighbors.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, are you looking at condition 14, the last 5 or 6 lines where it says the management objectives are?
No, I'm looking before where it says, in the middle of the paragraph, where it says restoration of at least 5 acres of oak woodland habitat and maintenance of vegetation to achieve screening and buffering for surrounding residences. I would like to add screening for public views or screening from public roadways, and then add and fuel management mandates, period.
Got it.
May I ask a question of Commissioner Keller? So the proposal is to put some cottages up toward the north, and I was able to see, I was out there at night and could see the parking lot lights. So would that screening cover this? That lighting, that light issue?
This is just for the open space.
Oh, that's right. That wouldn't.
But I think that we
okay.
should talk about,
right.
when we talk about lighting, how
Thank
that
you.
open space
You're right.
management could achieve that goal as well.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners Keller and Brown, we've added a condition that requires, we've altered an existing condition so that it requires vegetative or other kinds of screening of any parking lot that's adjacent to the open space.
Well, it's not just the parking lot, but at night you can see all those lights. I mean, they're bright orange and they really don't. Anyway, so we'll get to that. I think I was for some reason thinking there was some woodlands. I think there is actually. Do we have an oak woodland map, Joyce?
Well,
do we have an oak woodland map by chance? All right.
But as far as condition 14 goes, I've often said 100% is an ideal, but certainly we have to look at it. We don't have open space management plan. I think what Commissioner Overall has with what Commissioner Brown adds, Keller adds, I'm sorry, is, gets me pretty close. It's been a big improvement over what we started with, I think.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Tuttle, but did you include in that, because we also did want this additional level of review from the NPC, so is that now
Yes.
included?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, under plan requirements and timing, where it currently says submit it to P&D for review and approval, we could simply add P&D and MPC.
Thank you, that's on page 22.
On page 22.
Right.
And so while we're on condition,
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, so I'm a little hesitant on adding the Montecito Planning Commission as an approval body on a condition. So the way that it normally works by the code, your commission has authority over approving the permit, and you can tweak the conditions and make them specific, but then it's really up to staff to decide whether or not, because we're essentially adding another hearing prior to them being able to start. And that's, I don't believe that's been done before, and that's not under our code. So what I would recommend is, let's spend some time, we've done some time, and maybe you could spend some more on the specifics that you want the staff to check. But I'd recommend against adding another layer of approval prior to hearing.
If I understand the issue. I'll wait until you have your attention here.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, given Ms. Van Mullen's suggestion, what we could restructure to say the owner applicant shall update the open space management plan and submit it to the MPC for review and comment prior to P&D review and approval.
That would do it for me.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right,
So-
can we move on?
no, we can't, because condition 14 is one of my big favorites. I would like to hear from the commission. We heard today about the goat hoof disease, et cetera. I would like to add right there that it strikes shall incorporate the use of goats in the fuel management. That's been taken out. I would actually change that to prohibit livestock, including goats. That language is directly off the deed covenant for the easement agreement. So I think that's what it said before, and I think it should be here very clearly. They do have a hoof disease, and while the goats they're using right now don't have that disease, I think we should use caution here, given. I want to add it on item 14, just where it says shall incorporate the use of goats in fuel management. I would say shall prohibit the use of livestock, including goats, for fuel management. Or do I even need to add for fuel management? What does it say? Does anyone have the covenant from the?
I have a copy of it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, the covenant doesn't specify for fuel management. It just says no livestock.
It does. It says, I found it, graze or expressly authorize others to graze livestock within the easement area. I think that's probably sufficient if it's adhered to.
We can just add a sentence that says the plan shall prohibit the presence of livestock, including goats, in the open space easement area.
Okay.
For grazing. All right. That would do it. I
For
think
any
what you've got.
purpose.
Yeah, for any purpose. Thank you.
Let's go back to page 9 and continue the issue on staffing and resident population.
Have we finished
With 14?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Are we?
There's one other thing, and there may be another condition, Ms. Gerber. Whoops, I apologize. The trail easement from the pedestrian from the bus stop, you've got now just a trail easement from them to the entrance. And I thought the initial discussion was for a trail all the way up, or a walking path all the way up the front of Casa Dorinda along the edge of the road.
We have a walking path.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, we have added that condition to require that.
But I thought in the condition, it sounds like it stops short of going along the entire distance of the property. Which condition is it, please?
Commissioner Kelly, I don't think it goes for the entire property. It goes from the ingress gate to the current ingress to the current egress.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because the way I read it, it sounded like it stopped short of there.
That would be condition 72.
And that was part of this section, the trails section.
So the trail would run between the existing bus stop and the existing current ingress driveway.
Ingress driveway. I apologize. I thought it was just going to the south driveway, and I thought, that's not much of a trail.
No, I thought that it's very confusing. Thank you, but no, I think that's a good addition. Thank you.
And I think in number 14, the funding would be part of the plan. I think it's contemplated that the funding would be part of the plan that we would approve.
So can we talk about funding a little bit? So how does I think I read somewhere about the endowment, and I'm not sure where that comes from, Casa Dorinda to the county. Is that how that works? Is it a bond? Is an endowment a bond? Is that the same thing?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, it would be some kind of performance security. Frequently, they are bonds. As I mentioned before, we would receive a cost estimate from the contractors for both the installation and maintenance of any element. That would be the riparian habitat restoration plan, for example, the landscaping around the new buildings, the open space management plan, any plan element would have its own estimates and its own installation security and maintenance security. And that would be, the county's receipt of those would be a condition that we would have prior to issuance of any zoning clearance for that element.
And so do we know the amount of, does that bond have a face value, or?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, in addition to what Ms. Gerber indicated, there's the discussion of this fund for long-term monitoring that would be reviewed and approved by P&D and County Council and docketed with the Board of Supervisors prior to issuance of the first zoning clearance. So that would be, I think, the mechanics for how that fund or the amount of that fund would be developed as part of the preparation of the easement agreement.
Yeah,
I don't think we have a dollar amount that we can tack on right now.
Yeah, we're not going to have a dollar amount, I don't think, until we know what it is. But if we have this open space management plan that's coming back to the MPC in some form, my question is that where we're going to see a description of it? Just want to make sure it works.
I don't think at that point we would normally, at that point in the process, we would have the exact estimated amounts. Those usually are provided to us immediately, as we're processing the final permits.
Yeah, but what you're saying is certainly once you know, you have internal processes to make sure that the work gets done and gets funded.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But somewhere I saw in this hearing or in this discussion the amount $5,000, and this just doesn't even good.
That was in the neighbor agreement.
Oh, was it in the neighbor agreement? Well, it just doesn't come close to where I think this needs to go to get restored.
That's a different, that was in the neighbor agreement. That was to pay a biologist annually
and
for
Mr.
the neighbors.
Chair, Commissioners, the open space management plan, the easement agreement with the county would have an element requiring maintenance in perpetuity of that open space easement by CASA. So however that was worked out at the time, it would be an agreement that would be approved by council before it went to the board for adoption.
And so how does this differ from what's been in place for the last 10 years?
You have a management agreement.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, the previous easement agreement actually specified that the county maintain that area.
And so that's very clearly not there now? Or are we back to where exactly what that is?
We would require that the applicant maintain that area in the new agreement.
Thank you. I think that's a good improvement. Thank you.
Okay. Can we now go back to page 9? And I want to address the staffing and resident population. Actually have a question for the applicant. You refer to the number of employees on the full-time equivalent. What I don't understand is what you have in the way of part-time employees. And the reason I'm raising the question is because I think this goes to the issue of parking adequacy. So I want to understand what the condition is, how you're operating now.
I think Robin's probably the best person to answer that question. I think he's looking for the difference between full-time equivalents and part-time.
This is going to go to parking too.
Okay. And what was your question, Commissioner?
I'm inquiring as to how many employees you have. I understand the full-time equivalent, but what that doesn't tell me is whether you're using part-time employees.
We have currently about 280 employees right now, and that equates to about 217 FTEs. Some of them might be just per diem, meaning they might just be called if somebody is sick, so they're just come on an occasion. Some could just be working 4 hours, but we have total about 280 employees. And we are, the master plan calls for 17 FTEs, and that equates to about 14 employees from a parking situation, because you have to figure one person, one FTE works from maybe Monday through Friday, 40 hours per week, but since we are open 7 days a week, we also have employees that have to come in on Saturday and Sunday. So if you have someone working if you have a position that has to cover every single day, that would be 1.4 FTEs. Do you understand how that
Yes.
works? Okay.
May I raise an issue also?
Certainly.
A question that I asked you in our meeting on Monday, because I noticed that by increasing the number of residents by 31, or no, that's the number of residential units, there are 320, currently there are 321 residents and 217 employees. And the increase is 357 for an increase of 36, and an increase in employees of only 17. So doing the math, which I had a lot of fun going through and doing, that actually decreases the ratio of employee to resident. And so I asked you if this meant a diminution of services or potentially an underestimation of the amount of employees you would need, since you are not staying current with your current levels of employee resident ratio.
This master plan definitely enhances the services that we will be providing to our employees, because we are adding a second dining venue. We are increasing our memory care. And because of that, we have the extra overhead. That's why we require the independent units to pay for all this. But we are going to capture some efficiencies. For example, right now in our memory unit, we only have 5 beds. So we have 21 personal care, regular assisted, and then we have 5 rooms that are devoted just to memory care. But we have a CNA around the clock just for that unit. So when we expand our assisted living, we will still only have 1 director. We will still have 1 CNA around the clock, but we're adding more patients. So with that, we can add more activities. We'll capture a lot of efficiencies there. We're also moving our clinic closer to the other medical areas, so that will help. Originally, we were going to put our grill in an area separate from our kitchen. Now we're attaching it to our kitchen, and we'll create some efficiencies there. So we are we are adding FTEs, but we're not adding to like our management and other areas of overhead that would remain constant with the number of residents.
Is there any area that you're actually reducing the number of employees because you find that it's more efficient, they can be more efficiently managed? Once again, with the increased memory care and the increased personal care and the need for 24-hour care rather than just like kitchen employees, it seems to me that that's an optimistic projection.
Well, right now, like I said, we have one, this is way above our other standards, but we have a nurse around the clock in our assisted living, and that's not required. So an RN or an LVN around the clock. We also have 2 CNAs in our assisted area around the clock and 1 CNA in just our memory care around the clock. And our memory care only is a 5-unit building, and sometimes it's not even full. So if we can increase that to 10 residents at one time, that's completely manageable, and it really is a much more efficient use of resources.
Oh, there is a proposed 11 memory care units, so you're saying that won't be full. It seems to me that was one of the main arguments for doing that, because there was a great need for that care.
Well, before we did any of this, we did an actuary report, and we are building more in assisted living than our actuary report requires with certainty. There's some deviation, whatever, but we're really planning so that we won't ever have to have our residents live off campus. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we'll never be 100% efficient. There'll hopefully always be some vacancies, because that means we will never have to send residents to another campus.
Can we carry this into the next item, which is parking, or do you want to finish with that?
Yeah, I'm going to cover both of them here. I'd like to understand, somebody talked this morning, the breakdown on the parking, and I didn't.
I did.
Okay, well, I didn't hear it. I hadn't heard it before, and so I'm going to ask, can you give me the breakdown in the parking spaces? You're asking for 400 and whatever it is, 35.
Right now, there are 68 visitor, 110 for employees, and 257 for residents. And the average shift, you have said, is 110 employees. So my concern is that they aren't all going to leave at exactly the same time and have those spaces vacant for the new employees coming in. So there's going to be some overlap, and it doesn't appear that the empty spaces, and they're only going to be when you take into account the new employees and the new residents, they're only adding 10 new spaces, and that doesn't seem to me to be taking care of that kind of overlap, especially when you add into the mix the part-time employees.
What do you want Scott to address this? But keep in mind, some of those, like I said, some of those 17 employees are working Saturday and Sunday. They're also working evening shift, and they're working night shift. So they're not all going to be here between 7 and 3:30. But I'll have Scott address the issue.
Does that get at the heart of what you want to ask?
I think the...
Chair Overall.
Yes.
I have a suggestion and a comment.
Okay.
The circumstance, as I understand it, is that what they currently have is what they currently have. And so it might be interesting to see if they have any problems currently. What they are proposing to add is consistent with our ordinance requirements, which have been developed with some degree of care. So understand completely concerns about parking, but I just wanted to characterize it as that currently they have what they have, how's it working, and what they have proposed to increase the number of parking places is entirely consistent with what our ordinance requires.
I think that's fine.
10 more than what our ordinance requires.
Right.
We do know that they have had problems in the past.
Yeah, I don't.
Good afternoon, Scott Shell with ATE. So as I looked at the parking, we did it a couple different ways. So first thing is we said, well, we've got these new types of units. What would our book say? So we looked to the Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Report. And that book has rates for both independent living units as well as assisted living units. And that book tells us that those units only needed about 20 some odd spaces. So the 58 spaces compared to the values that we would get from our industry standards were more than enough. As we just heard from Dr. Russell, the zoning ordinance requires, I think, about 40 spaces, 42. We're providing 58. So the demands was met, and the zoning ordinance requirements were met for the new units. With respect to looking at it operationally, I think we have to remember that we've got 32 units, but 12 of those are going to be in either the memory care or in the personal care. So those residents, either the people that are going to be there already live on site, already have parking, or if they are moving on site from off site, aren't going to bring a car. So we really have 19 residential units that we need to worry about demand. And then we heard about the employees. We've got 17 FTEs. Even if we said, well, let's just assume 14 are there during the week, they don't all drive anyway. But even if they did, we've got 14 and 19. So now we're down to a peak requirement of 33 spaces. We're providing 58. So I think we're pretty comfortable looking at it any way you want, that they're providing more than they should and are really going to help the parking situation that's out there now.
May I just add clarification on something you just now said? It's my understanding that no one can come to Casa Dorinda to move there and move directly into personal care or memory care, that they have to be physically able to have independent living. So was that a correct understanding?
I was just saying it might have been an off-site resident, somebody who is part of Casa but lives off-site. They have access to
They've already bought a unit.
So then they already have a unit, so when they come on, they would need the personal care or memory care.
Yeah.
Have you ever restricted, or would it be feasible to restrict households to a single car, or do you have no restriction in place for a
in the transportation plan.
couple having two cars?
That is not my purview.
Okay, thank you.
Back to page 9, I would like to see a change in the project description under the staffing and resident numbers. I alluded to it earlier. Currently, it says 286. I'd like that reduced to the number that they're asking for, which is 266. And in the event, this goes to the density factor we talked about before, in the event that they wish to make some change in the future to add units, they do it within the existing footprint. We've already talked about that, but I think that should be part of the project description.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, could you also clarify, so right now the CUP limits the number of residents to 360 and number of dwelling units to 286. Their proposal would result in 357 residents and 266 units.
I'm just changing the number of units.
So the number of residents would remain at 360?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, how about if we change that sentence, the second sentence, to read, the total number of residents would be limited to 360 and the total number of dwelling units to 266?
66, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Commission fine with that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then if that's the case, there's no reason to have the third sentence. Casa Dorinda has been operating below that amount.
Yeah.
So could you read those numbers one more time?
The sentence would read, the total number of residents would be limited to 360 and the total number of dwelling units to 266. And then we could get rid of the next sentence.
All right. And
let's see.
And the last sentence, yes.
Okay.
But I want to make sure that we include that any change, any increase in the number of units would have to be accomplished within the existing footprint.
Except that we've just limited them to the number of units that they've requested.
No, well, I know, but
In the future?
in the future, if they came back 5 years from now and said, you know what, we need 3 more studios, and we're just going to carve up a 2-bedroom, would we really have a problem with that?
As long as they stay within the density.
Yeah.
So,
Clear?
Chair Overall, before you move off of page 9, we jumped over to condition 14, and I wanted to bring to the commission discussion the trail easement that was abandoned on the north end that I mentioned earlier, and I think Mr. Cornell said if we wanted to have that put back in, we could. So I'd like to hear the commission discussion of that, because the community plan is fairly pointed that they would like to keep the existing.
I'll give you my view real quickly. I think you either have the footpath, which can serve the public, or you have the trail, but I don't think you have both.
Well, I'm not sure that's going to work for a horse, which was the initial intent. But anyway, well, thank you for your. So anyone else want to weigh in on that? You know, the trails are pretty much a part again of the character of Montecito, so they're willing to put it back in. It's not very much. Mm-hmm. You said, I think you said you walked on it.
Your question is they were willing to put back the north trail that will be taken out. It's actually an easement to have the trail.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I think those pages should be open right to it, Brian.
Talk to Mr. Welton about that. I don't care.
Didn't you walk on it?
Tried. Wasn't sure about it. There was no marking.
It is private property, and I just, you know.
But that's what, you don't, it says we shouldn't take them out when development comes in. It's the community plan.
Yeah, but there's a disagreement as to whether there's a trail there.
No, there's no disagreement.
Well, there is from them. They said there's no trail.
Though there's an easement.
There's an easement, but there's no trail.
Before the lunch, with this help, I was gone, but there is a easement for a trail that they're proposing to take it out. We're not sure where it is.
Just so that we're looking, I'm not sure if we have this to look on the screen, but you can look at your drawing set. It's C5.2. Clearly shows that easement that we're talking about, and you can see that it runs along the east side of the creek. So it sort of starts there at the existing South Bridge and runs along the east side of the creek and then dead ends into the northern property boundary.
This is C5.2, right? Okay.
Right, but he said there's no trail there.
Well, it used to go up here and then it would go right off. There's a creek or something here and it goes off to the, oh, here you go.
See, that's
here, right here.
Exactly, that's the one. So again, it doesn't allow right now. It doesn't allow.
Mr. Chair, is it possible we could, everyone could speak into a microphone? I'm just concerned that that the public can't hear the description.
Okay.
C5.2. It should be in the set. I've got a thumb drive of all the sheets if you.
No, it's C5.1 on my map.
C5.2 is what I'm looking at.
Oh, you are?
And so am I, but they're not the same.
That's good.
Mine's C5 point, I'm 5.1. Well, anyway, the point is, we know where it is. All right, so,
Well, I was just going to comment. I really do feel that the pathway that we're talking about along the road does substitute for that particular trail easement. But I should also point out that if we're prohibiting livestock, then we're not going to have horses on the property anyway, so.
Well, it's different.
good point. Grazing livestock, but the problem, Commission, thank you, Mr. Cannell, is that this is it's a dedicated trail easement, is that correct? It is dedicated at this point. And they're asking to remove it, is that correct? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just to break in for a moment, I think the way we resolve the problem with the horses in the open space is to go back to condition 14 and reinsert that language that says for fuel management purposes. And that way, it doesn't prohibit horses in the open space area.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I guess the community plan in their recreation PRMT encourages easements. I just hate taking it away. I don't like taking it off for a development project. So even if it's not used, I don't see any reason not to just leave it there.
Whatever you want.
Commission? Well, I need some consensus on it.
I would support that.
All right.
All right. Moving on to page 10.
I'm sorry, did we resolve anything about the parking? Did we decide that what they've proposed is completely adequate?
We heard their representations.
Okay.
And do we need to add in there that they're going to be doing valet parking for events, or is that later
That's
on?
a separate
Okay.
condition.
All right.
Okay, on page, I would alert the commission to the fact that it's now 4:20.
We're working.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Does that give you time?
We are. Well, wait a minute. Does,
You're looking good. All right. We're ready to go.
Okay, we're ready to go. We are... I had, during the break, I had Mr. Shell approach me and wished to address us, so please do.
Thank you.
Americana, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Steve Americana. I'm counsel for Casa Dorinda, and I wanted to simply address the proposal that the Commission discussed before the break to reduce the maximum number of units from 286 to 266. That's the number that we're proposing under this CUP change. We would like to retain the flexibility to take existing units and divide them into smaller units as the needs of the population changes. We are prepared to accept the idea that we can't expand the number of residential units if the expansion requires a larger footprint of the residential uses. And so we'd like the condition, if it's going to be written, to reflect that idea. In other words, we would stay at 266, that would be the limit, but that if we decided to divide a larger unit into 2 units, that would not be prohibited by that condition.
I think that's the last thing that Mr. Overall just said, that indeed, if you go over the number of units, it would be required to be in the same footprint.
Right.
Wasn't that what your intention was?
Yes.
And we have discussed that internally, and we're prepared to accept that.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, right. And we would,
Mr. Chair, I believe that the clarification is Mr. Americana, I believe, wants to retain the 286 so that they'd have flexibility rather than the 266. So I think that's the request.
How's the commission with that? I'm fine.
I would prefer to keep it at 266. And then if you come in with a request for more, as you just now came in with a request for a greater density, then the commission would have the discretion to approve it if you stayed within the footprint. And I can't imagine that if there was if you showed the need to have some smaller units, that they, as long as you stay within the density, that wouldn't be approved.
Let me ask a question. If you were to decide that you wanted to merge a couple of the smaller units and reduce it from 266 to what it would be 265, would that require them to come before us?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, could you repeat that question, please?
We're talking about the expansion of the number of units by division of a larger existing unit. And I'm asking the question about what they've done in the past. When they have taken smaller units and they've merged them to make one unit, what kind of approval does that require?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm not familiar with what they've done in the past, but in general, when someone wants to come in and make changes to an existing conditional use permit, there's 3 levels of changes. So the first is substantial conformity. That's a director level decision, and it depends on the extent of the changes. There's a set of standards that the director reviews in making that determination whether a substantial conformity determination is appropriate. There's an amendment process, which is also director level, and again, there's standards. One of those is that there's no additional environmental review required. And then the third is a revision, which is the type that you're considering now, which is treated as a new conditional use permit, which supersedes the old permit. So it really depends on what's proposed by the applicant and whether they meet the standards at what level of review would be required for a change in the future.
I'm sorry, but that actually wasn't your question.
Wait a minute. So if we authorize, as we have, the 266 units, they come in and they say, we want to take one of the large units, we want to divide it, we want to make it 287, that would be a director level approval. Is that correct?
267.
Whatever it was.
And Mr. Chair, members of the commission, no, it just depends on what type of change they want to make.
Within the existing footprint.
Again, I mean, it's hard for me to envision. It's possible that it could be a director level decision. That's possible, but I can't guarantee that. Each time somebody comes in to make a change, the department goes through those standards and makes a determination which is appropriate.
Well, then, what would be required, if we had the limit set at 286 instead of 266, but they only have 266 units, and they want to divide one of those units and take it to 267, how is that impacted by whether the limit is 286 or 266?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if you have a limit of 286 and you want to come in and do an interior remodel on one of your units and make it into 2 units, as long as you are below the cap on population and number of units, that would be a building permit for an interior remodel. That would not trigger any kind of discretionary review.
Okay, I would suggest we leave it at 286, authorize at 266, but any change to go beyond the 280s, any changes to the number of units needs to be done within the existing footprint.
I liked it when we had 2 sets of limitations,
Okay?
Well, I think that's what,
but then that's what you proposed.
I think that's what he proposed.
Now he's changing it, and we already all agreed that we wanted to keep it at 266 and within the same footprint. I know in the past, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt before, but I don't think Ms. Van Mullen answered the question you asked, which was in the past, indeed, there have been residents who have combined units, have purchased adjacent units and have combined them. There was a woman here in the audience that I know has done that, and that required nothing more than a building permit because it was within the cap on total number of residences. So they will always be able to reduce the number of units. It's a matter of increasing the number of units. And I would like to see 2 controls on that. One that says the overall number of units shall be this, and another one that says in the existing density is this, and that if they want to increase the number of units, they need to get permission.
Okay, what's the commission's pleasure? What would you like to do?
Well, I've got so many scratches now.
Mr. Chair, may I make just one comment?
Certainly.
And I just want to reinforce what you were saying. And the important thing here is flexibility. And I think what you're talking about, Commissioner, is a situation where a unit has been enlarged. We took 2 units and it became 1. But it could be that it would be a simple thing to be able to change that back to 2 units. And if you limit it to 266, then to do that one small change to create 2 units back to the way the building was originally designed is going to require a full commission review and a full conditional use permit revision. And I think there needs to be flexibility to allow that within the existing building footprints. It seems to me a simple thing to ask and a degree of flexibility that's critical for an organization or an institution like this.
May I just ask, in the current count, does that take into account these units that have been?
Yes, absolutely.
So the current number right now are these larger units, some of
Absolutely.
which have been
That's correct.
originally were 2 units.
That's correct.
The mere idea that they would have to come back to a discretionary hearing before this body that might take 4 sessions, I'm willing to go with, grant them the existing 286. Any changes have to be within the existing footprint.
Well, we spent hours on this, and we spent a lot of time at other sessions on the idea, and we went through the entire 30-year history of the idea that the density is increasing at this time. It's by 10% up to 13.8 from 12%. It used to be 8%. So the idea was to have controls. Certainly, we don't want, no one can tell the future. We don't want anybody to come back here because they want to change 1 unit. But I would stick with what we have, with what you proposed earlier and what we agreed with. I hear what Mr. Cornell said. I hear what Mr. Mayor Connor said.
Okay,
I understand, but I would stick with what we have.
Okay, well, we have 2 that would like to do that. You get the deciding vote here, Jamie.
Well, I think I'm going to agree with Commissioner overall this time. As long as we've gone down this path, I think coming back here is just. I said yes. I agree with Commissioner overall.
May we compromise with 276? That allows them a 5-unit discretion? 10-unit discretion. And I doubt, given this, that the trend seems to be toward larger and larger units rather than smaller and smaller, that means they'd have to divide up 20 units.
Okay,
or 5 units.
I can go with that solution.
Let's go with 276 and
Yep.
let's move on.
Yep.
Any changes or comments on, boy, I can't read anything.
We got grading, we're at grading. Then we're on page 10. Delete condition 54, the Hot Springs Road.
Okay, we're going to, so now we've moved off the project description and we're on page 11. So we're.
Well, I'm on page 10.
Okay, where are you on page 10?
Delete condition.
Okay.
This is the issue of taking the supervisor's house, off the tax rolls and putting the 4 new units up, which I think came out of their discussions with the neighbors.
And the only thing I would add to this discussion is I don't think we have any, I think I asked in a hearing, we don't have a right to not allow them to merge the properties, but, and I'm sorry to see the tax base go, but I think this is where we could add, the historic reason for this was the traffic going through that area, so would this be where we could add a gate, to be put in, a permanent gate access? A closed permanent gate.
Mr. Chair,
Wait a minute.
Commissioners, I would probably add that as a separate condition at the end, because this is saying about, this says that there's going to be a condition deleted. I probably would just add it as a separate condition.
All right, that's fine. Would you put that at the end so I don't have to remember again? I'm losing it here. All right.
Operations we covered with the number. If moving.
Just in operations, then we now need to say the total number of dwelling units on the property shall not exceed 276.
Right. Okay, moving to page 11 and starting with condition 2. Any changes to condition 2? Condition 3.
Well, do we have to add anything there about going to MBAR? I mean, any of the specifics we've talked about today? The bridge,
I would like
the
to
entry,
include that MBA, it says they shall obtain Montecito Board of Architectural Rule approval, and I would like to set taking into account the directions given or the requests given by the MPC.
I don't think we need to make that a condition. We just submit the letter.
No, well, I think it needs to be a condition somewhere. I mean, either as a set that we've done this before.
Just so we're sure that they do look at the specifics of what we've asked.
So that per MB or MPC's direction, however you want to do that, but I think it absolutely needs to be.
Okay, Alex? Joyce, whatever.
We could add a sentence at the end of that first paragraph before timing, saying all, and then we should just say that the design of all elements of the entryway shall take into account the recommendations at the Montecito Planning Commission at the May 2nd, 2016 hearing.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that works for me. Thank you.
And if you wanted to submit a letter later saying what those were, no? I'm getting a head shake from council.
No, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my preference would be that we just spell out what it is that you'd like to, so there's no misunderstanding. So also we don't have to review the tape about, what are all the concerns. And the concerns that I heard were the bend in the road at the access, if feasible, sandstone entrance on the gate with special attention to design, more in community character with the Montecito community plan.
Okay, fixed gates at the entranceway, elimination of the pedestrian gate.
Well, we have the fixed gates at the pedestrian as a condition in the project description, so they'll need to comply with that.
Good.
What was the other piece that you said?
Elimination of the pedestrian gate, was that included or that?
Not the
Is that in the
entrance, but
project
gate.
description already?
The pedestrian
that?
gate, the gate itself.
The gate itself.
I did add it to the project description.
Okay.
And then I think one thing I would say to MBAR is to be sure screening, that there's no lights showing from either any new structures or any parking lots onto Hot Springs Olive Mill, because they're there now. So that needs to be screened. I think Mr. Cornell already understands the bend. There was some little screening, but I think the main thing for me, the words I would use is that they should take the entry look from a boulevard into something more romantic. There's a big.
Oh, that's going to be.
I love that. But I have really, I think council is absolutely correct that we need to really be specific here and not miss a thing, because I've been to MBAR on another project and they said, well, it just said to do what MPC said. We didn't know what the list was. And it was the Miramar, as a matter of fact, and they had to go dig out the list. So it's better to be very specific. Thank you.
So we'll just add bulleted items of all of those things under that first paragraph above the timing.
Thank you.
Okay. God, I can't read anything anymore. Condition 3.
Condition 2 is on-site parking. Oh, it says parking O2, and it shouldn't.
Oh, what you got?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, those are the P&D's internal identification numbers from our standard conditions of approval.
So the numbers we should be using are the ones in the far left column.
Correct.
Thank you. Sorry. So condition 4 then.
Joyce, why don't you, if you don't mind, help us with these in terms of what are standard conditions versus the ones that we should be looking closely at in case we miss them. So.
Sure. So on number 4, for instance, that's just a standard condition. You can see there are no strikeouts or underlines indicating that it's just this one in particular. So right now we're in the section of mitigation measures. So those are measures as proposed in the ND. And so that has not been changed. And you can actually go through.
Okay, let's go to number 5.
Same thing.
Keep moving on.
Mitigation measure has not been changed from what was in the ND.
Okay,
and then number 6 is lighting.
And that, again, is a standard measure. And we also, at the first hearing, we added that the exterior lights on the independent living cottages and lights on roads abutting the open space shall meet dark sky, and we added LZ1 lighting requirements, and those are the more stringent requirements for areas that are adjacent to open space.
Number 7.
So do we need to add anything there, not only, but also to roads, so that, do we need to redo what we just said? Do we need something specific here about screening?
The BAR will require all of the lights to be dark sky compliant, downward facing, and shielded to the maximum extent feasible. So while you certainly could add some clarification to that, that's something they do as a matter of course.
Well, maybe we could just add in that one point where it says open space and from public roads.
So,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, where it says the first sentence, hooded to direct light downward onto the subject lot and prevent spillover onto adjacent lots, you could say and
or
roadways there.
Okay.
Well, spillover is a little different than sort of glow.
That is it. I guess my architectural question is, you're walking along the new public trail and you're looking at the 7 independent living. I think we've covered lights. What about the PCU unit, the 2-story unit? This may not be the section.
all of the lights on the exterior buildings will be required to
So
not shine over.
Well, it says independent living and lights on roads, but that means all structures. Is that what you're saying?
All new structures?
But I'm asking you, it says independent living cottages and lights on roads, whoops, but we have a 2-story building right there where the story pole was.
So we could just add exterior lights on structures and roads abutting the proposed revised open space.
Yes.
It's not just open space, but also wasn't that where we were going to add public roads?
We already did that, I thought.
I did too, but that was supposed to be where it was.
So we added "and public roadways" or public roadways to the end of the first sentence.
Okay, good. You've got it there.
And
Thank
then
you.
in that next sentence, we'll just add structures and before roads. So do you want to move to condition 7?
Yep.
Dust control. These are standard conditions that we have in our standard conditions manual and also as coordinated with APCD. So you can see that
Let's go to number 8.
number 8
I
is
have a question about this one. I brought it up, well, Jack, would you like to take a break?
No, let's go. Let's go.
All right. I brought it up in the first hearing. Is there some way to put dust control during the construction on the property? I understand these dust components are more off the property for public air.
The APCD conditions do require dust control on the property during construction. Yes, they do.
Thank you very much.
So condition number 8 is, it says SP because that's a condition that's not our standard, but it came directly from the APCD conditions letter. Number 9. So this is a standard condition that we've altered to tailor it to this project. And you can see on number 9, it's one of the conditions that Mr. De La Garza talked about, and I did in my presentation, altering to just add some beef to the requirements of the condition, add a little more specificity. And some of this language also came from the neighborhood group and what their attorney suggested as well.
May I just ask if the .46 acres, I think, once again, if we're taking out the existing roadway and the existing bridge, there may be more extensive damage in the process of that. So I don't think it should be, so it does say a minimum. So if you specify that it's both the, if it's all of those, if it's all the area and Old Bridge, that would cover it?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, so after the .46, it says 2-to-1 ratio, which would be the standard. So we would calculate at that time exactly how much of that riparian area was affected, and then it would be replaced at enhanced at a 2-to-1 ratio, even if that was more than the .46. But the .46 would be the minimum.
The minimum, okay,
yes.
good. Thank you.
Okay, so moving to condition 10.
Ms. Gerber, a question. So we're getting into the biological resources. We've talked a lot about the open space management plan. Here we have the habitat restoration, the trees, the riparian, and so forth. I just want to make sure I know what's coming back to us. So it's going to be the open space management plan. Would the habitat restoration be part of that or not?
We haven't written it as such at this time.
Okay, so right now it's no. Right now it's just the open space management plan. Okay, all right, that's good enough for me.
Okay. Item 10, tree protection plan, standard. 11, equipment storage, standard. 12, that's equipment washout, standard.
May I just ask the timing for these? Are these all done prior to any construction, or is there a period of time after?
Yeah, a year and a half.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, all of these have timing specified in the conditions. Most of them, P&D compliance monitoring staff ensures compliance both prior to and throughout the entire period of construction. So the ones that are intended to minimize the impacts of construction on people on site and off site would be monitored before. We'd ensure that those were in place before and then throughout the entire period that was appropriate.
And in your experience, has the standard been sufficient to deal with extensive situations like this?
In my experience, yes, it has. And then if for some reason there is an issue, it would get reported to our permit compliance person, and then we would take steps to ensure that it was corrected.
Thank you.
So I think we're on condition 13, tree replacement. And that is standard, but it's been augmented, again, at the request of the attorney for the neighborhood group. And then we've added some success criteria for tree replacement. 14, we have talked about 14 at length. 15, again, it's standard, but we've beefed it up a little bit.
Yep. 16
is a special condition that we added for work around the bridge and roadway, either side of the bridge, and that has not been changed, except we just clarified that we're talking about demolition of the southern bridge. 17 is standard, requires nesting surveys prior to construction in certain seasons. 18, night lighting. Again, that is a special condition. We took our standard condition and beefed it up a little bit. And we do have P&D and the MBAR reviewing a lighting plan.
May I just say that in the last sentence of the first paragraph, it's the same language as exterior lights on independent living cottages. So I think you would want to change that to be consistent with the previous condition.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
We can do that. Number 19, standard condition for erosion and sediment control. 20 is standard. 21 is standard. 22 is standard. 23 is a mitigation measure for the demolition of the bridge, and that's what the condition that requires documentation of the bridge by a historian. And 24 is part of the mitigation for the bridge as well. It requires that the sandstone veneer and top stones from the existing bridge are put on the new bridge with the same attention to detail. 25 is standard. 26, 27, standard. 28 requires a construction traffic control plan. 29, again, that is standard. Has to do with the stormwater control plan. 30, standard. 31, we talked about, and 32 and 33 at the first hearing. This is just to allow the Montecito Water District some flexibility as regulations around water change. So getting to item 34, these are project-specific conditions. And again, we've kept all the unique conditions from the prior approval in 2007. There is an engineering study required, that's standard. 35 has to do with the voluntary lot merger, and we are requiring that prior to issuance of any zoning clearance for building on that 1 acre lot. 36 we've talked about quite a bit. That's the open space easement, and it has to do with the real property exchange. 37, again, that's about the rededication of the new trails in their current locations and the quit claim of the other trails. And Parks does have a condition letter around that.
Would we need to incorporate the new trail, is the easement that we've asked them to maintain? Does that need to be incorporated
Mr. Chair,
in here?
Commissioners, I think we can add in something in here about as modified at the hearing.
Thank you.
To account for that segment.
We could say as modified at the hearing to retain the existing trail easement segment at the northwest portion of the property.
Good, thank you.
Since you're taking a pause, could I ask a quick question, Ms. Gerber? And it's really kind of a commission question. So on the lot merger, the applicant could buy up 1 acre homes on the north side and put 4 cottages per unit
Per lot, yeah.
in the future, and it's outside of, I guess one question would be, it's outside of our density. It changes our density calculation, changes a lot of things.
Well, we've covered that in a way by saying you're limited to this number of units, and it's got to be within the existing footprint.
Because with the 276 CUP.
Right. So even if
10
they bought
units.
up 100 acres, they'd have to come back before a future commission to do any expansion.
Gotcha.
May I just ask, I'm sorry, on the previous issue, when Mr. Overall just said the any changes would have to be within the existing footprint. Does it also state within the existing percentage or the allowed percentage of 13.6 if you got both of those aspects
Yes, we did.
included?
Yeah, I think that's us.
Thank you.
Linear within your density.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just so we're clear, I think the language that had been presented earlier was focusing on the building coverage, which is what that percentage reflects. So if it's your intent to, not only the building coverage, but the existing footprint as well, we should add that for clarity.
Well, that's why Mr. Overall just referred to the existing footprint, and I've been referring to the 13.6 density, and I don't know if you see any discrepancy between those
Well,
two.
there's no discrepancy unless,
Yeah, we should
in
have the
Mr.
footprint.
Cole's
Well,
instance where they added additional acreage into their CUP.
right, because we've been talking about they're changing some units around, but if they start adding additional acreage, that's,
I think the density at 13.6 or 12.8 or 10.6 or whatever it is not what we want to address. I think we want to address here is the footprint.
Exactly,
I agree.
because if they add acreage, then they have 13.6 of that additional acreage. So
I think we agree.
So Mr. Overall's point about the footprint is probably clearer.
Okay, we can make that change. And just, if, as you probably are aware, if they were to add additional properties into their CUP, we would obviously be back in front of the commission addressing that, so you'd have another bite at that apple.
okay, well, thank you. Sorry to interrupt your flow, Ms. Gerber.
So I think we were at, on our project-specific conditions, we had covered the open space easement, number 36. We had just talked about number 37, rededication of trails. 38 basically just requires them to get the appropriate permits for any alterations of stream channels or banks. 39 is standard. It requires them to submit a landscape and irrigation plan, which would be approved by the BAR. 40 is the one where we took the existing condition that said you'll fence that one lot that had been placed on, I think, maybe in 2007 or earlier, and we said you're going to fence anything that's visible, any parking area visible from the open space. 41.
And should we add in there and from public roads?
I think we can do that.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'll just add that to the end of that first sentence. 41 requires a road encroachment permit. They'd have to have this anyway, but we've just added it for additional clarity. 42 was one I believe we may have added. I think that was a holdover from the permit from 2007. It says that if any time your commission determines they're not in compliance with their conditions, then you can revoke their permit or direct them to apply for a revision or amendment. 43 is, again, from the APCD requirement. 44, we have very carefully crafted language that explains the legal process to get us to our new open space and trails and what needs to happen before we can issue any further permits. 45, all the way through 61, all of those conditions are standard.
And, excuse me, and then I had a question on Rule 09 signs. Okay. Yeah. And I just wanted to be sure that the no trespassing sign was removed at the public access entrance. I don't know if this is the place to do that,
We could add that to this condition.
so that any public access entrance should not have a no trespassing sign. Would that be?
Is this also where you'd like to add that they need to come back for, well, actually, they'd have to do that with a separate permit.
I think the practical problem out there is you walk around.
Signs designating the open space entrances.
Yeah.
That had come up earlier.
Well,
I thought that was in one of, I thought you, wait, that's something that could be part of MBAR, right?
Yes.
I think the applicant would appreciate the fact that there are public signs keeping people away from the property. I walk out on the public trails, and you can easily wander into the parking
no, the
lot
M-bar.
because there's
That's what I
no
thought you
no
said.
signs for the public.
But won't you need a sign at the entrance right there where that pedestrian gate is that says public
Yeah.
access
So
to
the-
the trail?
Of
The
course, but once
purpose-
you're inside, it's
The purpose for this condition is really to say this CUP does not entitle them to signs.
Right.
If they were to have signs, they would come back with a separate permit for signs, and it would go through the MBAR.
I appreciate that because as a member of the community, those freeway signs were jarring for years that said stop, do not.
Oh, also, usually Montecito Trails Association puts up signs for trails. And so
Yeah.
there's is there anything in here that would prohibit them from doing that?
No signs.
The intention of this permit language was not to address signs of that nature. It's more like signs at the public entrance, declaring Casa Dorinda. Interior signs are not regulated.
Okay, their signs are generally at trailheads, and I'm sure they would want to put them at, like, Wyatt Road, et cetera. So you're sure this wouldn't prohibit them from doing that?
Well, we can add some specific languages so it's very clear that,
Trail marking signs are permitted.
yeah, no signs of any type are approved with this action unless otherwise specified. And then the otherwise specified would be the trail signs or things of that nature.
Is that clear enough?
It is for me. Okay, Joyce, where are we?
So we're at number 48.
Okay.
Again, these are standard county legal conditions on any CUP. If you want to stop me if you see any that you'd like to discuss. 54 is worth talking about, I think. This is where, for anything that requires a installation or maintenance, any kind of landscaping plans, this is where we would require the performance securities, the bonds. And it specifies everything that would be required to have that. 55 just lists the department condition letters. 56 tells us to make sure that the plans that building approves match the plans that you approved and that the BAR approved. 57 tells us that we're going to have a permit compliance person at the site, checking in at the site during construction. Again, 58, 59, 60, 61, these are all 60, these are all standard. 61 once again reiterates that the CUP cannot be effectuated prior to board action on the easements. 62 is a condition because Casa Dorinda desires to do their kitchen expansion first. It really just clarifies conditions that don't make sense to apply to that expansion. They will still have to, they cannot do that until the board has approved the easements. But there are some other things that because they're building in a previously disturbed area on the interior of the site, there's some conditions that don't make sense to apply to it. So we've been specific about that so there's no question in the future. 63 was something that was requested by your commission at one of the previous hearings, that employees shall park in designated employee parking areas. Again, 64, emergency evacuation plan.
In regard to this also, are the other areas, the resident and the visitor parking, are the resident parking spaces clearly labeled as belonging to specific units, just so the residents don't start using visitor parking that might? Yes. That's a question, yes? Yes. So, and some of the residents do have 2 cars per residence, or is that generally a complete exception?
Some have 2, yes.
Many of them have 2.
Taking a car away from an elderly person is a difficult thing.
Oh, I know. I have a mother who was 97 and got her license renewed for 5 years. So, but I just wondered because that was part of my concern about the adequacy of the parking. Yeah. So there are some units that have 2 parking spaces, but both of those parking spaces are clearly designated resident parking and they don't drift over into the guest parking.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, 64 Although an emergency evacuation plan is required as a part of their permit as a residential care facility for the elderly, your commission requested that the fire department also review that, so we added that condition. We added a condition for parking management plan to address parking during construction. '66, again, we specifically say that no entry signs are permitted, and this is where we address the entry signs. I had forgotten. Any entry or other signs visible from hot springs must be reviewed and receive approval from the MBAR.
Excuse me, and would that be a better place to put in that the public access signs? I mean, would that be something we wouldn't want? Would we want MBAR to be participating in the placement of those?
I would think that we might want to leave that to the Trails Association since they're interior.
I guess I'm thinking more of down at the Biltmore where the beach, you know, there's a big brass sign that says public access, so I'm thinking of something more than the normal trailhead sign, something more that says to the visitor, you can walk through this gate. This is a public access to the trail. Something a little more defined than just a little trail sign, although I suppose.
Or even public access to the property. I mean, for anybody who might not be hiking trails, there's plenty of walking. I mean, you can go in and walk as a guest or with other residents. I'm just saying, I agree with you. Having that public access sign down at the Biltmore was very helpful to let people know that they were allowed to go on the beach.
That's kind of what I had in mind.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, would those be signs visible from Hot Springs Road?
Yes.
So it could say any, right now it already does say any entry or other signs visible from Hot Springs Road, but we could clarify including
public access.
Public access
trail signs. Why don't you make it public access and trail signs, and then let MBAR and the designer come up with something that's suitable. You did a great job at the Biltmore. That really worked perfectly. Use that as a template.
All right, ready to move to 67. This is the condition we added at your request that the facilities are available for use only by CASA, its residents, and their guests.
Need to define guests, or need to have a limitation on the number of people who can be there at any one time for an event, or something to prevent events from happening at the CASA. That's going to be a very attractive space for screenings or concerts or whatever, and I just think it needs to be limited. Do we have any ideas on
that? Condition 70 requires that we do valet parking in the event that we have more than 50. That was our intention of getting to what you're raising, Commissioner Keller. So maybe take a look at that and see if it meets what you're getting at. But that was our effort to meet
Thank you. It really isn't only valet parking, because yes, you have more than 50 guests. That's still more than 50 people coming onto the campus at any one time.
I was trying to think of the impact, though. So the impact of that would be likely on parking. So that was what
Parking and congestion, I guess I'm just saying. And I also, I just think that the intent as presented of the auditorium is for the residents of Casa Dorinda. But I can see whenever there's an attractive space available, people discover it and want to make use of it. And I just feel that this should not become another event venue. I guess that just seems to be against what this residential retirement community is about.
I just want to be clear on the auditorium. The only thing we are changing is it is currently a large space without fixed seating. And what we are proposing is to put in fixed seating in a stadium or a theater setting. That will reduce the potential that space can house. So we're actually reducing the number of people that can be in that space by virtue of making it fixed seating.
Okay, that's a good point. I was just thinking it would be a more attractive space as a result of your improvements.
Yeah, but there'll be significantly less people that can fit in it now with the fixed seating than what can be done with the random seating in the space today.
The concern that I have related to this very same set of points, I would hate to see a time come when CASA would allow a handful of residents to become sponsors of an event that is largely attended by people other than those at the CASA. And I don't think that this adequately addresses that concern. I think every event at CASA ought to be open to every resident, and if there's leftover room and you've got family visiting, that's what we want to promote. But what we don't want to do is promote, as Ms. Keller said, a venue. So I would be interested in hearing from the applicant on the.
That's why I thought that possibly guests could be defined to family and personal friends rather than, or something on that order.
Perhaps you could limit it to, and there are 4 guests, or, pick a number, or you could say the venue can only be operated 12 times a year or something. You've got to have a.
Let's hear from the applicant.
Yeah, we don't have large parties like that where a few residents could get together for a charitable cause or something like that and bring in a whole large group. What we do need, though, is flexibility to once a year in August we have a soiree, an annual soiree, where we invite people on the wait list and some other people in Montecito to familiarize them with the campus and with the CASA people, and it's a way, frankly, of marketing. And it's very important to us to be able to bring people in for that, and we use valet parking, of course. It's never been an issue, but as far as having big entertainment events, that's never been the policy. Or political events.
And what about weddings?
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
weddings, no.
Yeah, grandchildren weddings. Okay.
No.
So
no.
is there?
It's very controlled.
Is there a number related to this operation of valet parking? Is there a number that you could live with? No more than twice a year or something like that?
Robin, how many would come to our soiree?
Look at it in space instead of what Jack's talking about. So maybe what you want to consider is that
I'm sorry, go to the microphone.
Sorry about that. So maybe what you want to consider in this regard is the fact that CASA has some physical limitations on its own. So residents, if they invite people over to an event, are limited to certain areas of the campus. So like you mentioned, weddings, that doesn't happen because the existing public spaces on Casa Dorinda's campus are for all the residents. So a resident has to actually book a space on campus to have an event for their friends or family. But you can't necessarily, CASA doesn't allow the residents to say book the entire campus. So when you have this limitation about 50 guests that would be outside the campus, that pretty much gives you the limitation that you're looking for because the events are open to CASA residents. Does that make sense?
I like your idea of a number on top of the 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
How many times a year could you live with as a limitation on this valet parking?
I would think 3. Robin, can you help me here? 3 times a year?
Well, how about 1 a quarter?
For valet parking? No?
I would say.
The residents are saying no.
Mr. Chair, it's difficult when you don't have people speaking into the mic, so perhaps somebody could come up.
My experience has been, people have told me that they're really looking forward to having this theater so they can have music come in, those kinds of events. There'd be lectures, and I can see the community really thinking that's a very good idea and that we would like to participate. And then I can see 200 people on the campus, 286, without a problem.
Even when we have those events, it's for residents. We don't invite members of the public.
We're okay. See, I could take residents. It's and their guests that become a problem.
Yeah, what I think I just heard.
One concern I have is the annual soiree. That really would limit us.
Right.
And it's quite a large number that attends.
No, we don't want to limit you to that. We've just been through the short-term rental wars and wedding wars and Kim Kardashian wars up here. So
yeah, I understand.
I think 3 on top of 50 is fine with me.
So let's modify condition number 70. To limit that happening to a maximum of 3 times a year.
You can have 3 soirees.
Where we'd have large numbers of outsiders.
Yeah.
So are you going to do limit number 67 as well, limitation of use?
I thought we accomplished that here. If you have a suggestion, we ought to hear it.
Mr. Chair, I think Condition 70 simply says that when you have something attended by more than 50, you will use valet parking. Perhaps 67 would be a better place to put a limitation on number of events of a certain size.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, I think
we're talking about
67 is a more defined place, and I'll take whatever language anybody can come up with at this point, which would be,
3 soirees a year.
I'd go with
Can only
1
exceed
1/4.
50 guests 3 times a year.
Well, we don't even want to say that outside, because these are, I'm just saying, is then they could have gatherings of 50 or gatherings of 49 people. And they're saying it doesn't happen, but I think you need to be.
Does anyone have any feeling about saying for use by Casa Dorinda and its residents and therefore guests? In other words, limit the number of guests that each resident
No.
can.
I've got 8 kids, I don't.
You know, yeah, you have family groups that are bigger than that.
Would you like to just say after that first sentence, the use of the facility by more than 50 guests shall be limited to 3 times a year?
Or how about
tried to say.
events open to the general public shall be limited to 3 times per year?
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, we don't
No.
want it open to the general public,
Well,
period.
that's what they're suggesting.
No, they're invited. The people are invited.
I think for the soiree, the idea is that they're guests of CASA for the express purpose of the marketing event.
What was your language?
We could say, well, you know,
Alex, why don't you read yours again and we'll edit it.
I had said events that are open to the public, to the general public, shall be limited to no more than 3 per year.
Yeah, no, the events.
In
for-
excess of 50 guests.
That
of
was it.
CASA residents and 50 guests is limited to 3 times a year. In excess of.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if I might address the issue.
please do.
I fear we've become entirely unmoored from county's ordinances and general plan and other policies that the board is to use as a reference point for deciding what regulations are appropriate or what conditions are appropriate. And I suppose to make matters worse, I think you're solving a problem that doesn't exist. That you've heard that CASA doesn't allow these things. There is no evidence that there is anything like this happening, and yet you're placing conditions on CASA's future operation which are not based upon anything that's in the county's general plan or in the zoning ordinance. The CASA has shown itself to be a responsible, positive neighbor for Montecito since it was founded. And to put these kinds of limits on CASA at this stage, based on what I believe are rumors or fears, I don't think is, frankly, within the purview of the commission, that the commission should be enforcing or applying the general plan and zoning policies and not trying to do this sort of thing on CASA's operations. There are all sorts of other kinds of activities. There are memorial services, for example. There might be 5 memorial gatherings in a given year. So we're saying that 2 of those would be prohibited, even though this is someplace that the person being honored has lived for 20 years. And so we're going to say to that family, sorry, the Planning Commission has said we can only do this 3 times a year, and we've done it 3 times a year.
So is it the 3 times a year that you're worried about? Is it number 67? Is the valet parking okay? I mean, what specifically do you think we're outside
No,
of
the valet parking condition is something that we already reviewed and agreed to. That's not a problem, but it's the idea of placing a limit on the activities themselves when there's no reason to believe that it's a problem.
Well,
that we
except,
think-
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Except that they just said it never happens, and now you're bringing up the subject of memorial services.
Well,
that apparently
sure.
has happened.
But it's not been an issue. Whatever happens at Casa Dorinda, whatever has happened at Casa Dorinda, right, has not been a problem for anybody in the community. It hasn't produced traffic, it hasn't produced parking, it hasn't produced noise. It's not the Kim Kardashian wedding. That, the commission responded to a specific problem. It was well-known. It was heard by a lot of people. You can't say any of that with respect to Casa Dorinda. And so I would urge you, please, don't, in the enthusiasm to deal with this, don't go further than you need to place restrictions on your neighbors. Thank you.
I think that's a legitimate comment.
I would respond this, though. I mean, I think this is certainly the only time we're not going to probably be looking at a project like this at Casa Dorinda for at least another 10 years. And in the meantime, you know, I can see this venue being very popular, and again, that is certainly speculative on my part. What if we simply, is there a way, council, to put, or staff, to put a condition on here that says if there's complaints, make it complaint-driven, then it comes back to the MPC for restrictions?
Well, I think we have that now. I mean, I don't frequently agree with Mr. Americano, but I think this time maybe I do, that if there's a problem to be solved, then it is going to come, there will be complaints to the county.
But how will we solve them? We won't be able to tell them.
What's the problem we have now?
Well, we are indeed anticipating the potential for problems because both Commissioner Brown and I have heard that people are anticipating being able to make use of this theater in ways that it hasn't been used in the past because it hasn't been set up properly. And we just were trying to anticipate that.
So
If, I have a suggestion. If we were to have this read that events at Casa are open to the residents of Casa and their guests, then that limits, I think, I mean, you have to be invited, and then we have this cap on the valet parking.
Except that doesn't cover their soirees, which is, unless you want to say invited guests of the Casa or residents or their
Invited guests.
invited guests.
You could add a restriction that we not rent it out.
I'm sorry, say again?
You could have a restriction that Casa would not rent out their facilities.
Oh,
I think that would be a great.
that would work.
Because we've gone through hotel things, and that would work.
Okay.
Or be the venue for public events.
Just to keep moving, I would suggest we say invited and no rent.
But
Okay.
Jack's right, rent could be $1 or something, you know,
Right.
let's think it's for no public venues. Something like that.
You have it? Okay, what are you going to say then, please?
We say that events, let's see, I'm getting rid of the 50. We say that events at Casa shall be limited to residents and their invited guests. Casa may not rent out the facilities or be the venue for public events.
Very good, thank you.
Sounds good to me. Okay, next item.
Let's do 68.
Yes, okay, sorry. Here, if I may.
So number 68, that again was in response to your commission's request.
We just need a time specific, because if it's 20 years from today, that's very different from 20 years from the completion of the project.
How about if we say 20 years from effectuation of this CUP?
Then I
effective
would
date.
like to make it longer than 20 years.
Is there a date, like a certificate of occupancy or a better date?
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the completion of the project, of occupancy permits, something that kicks into place once this project is completed 20 years from then.
We don't want a bunch of lawyers fighting about what 20 years is 20 years from now.
So it's conceivable and even likely that there would be more than one occupancy permit.
Right.
So do you want to indicate where in the process you'd like this to start?
Well, what do you suggest as being the simplest to measure the 20-year period?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, how about we just, since we envision that it'll take a while for them to get their zoning clearances and around 3 years of construction, we could just say 25 years from the effective date of this permit.
Yes. Works for me.
That's fine. Okay.
Condition 69, again, was something your commission requested. And we already discussed condition 70, the valet parking. Condition 71, originally we had added this after your commission's comments to say prior to issuance of the first building permit. CASA pointed out that there would be many building permits, and so they suggested that we change that to say each building permit, and then your commission had some comments about that. Was that resolved to your satisfaction?
Not to mine. I said it before. I'm concerned about starting the project. Cost estimate comes in. We're a year into the project, and whoops, we can't do the 352 property for 4 years because we haven't raised the money. I think my concern was they've said repeatedly we can fund this, this being the project. And so to now bite it off in smaller bites doesn't give me the peace of mind that I was looking for. So I don't know how others feel about it. Maybe it's a non-issue, but. Anybody else?
Well, no, I mean, I was hoping for a response because I agree with you. We had a situation at Westmont whereby construction was approved and then it was delayed, and I just think for the benefit of the residents who have to live through this construction that they need to have a guarantee that it's as consolidated as possible.
I would suggest that we hear briefly from the applicant about their willingness and ability to bond for the entire amount up front.
Okay.
Bond?
Or maybe it's not bonding, just verification that the funds are available.
This is Edward Steinfeld. First of all, we, as a continuing care retirement community, we have to have 50% pre-sales with the state of California. Financing requires 70% pre-sales. In order to get to the point where we can actually begin construction, we're going to have a guaranteed maximum price agreement from the contractor, which means that as much as Brian is going to submit, because the county can't review all of the buildings at one time, we are going to be patient and wait for the plans to come back at least through the first plan check correction. Then we will get a contractor to go out. They will price everything, so we have a guaranteed maximum price agreement, which is what we need to do financing. So that really assures you and us that we have the funds right up front in order to do the construction for the whole project, because that is our intention.
That sounds great. How do we write that into the condition?
Yeah, how would you word that for a condition?
Yeah, you have experts here. What do you want to suggest?
Maybe it doesn't need
Come up to the mic.
Maybe it doesn't need to necessarily be a condition because it is already part of the continuing care license agreement with the state. It's just a thought, because you've got other agencies that are putting these requirements on Casa Dorinda before you can build senior housing.
Yeah, I kind of take a contrary view. We're still waiting for grading on a certain project. You know, this is I think it's up to us to approve land use approvals. We don't know what's going to happen in the future with construction costs. It can go anywhere. I think it's up to the applicant's cash flow needs and sales to decide, you know, what they can build and what they can't build. So I'm more willing just to leave it alone.
There's the existing regulation.
Oh. Well, I would like to.
Stay with the condition. I mean.
But I'm not sure what the condition means, because now they're saying of each building permit, which sounds like it could be in stages. And what Mr. Steinfeld just said is that they need to have the whole project for, you know, at 70% financing for the go-ahead. So how can we incorporate that into the condition?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, we could just revert back to the previous language that says prior to the issuance of the first building permit instead of putting it into pieces, as we have.
That would be acceptable.
Okay.
I don't know if it's acceptable to the applicant, but it's acceptable to me.
Yeah, so I'm not sure this is what Joyce said, but yeah, basically say that prior to the issuance of the first building permit, Casa Dorinda shall submit to the county a letter signed by the CEO stating that Casa Dorinda has adequate financing to complete the master plan project.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the master plan project.
That works. Okay.
Number 72. I think we clarified that. We added the requirement for the walking path. And they will need a road encroachment permit for that. And then number 73, we felt that after we measured the site distance, it would be important to put a sign prohibiting left turns out of there.
Well,
And it is only for ingress.
right, so then there's no need for no left turn if we're not allowing people to go out that way.
Yeah, that's my comment.
True. Do you want to get rid of that condition?
Well, it seems to me that if you have a no left turn sign there, that will encourage people to go out that way, instead of just a, no exit sign.
I mean, as
Alright.
it currently operates, it's a one-way in, and nobody goes out that way. It's been that way for 20 years, so I don't see why anyone would want to do that in the future, as long as it maintains the way it currently operates.
So we delete that condition.
Then finally, I had identified 2 additional conditions that your commission might want based on your earlier comments. One is to require a gate, the fire department approved gate at the property line of the access drive to the property at 352. And then that would be number 74. And number 75 would just specify that the design for the entryway in the bridge would return to the HLAC one more time before preliminary and final approval by the MBAR. And also that design would be approved by a county-approved historian.
If I may, that would actually be 73 and 74, since we're deleting 73.
Thank you. And that concludes our conditions.
Joe, I'm sorry, speak up.
That would be
I'm sorry, I think there's a...
So these are the
didn't wanna
conditions of
solve it
approval
early.
for the conditional use permit for the gates out and the piers and the walls within setbacks and or over the height limit. And I don't believe we made any changes to these except for number 8, again, which clarifies the timing of when the CUP could be effectuated. And it would be the same as we had with the other permit.
Yeah, I didn't have any changes. I just wanted to note that we have these.
Good, okay. All right. Well, we have finished our review of the conditions. I said I'd bring it back to the commission and see if we can get a motion and then a deliberation and a vote.
We also said that we would return to the issue of the gate, which we hadn't at the very beginning completely. But,
Remember.
excuse me, I meant the bridge, I beg your pardon. And I think all of us would like to be able to move on. It would be very helpful for me, before making a motion, if we had any sense of whether or not any of these conditions are absolutely unacceptable to the applicant, because I would be willing to compromise on the bridge if I felt that all of these conditions could be implemented.
I don't think we... Okay, I think that calls for a response from the applicant.
Mr. Chair, members, thanks for all of your time and energy. We would ask for a 5-minute break so that we can huddle, be sure that we've looked at all the conditions, sit down with staff and be sure that we're all on the same page when it comes to the conditions. We want to be sure there's no miscommunication or misunderstanding between us.
Okay.
Before we give you an answer to that question.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. And
It is 5:37. We'll reconvene at
You're just,
5:45.
let me at least ask this question. It is 5:37, and I'm wondering, what we have found in the past, if these conditions aren't written down, sometimes we don't get them the way they want. Are we all comfortable with what has been produced, or do we need to continue to trail or have a meeting tomorrow? Or
I'd like to take 5 to 10 minutes and let them talk, and then we can take a break, and then I think we can answer your question.
Yeah.
All right, well, do we need staff to type these up for us so we can read them?
No.
That's what I thought. I don't think
Okay.
you're going to do that in 5 or 10 minutes.
We'll be back at 5:45.
Okay.
Okay, are you, everybody ready to go? Okay. Susan, we're ready to go here. Mr. Americano.
Mr. Chair, so we've identified one issue on which we have a question, and that has to do with the lot coverage calculation and the portion of the project description that deals with lot coverage. Right now, the condition of the existing CUP places a 12% limit. We're asking for an increase to 13.6 for buildings and structures, and we just want to be on the same page as the commission and the staff when it comes to how that's determined. We believe that buildings and structures includes, obviously, all the buildings, and that includes the carports, for example. We do not believe that the parking lots and the roads, which are hardscape, and the pathways, I suppose you would include as well, are included in the calculation of buildings and structures, that those are outside that calculation. So if we wanted to build new structures on a parking lot, for example, even though it's part of the development envelope, it wouldn't be allowed unless we found a way to stay within the 13.6% limitation. And we just want to be sure that that is consistent with the Commission's understanding of this rule as well, so that we don't have an argument about it in 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's late and I'm tired.
Understood.
Would you please go through that again, because
Sure.
I got lost.
Sure. The existing CUP has a limitation of 12%, that we can have buildings and structures that cover no more than 12% of the site. We're asking for an increase in that limit to 13.6%. Our architect has calculated our proposed CUP as meeting that 13.6% standard, and he has included in that calculation all the buildings and structures shown on our plan. And those buildings and structures include carports, which are considered a structure under the zoning code. That calculation does not include parking lots. It does not include roads. It does not include concrete pathways. All right? We would expect that same definition of buildings and structures to be carried over in the new CUP going forward. We've checked with staff, and that's consistent with the staff's understanding of how buildings and structures has been interpreted and understood on the existing CUP. And they agree that that's the way it would be applied here. And we want to be sure that the Commission is on the same page when it comes to that issue.
I think where we got lost was when you said, so if we put a building on a parking lot, that would not be approved. And
Unless we took down another structure in order to stay within the 13.6% limit. Okay?
Because we talked about footprint as well as the 13.6.
I understand.
So that's why you're concerned. I get it. How do we feel?
Well, let me take a shot, and this really goes back to maybe a discussion I had with Mr. Walton a long time ago. I'm not going to get into the math, but I have a sheet of calculations that comes up that takes us from 12 to 13.8. It's 2.1 million feet. You add the north parcel of an acre. I mean, I think you're familiar with those calculations. But really, the square footage is in the building code, right? I mean, Mr. Cornell would know a road isn't square footage. So the real question is, do we want to stay within the building footprint, because we don't want them adding extra? So I want to make sure that I think we're consistent, and I've looked at the calculations a long time ago.
I think just to put it another way to help, we have 13.6% of the property in building footprint, where the building projects into the ground. And I think what Mr. Americano is saying, we're anticipating that means to stay within the condition that you have crafted, we would have to demolish buildings to build a new building in another location, but you're not prohibiting building a new building in some location on the site as long as that 13.6 footprint coming down to the ground never changes.
Well, let me just put it another way to make sure we're on the same page. I think if you didn't go from 12% to the 13.8%, 13.6%, you would have been 34,000 square feet short or something like that. So as long as you're moving it around and you're keeping within that density and you're keeping within the footprint, within the property lines is what the way maybe it's the word footprint. I'm thinking of the existing property lines, which is the 48 acres plus the 1 acre, whatever it is. Then I think we're on the same page.
Commissioner Cole, I disagree.
Okay.
I am not envisioning that you eliminate 4 carports and you put up 4 more units. I think if you want to do that, I think that kind of change in the character of what you're doing needs to come back to the commission. That's just my take on it.
No,
The rest of the commission,
but we said they could go to 276.
I understand that. But we said within the existing footprint, which the way I was using the term footprint meant the existing building structures being the habitable buildings.
All right. So you mean the foundation footprint. All right, well, it's good that they brought that up to make sure we're the same.
Okay.
It was,
It's on,
I don't know where that leaves us in terms of whether we're have the same understanding or not, but
well, I think what
wanted
you're
to
saying is
clarify.
they can't build 4 units in a parking lot. That's what you're saying.
Or where a carport was.
Carport, right.
All right, and I have 2 responses. Number one, that definition of building footprint is different than the one that's been applied to the CUP for 40 years.
Okay.
And we'd like, in fact, we feel it important to stay with the definition that we've had for 40 years. Number 2, if we propose to take down 4 carports and put up 4 new units, we believe that the staff is going to say that's not substantial conformity. You have to come back to the Planning Commission with a CUP amendment. So we're going to be back here in any event. And as long as we've stayed within the 276 unit limit, and we aren't going into the easement area, and we're not going outside of the built area of the campus, it shouldn't be a problem. And we don't want to we don't want to lose the ability to do something like that if, as you've suggested, Mr. Chair, if we can find a way of reducing the number of automobiles at Casa Dorinda through a transportation management plan and some other kind of creative management of the campus, and we don't need those carports anymore, and we can put them to a better use within the existing limits that you've set, why shouldn't we be allowed to propose that to you? And that's what we're asking.
I think you can propose it to us, but that doesn't, I don't think that should be perceived as an approval in advance. I mean, frankly, I'd love to see all the carports and the parking lots gone and have you use Uber all the time and go ahead and expand the campus, because one of the big impacts is transportation and parking. But I don't want to sit here and try and judge that today and give you assurances that, yes, if you make some modest steps in that direction, that what the outcome is going to be.
Well, but the reason for this kind of flexibility is that we all know that circumstances are going to change over the next 10, 20 years. And just as we pushed back on the idea of reducing the population or the unit limit from 286 to 266, we think that changing the definition of what constitutes a structure for purposes of calculating this lot coverage limit, we think is not something that is appropriate under these circumstances. So I think we will, I'm afraid we'll break down there.
Yeah, so what's the, and I agree, we don't want any misunderstanding. What's the change in the definition?
May I just ask, because I think Mr. Overall's notion of footprint is the footprint such as is used in building, that if you need a permit if you go outside the footprint of the current building. Mm-hmm. I know that it seems to me that as used in here, that footprint means the amount of square footage on the ground,
Mm-hmm.
not the total amount of square footage, because some of these are 2 stories tall and
We
some are
agree.
3 stories tall.
We agree.
So when he said footprint, I was comfortable saying footprint with this definition, which is a way to, because my concern was the density. So as long as the density is not increased, as long as the population is kept below 360, and then we did give you a leeway of 10 units with the number of dwellings, as long as it didn't spread more, as long as it didn't go into the open space, I would be comfortable with that. Because you are sticking with the definition of footprint as it appears in this document and as I think is calculated. So I'm just, from my point of view, and that's one of the reasons that I was trying to hold fast to the 266 units, because I knew that there were ways around this footprint, so.
Well, and I think we're on the same page. That's all we're asking for, is the ability to use the authorized footprint limit of 13.6.
Now, the only other thing is that if you wanted to put a 2-story residential structure where a carport currently is, you'd have to come back here for approvals anyway. Are you saying that?
Yes.
So we would see that probably, or for certain, maybe I could ask
2 stories.
staff.
Definitely.
So if it was 2 stories, because that's where I would be concerned, a 1-story, low-profile carport replaced with a 4-unit, 2-story structure.
And we are confident that we will be back here in any event, and we're prepared to go through that process. What we don't want to have happen is for the decision made today to preclude us from coming back
Yeah, I
and
don't think it
asking that
does.
question.
I go back to what the county council said. There's 3 levels. It depends on the on the impact. Yeah, a 2-story new building would come back. I mean, you wouldn't be precluded from planning it. Yeah.
still have to get permission.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, when we go through the criteria for whether or not we can make a staff level substantial conformity determination, one of those talks about building coverage. Another one talks about increase in, and I believe it's a 10% threshold or no more than 1,000 square feet. So, and then there's another one that talks about approved building heights of increasing by no more than 10% of the approved building height, I believe. So,
1,000 square feet affect the footprint or affect the total project? Because if you had a 600 square foot or a 1,000 square foot carport and you wanted to put a 2,000 square foot 2-story building on it, would that trigger that requirement?
well, we'd look at the project being the master plan, and if they were going over more than 1,000 square feet, that would kick them out of the 10%, or 1,000 square feet would kick them out of the substantial conformity determination criteria.
But anything less than that would not?
Not necessarily. I mean, that's one of half a dozen or about a dozen other criteria that we look at as to whether or not a substantial conformity determination is appropriate. Others include that it doesn't increase the intensity of use. Anything that increases the intensity of use gets kicked out of a substantial conformity determination. So there's, if they're changing a carport to residential units, could argue that's an increase in intensity of use. So there's various factors that we look at as to whether or not it fits within that staff level determination.
Thank you.
And let me answer the last question, or maybe the first question, which is, are we prepared to accept the conditions? We had a lot of conversation about the 276. That, of course, is the big, difficult change in our limits that is being imposed today. And after talking about it and discussing it with this issue together, we've concluded that we can live within that limit, and we're prepared to accept that. And prepared to accept the other conditions of approval that the Commission has discussed and agreed to, or tentatively agreed to.
Okay.
Are we, shall we move to the next item?
Yeah.
I want to, first of all, thank all the players here. This has been a long and arduous process. I think we've gotten to know each other too well sometimes. It's been like a husband and wife fight. But I think in the long run, in my opinion, we've come forward with a project that fits. And so I would like to propose that we accept the project as modified, with the conditions as amended. And, but I would like to, coming back to our job, if that's approved, then I think we need to have some kind of a second hearing where we can see the conditions. At this point and at the lateness of the hour, I think we all need to see in writing what that is, but I certainly would move and would look for a second on approving the project as discussed.
Do I have a second?
I would give that a second.
Okay.
Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, members of the commission. So I think what you're proposing is a continuance. You can take a conceptual motion for approval, but if you take, or you could take a final action for approval today, but then that would mean your action was completed. So I'm just trying to figure out, I think your intent is to bring it back?
Our intent is to be absolutely certain that the language of the conditions is what we understood it to be.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, you in your minutes at your next meeting, we can provide you, or we would provide you with all the corrected language of each of the conditions that have been amended, so you'd have an opportunity to review that before approving those minutes.
And what happens if the way that the conditions are written is not what we thought it was? What do we do then?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, so if the minutes don't accurately reflect what action you took, then you can make amendments to those, and then there's a new action letter that's sent out. You can't make new changes, so if you see something and you thought, oh, I really wish we would have made that change, you can't make a new change as part of the minutes. And sometimes it results in us going back and watching the tape, but generally, between all of us that are here, we can notice if there's some kind of error in there, and we're able to fix it as part of the minutes, and we've done that before.
Okay, so let me be perfectly clear. If we get the minutes and we read the conditions and the condition does not express what we thought we'd said, we can fix that. We can't change a condition to, we couldn't impose a new condition. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that's correct. But what we're going to look to is the language that we read out earlier today. So we're going to, we read each condition we went through, and we read the new language, and everybody talked about whether we wanted to make changes to that, and we all wrote down that language. That's the language that the applicant reviewed. And so what we'll be looking at in the minutes is that do we get that language right? Not is it, do we want to change our language because it's not exactly what we intended? So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
But we've said so much, it can be.
Yeah, what I would be, let me take a shot at this. I think Mr. Americano brought up some great points. We want to make sure that this language is right. We don't want it to be the full Employment Act for lawyers. We've been sitting here for 6-8 hours. I have notes all over the place. I'd rather be able to see the language. Sometimes we've had the staff run out, and obviously we can't do that, and come back with findings. So I would rather have a continuance where we look at the language, they look at the language, we come back, and hopefully it's fine. I don't have any changes with the project. I don't want to make a conceptual motion, but I'd like to move a continuance, and we look at the language.
Let me take a stab at it. I'm going to treat Commissioner Brown, for the moment, if it's all right, as a conceptual motion to approve the project, and I'm going to do a conceptual second. And I'm just going to take a straw vote. Are we all in accord?
I just want to be sure that you're comfortable with our last discussion with Mr. Americano about the definition of footprint.
I will have a chance, if we continue this, I'll have a chance to make sure I am by the time we get here.
Okay.
I think I am, but I...
Thank you. This is a very important issue for both of us.
Yes.
So.
Well, and just before we vote, because I have been in this pickle, when I first joined the commission, I thought that I understood something that was in a condition, and it turned out that I didn't. And when I tried to change it, there was no changing it. So I hope, I'm assuming if we come back on conceptual, then we can change it. That's correct?
Madam Chair and Mr. Chair, sorry, it's late in the day. Commissioner Brown, yes, if you continue the project, then you could still make changes to the conditions if they don't accurately reflect. And I did want to let you know, I mean, I do think, I completely understand the commission wanting to come back and see the language. I do think we have sufficient detail as far as the conditions if you wanted to take action today. Sometimes I really push for it to come back in writing. This time I do feel like since we read it out each time, I feel comfortable if you wanted to take action, you could. But it's really up to your commission. If you'd prefer to see it in writing, then I'd recommend you continue it, and you can see the conditions then.
So at the conceptual level, we have an approvable project. The only question on the table is whether we're willing to take that action today, or whether we want to pursue Commissioner Cole's approach, which is look at the actual language and come back soon for that review. So
Well, I have a lot of faith in the staff, but I'd like to look at the language.
I hate to cause the inconvenience to the applicant and to us, but I also, this is too important to have any misunderstandings occur. And just the fact that the last thing that Mr. Americano brought up, I didn't realize that we had a different definition of footprint. So I think it's very important that we get it exactly right. And I don't anticipate any further changes. I just want to make sure that we're all completely comfortable with what was agreed today.
Okay, can I have a motion to continue? And we need to find a date. And let's make it soon.
Mr. Chair, your next, because this is really your April meeting, even though it's May, your May meeting is on the 18th. Do you want to come back before then?
The 18th works excellent for me.
No, the 18th is good, and that shouldn't delay things too much.
So can I have a motion to continue this to the 18th?
I move to continue this, the conditions, the approval of the conditions until the May 18th meeting.
Okay, second?
Second. And when would we do the findings?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cole, you're essentially continuing the project as a whole to the next meeting,
Gotcha.
and at that time, you'd review the conditions you went through, and then if it looked good, then you'd make the findings and adopt all the conditions and approve the project.
Gotcha. Well, I vote yes, and the 18th works for me.
Okay. All those in favor of the continuance? Aye. Okay, so done. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. And we adjourn.
Adjourn.